show goes on.
Except the snot isn't over here.
Preference?
Preference.
For seating and for PvP.
There he is. All right, let's just start conversing here. He's going to let us know that we are on.
All right, sounds good.
My name is Ms. Communication.
And I am Jumping Spider.
And we are one jam in here too. Rage City Roller Girls All-Stars versus the Muddy River Rollers. No.
It looks like we got Assault Creek All-Stars versus the Tornado Alley Roller Girls out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Just to mix up on the paperwork.
Correct. Presently, right now, Assault Creek's jammer, they are in blue, coming out of the penalty box as Oklahoma City puts 5 more points on the board.
It's like OKC is going to work. They were working into a slow train for a second. Then the pivot went up to try and knock out to block the wall. Then the Assault Creek jammer came up quickly, and before she is knocked out by number 2 on OKC.
Pack right now at a stop on the straightaway by the pivot line. Oklahoma City going in for a 4th scoring pass. We've got 20 seconds left on that jam clock right now.
Always interested to see if the teams early on try to feel each other out or if they really, really go in and try to get the early advantage. And it looks like so far both teams are really going for it on the first jam. And I believe they ran the full 2 minutes.
That last jam featured Eliza Juxiu, your lead jammer for Oklahoma City, picking up a total of 16 points on the jam, 0 for number 99, Lindsay McVeigh from Assault Creek. Another jam in play. Presently, our news desk does face the jammer line, so we will get you the jammers when we see them skate by.
There's always one spot. You're gonna be blind for a second.
Assault Creek again in blue. Oklahoma City wearing black, and out in front That is number 136, Riot Rita, jamming for Assault Creek, and she is lead jammer. Out and ready to score, though, from Oklahoma City. That's number 22, Lita Hobita. Riot gets into the pack, is forced to call off the jam. She picks up 4 points, putting Assault Creek on the board. Oklahoma City at 16. Lita Hobita, actually, most of this Oklahoma City roller derby team, we saw them last year here at Mayday Mayhem, and their roster hasn't changed too much from last year. So we'll be interested to see how they fare here at Mayday Mayhem.
Well, usually in sports, continuity is the best thing you can have. It means stability. It means players get the time to know each other, especially for an extra year, and they know each other's moves. And in roller derby, it's so important to know what your blockers and your jammer are going to do, their tendencies, and where they want to go.
With the star in black and lead jammer from Oklahoma City is number 411, Block Party. She is skating against number 3, Medora West. Medora West breaking the pack, forcing the call off. No score change there. 16-4, 26 minutes left in the first half. A little bit of information. This is the 5th Mayday Mayhem tournament hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby Girls out of Greeley, Colorado. We are here at the ranch in beautiful Loveland, and it is kind of murky outside.
Yeah, it was a rainy day for sure. Foggy, a little grim, but we're broadcasting roller derby. It's got to be great.
Right. At that moment of meteorology was for you to know, kind of, everybody's kind of a little cloudy this morning, trying to get their feet under them. Right now, 2 in the box for Oklahoma City, and 1 blocker just released for back to the track for Assault Creek. Out in front and your lead from Oklahoma City, that's number 55, Eliza Juxiu. And she is skating against number 713, Bisa Graceve.
Oklahoma City had that big first jam where they put 16 points on the board and got 3 grand slams, but since then it's been a 4-1 run, kind of a slow comeback for Assault Creek. Let's see if they can put any points on the board here and cut that deficit down.
17-4 right now with 24 minutes left in the first half. Two jammers out in front very fast, but number 99, Lindsay McVeigh, getting lead jammer status. She is jamming against number 09, Scary England, forces the call off. 0-0 in that jam. Oklahoma City really doing a great job whenever Assault Creek is able to jammer status twice now. Only for them during that jammer award due to pressure from Oklahoma City's jam.
And that was a big one for OKC on defense because they had 2 blockers in the box, and Assault Creek looked like they got the right side, that number 4 lane really easily, but the Oklahoma City jammer came out of nowhere and forced the call.
Out in front is lead 3-6 from Assault Creek, Riot Rita. As Eliza Juxiu finds the inside of 5 points for Oklahoma City. Riot Rita breaks free, and Eliza Juxiu goes ahead and calls off the jam. 22-4 now with 23 minutes left in the first half of the first game of a 2-track, 3-day tournament extravaganza here in Colorado.
Oh, I'm excited. This is the furthest west I've driven. Not the furthest west I've been, but I've never been to the Rocky Mountain states. So evidently I'm going to have to get used to the altitude.
Yes. We have a bit of altitude here. And we have a lot on the track right now. Only 1 person in the penalty box for Oklahoma City. That's number 2, Twisted Armani, and she is seated, and wearing the pivot cover. On the inside for Assault Creek, that's number 3, Medora West. She is lead jammer, 411.
This is a big moment for Assault Creek. They got the lead jammer. They kind of devolved it into a rugby scrum at the jammer line, and they were able to hold the Oklahoma City jammer back. And I don't believe they've completed their first pass. So this is a big moment for Assault Creek to try and make up some points, and they go for the quick hit it and quit it. It looks like they're trying to just chip away at the lead.
So 5 points on the board for Oklahoma City and Medora, for Assault Creek. 9 points now for them, 22 Oklahoma City, 21 minutes remaining in the first half. However, Block Party had not completed her initial pass, and Medora went ahead and called it off.
Yeah, that's not exactly the move you want to see, but like I said, it looks like they're trying to go for these hit it and quit it, so sometimes if you have a strategy in your head, it's hard to get out of it. Usually you want your bench coach to signal you to keep going, but maybe they're just trying to maximize time and get as many jams in as they can.
Assault Creek's grind in zone number 84 seated in the penalty box, and out in front, number 22, Lita Hobita, lead jammer.
Yeah.
With the star in blue, that is number 713, Bisa Grayson. As Lita picks up 5 points, she's going to go ahead and keep the jam running as number 713 heads to the penalty box. Assault Creek giving up a power jam here with 20 minutes left in the first half.
So now that's where the hit it and quit it strategy might come back to hurt you, as they were able to draw cutting the track penalty on the Assault Creek jammer, and now Lita can just go ahead and circle the track as long as her blockers can break up the defense for Assault Creek. And it looks like they're doing so. Oh, a nice stop and go move.
5 more points on the board for Lita. Score lengthened out 37-9, 1 blocker and a jammer on her feet in the penalty box for Assault Creek, as Lita picks up another 4 points, 20 points right now for Lita and Oklahoma City. Great hit on the inside by Twisted Armani on Bisa Grayson.
She checked the bench to see if she should call it off, and she did not get the signal, so she keeps going.
25 points right now on the board. We've got a track cut being signaled on the outside pack, and that is Bisa Grayson headed to the box for a track cut.
Suppose we'll see in just a moment.
Yes. So she will head for a track cut, sit down. Lita putting some points on the board. Score now 51-9, 19 minutes left in the first half. Both of these teams, of course, this is a sanctioned tournament, are WFTDA members. Oklahoma City is presently ranked 120th. Assault Creek is currently unranked in the WFTDA, but they have been members since July of last year. We've got number 99 for Assault Creek, Lindsay McVeigh. And she is skating against Eliza Jukshu, who is out but not lead because of a no pass, no penalty. Lead jammer status could still be available for Lindsay, but with number 8 driving her to the outfield, Sharpie Marker, that's going to keep her tangled in the pack.
It's like we've got a penalty coming up. And that's a grand slam, a natural grand slam on the board for Oklahoma City as they are racking up points here. Eliza Jukshu through the pack, and now another penalty on the jammer for Assault Creek.
Block Party and Scary England in the box for Oklahoma City. So we have another track cut being assessed, this time to number 99, Lindsay McVeigh.
Usually in my experience, when you see a lot of jammer track cuts, they're being forced to the outside, and they're being blocked by multiple players. What I've seen Oklahoma City do is the opposite of what Assault Creek is doing. The jammer will go to the outside. For Oklahoma City, they'll draw the Assault Creek defense outside and have enough agility to cut back in. So it's really kind of a draw play. But the Oklahoma City blockers they might pull 3 to one side, but they'll have one holding on the offside.
Eliza Jukshu putting another 5 on the board as Lindsay McVeigh is released from the penalty box. Jukshu tries for the jump, but she has to restart behind number 9. Mismel adjusted for Assault Creek all the way at the back, but Lindsay McVeigh now up at the top of the pack. She is still on her initial pass. And that, folks, is the natural conclusion of the jam. Oh, nope. Sorry, I apologize. Yes, sorry, 71-9. 17 minutes remaining in the first half. Salt Creek rolling down here from Casper, Wyoming, and Oklahoma City. I was concerned they had tornadoes yesterday, and I was worried that they would not be able to get out of town, but apparently the airport unharmed.
Well, excellent job for them and their fans for making it.
Brace being built up at the top of the pack by Salt Creek, trying to cage jammer number 10, Beastie Toys, for the first time for Oklahoma City. They managed to force her out and push her all the way to the back of the pack. Meanwhile, that's a 136 Riot Rita up at the top of the pack, trying to fight her way through the top of the pack as number 2, Twisted Armani, heads to the penalty box for a forearm penalty, and Riot picks up lead jammer.
Now again, Salt Creek has to take advantage. The Oklahoma City jammer has not completed their initial pass yet. They've done a great job of blocking her and hemming her on the line. They have to take advantage, get this, get going as long as they can. This cannot be a hit it and quit it scenario for them once they score.
We have a multiple player block being assessed to Black 136 right hook. She'll go for 30 seconds. And Salt Creek with a full penalty box. Number 84 Grindin' Zone being waved back in as Beastie Toys is out and ready to score. Riot Rita still on her first scoring pass. She goes ahead and calls off the jam. She did pick up all 5 points, though, so we'll see that score tick up to 14, 71 for Oklahoma City. 15 minutes left in the first half.
That was excellent work by Oklahoma City. They had a blocker in the box. They had, I believe, 2 blockers in the box, and they had 2 people holding back Riot Rita. However, Hall Pass for Salt Creek was staying with the pack. I believe she didn't want to draw a penalty, but in that case, when you have this much of a deficit early, the way the game's been going, you might have to just take that penalty and let them go through.
Super micro pack right now with both full to bursting. That's Eliza Jukshu, number 55, out in front, lead jammer. She is skating against number 3, Medora. Eliza Jukshu out and 5 points on the board for Oklahoma City. Medora West knocked to the infield, forced to reset behind that 2-on-2 pack, but the penalty box emptying out now.
The one thing Oklahoma City has to watch, they got a lot of penalties early on the first 2 jams. They were selling out blocks, which is good, but it looked like they were getting penalties called. I saw forearm early. They have to limit their penalties for the second half of the game, no matter what the score is now.
9-0 in that last jam, 80-14 right now, 13 minutes ticking down on our first period clock. Oklahoma City, of course, participating at Mayday Mayhem in 2014. Their first public bout was all the way back in January of 2007.
Wow. What was I doing in January of 2007?
Can't think. Jam and play. Eliza Jukshu out again, number 55. She is lead jammer. She is skating against number 84 from Salt Creek, Grindin' Zone. Salt Creek really varying their jammer lineup and rotation.
They might be trying some new things, seeing if another player can have a more positive impact on the score.
Salt Creek able to put on the pressure and force the call off in that last jam. 80-14 the score remains. The clock is just a little lower. Thank you so much for tuning into our coverage of Mayday Mayhem here on ColoradoSports.TV. Make sure that donate button gets clicked on, and if you could give us $5, $10, that would really go a long way to helping us cover our expenses for running this tournament for you for free all weekend long. Number 411 from
It's OKC.
Sorry, Block Party out and is lead, but Salt Creek putting on the pressure. That was number 99, Lindsay McVeigh. That is the second jam in a row that Salt Creek has broken the pack on their initial pass to force a 0-0 jam.
Now, previously, Eliza Jukshu tried an ambitious jump of the apex here at the first turn, and she almost did make it, but I believe she contacted an Assault Creek blocker, hit them low, and both went spinning out. And I was actually interested to see if she got up in one piece from that. She looked like she might have been shaken up.
Next to Hobie to Oklahoma City. Assault Creek losing a blocker to the penalty box. Oklahoma City also sending someone to the box. That is number 3, Medora West. For Assault Creek, she is out and ready to score. Lita completes her first scoring pass and looks to her bench. Goes ahead and calls off the jam with 4 points.
Another good run from Lita. That time she didn't draw the defense, they stayed home, so she just lowered her shoulder and went into 2 blockers and got them moving forward. And then there was a gap opened up on the left side, and then she used her agility and went around the outside, picked up the 4 points.
Score now 84-16, 11 minutes left in the first half. Got a multiple player block being assessed to a number 411 block party for Oklahoma City. Right now we've got a blocker standing for Assault Creek and being released, and another blocker in the box, but sent out for a track cut. That is number 99, Lindsay McVeigh. Oklahoma City doing a great job of drawing those track cuts on the outside. The jammer awareness of that outside line for Assault Creek kind of low. All of the jammer penalties that have been given up by Assault Creek are track cuts in this first half.
And like I said, when you force a jammer to the outside, you really common sense would say keep them in the middle where you can block them, but in roller derby, you try to force jammers out and have them recycle rather than fight the defense all day. The strategy, obviously, from Oklahoma City is have them recycle. And that was a great move by number 2 on OKC. That was Twisted Armani that forced that track cut, knocked her out of bounds, and stepped back just enough.
Sharpie marker number 8 jamming for the first time in the game. Lindsay McVeigh released from the penalty box. Sharpie going ahead and calling it off. Lindsay was not on her, she was still on her initial pass when she went to the penalty box. Sharpie marker could have kept the clock going a little longer.
I saw that. It looked like they were on the third turn. It looked like she was just a bit tired. She had gotten knocked around a couple times. She took a pretty big hit on the second turn on her initial pass and was knocked to the floor. So sometimes you want to conserve your energy late. She did pick up the 4 points, stretches the lead out, and it's now 72 points margin.
And our magnificent Simone official on the pivot line telling us that we've got a team timeout being called for Assault Creek. Score right now 88-16, clock frozen at 9 minutes and 37 seconds. You've got 40 seconds right now to click on that donate button and pass us a few dollars. We're passing the cap this weekend. We were going to put the feed up over with a paywall and force everybody to pay money, but instead we thought, the Derby community is so good with the love. We can trust them to support us. So support us today by clicking that donate button.
Please do so. This is my first time here. It's 5 years running, and I want to come back here for a 6th. Anything you can do helps us out.
We have a shiny, shiny floor out there and very, very soft wheels being played on that floor. Again, 88-16, and we're back at 9 minutes and 37 seconds here in the first half. That's number 55, Eliza Jukshu, breaking free, a lead jammer for Oklahoma City. And in blue, that's number 713, Bisa Graceve. Jukshu up at the top of the pack. For some reason, 2 blockers from Assault Creek up at the top of the pack, with the other 2 mixed into the back of the pack. Jukshu threw 5 points.
I've seen that. I've actually tried to use that with my my former team now down in Peoria. If you're losing jammers at the top, you kind of want to give, my theory is you kind of want to give them an initial hit on their first pass, but have 2 people basically playing a free safety kind of position out front just in case they do get out of the pack. It's risky, but with the score the way it is, you want to try it.
Jukshu with a full complement of Assault Creek blockers. We've got a track cut being assessed to Bisa Graceve, another track cut penalty for Oh, sorry, that was for their pivot.
Sometimes it's hard to tell.
I think she was looking at her ref as well and trying to figure that out. 4 more points for Eliza Juxiu, 14-0, 107 to 16 right now, 8 minutes left in the first half. A little bit about Assault Creek. Assault Creek was founded back in 2009. They've been WFTDA affiliated since July of 2014. This is their second trip to Colorado so far this season. They were in Greeley on March 14th, where they lost to the Slaughterhouse Derby girls 153 to 113.
So even their Colorado record, having a tough time of doing it though so far this game though.
That's number 22, Lita Hobita on the line for Oklahoma City. And in the rainbow pantalones, that's number 136, Riot Rita, getting assessed a track cut for a cut on the inside this time, though.
Oh, that was an excellent block right there by Twisted Armani. Just forced grinding zone out to the outside. A very, very good sweep block. And Lita Hobita has the free run of the track.
Lita being nudged into the infield. Assault Creek trying to build a wall, but number 136, right hook coming in to break up that wall of blue. Lita knocked to the infield, and she gets a little over exuberant. Goes back on the track, picks up a cut with Riot Rita already on her feet and being released before Lita can get back to the box. This will be a full 30-second power jam for Assault Creek, and we will go the remaining just about 55 seconds on the jam clock.
Now you have to take advantage here. It looked like Plum Jam Happy was going to try and go and break up the wall because the Oklahoma City blockers are obviously they're very large, very athletic on this one, and Riot Rita is a smaller jammer, more of the prototypical agile jammer that you would see probably maybe 2008, 2009.
Sharpie marker number 8 assessed for a multiple player block. Riot Rita able to get out but not score any points before their power play ended.
And she stepped around the inside and takes another track cut. She's trying to tiptoe the inside, and it's been the bane. They're being forced to the inside and trying to get through any way they can.
Lita already sitting on points when she headed to the penalty box. She picks up 5 and makes fast work of the pack. 10 points now for Lita.
That was another great sweep block from Twisted Armani. She is just imposing her will out there right now.
Riot sitting on 2 points when she headed into the box, 117 to 16 with 5 minutes remaining in the first half. This is our first game. We have 2 tracks. You'll have to multitask between tabs if you want to try that out to catch the other games happening over on track 1. We are here all weekend, all day, all weekend. Join us here on Colorado Sports TV. Right now, Oklahoma City versus Assault Creek out of Casper. Jammer sent into this power start for Oklahoma City is number 411 Block Party. Block Party, though, unable to garner that lead jammer status before Riot Rita was released from the penalty box. Block Party gets lead, knocked to the outfield, forced to recycle as Riot Rita is out and ready to score.
That was yeoman's work by Assault Creek right there. As Block Party, as you might guess, is a blocker, has a blocker size, blocker strength, and she almost forced the out of play, but a nice saving block by Assault Creek forced her to the infield, and Riot Rita came out of the penalty box and got lead jammer.
Score now 117 to 18. We've got 4 minutes left in the first half. Eliza Juxiu, number 55, on the line for Oklahoma City, and on the outside becomes lead jammer. She's skating against number 3, Medora West. Medora West out and ready to score. Eliza Juxiu, though, completing her first pass, calls off the jam for 4 points.
Now we're coming into the latter half of the first half, about 3.5 minutes to go, and Oklahoma City looks like they're content to try and salt this one away early if possible. Really, really good job done by Lita Hobita and Eliza Juxu. Two jammers that are strong but quick and agile, and they're shredding the defense right now.
Eliza Juxu has held lead jammer status all but one time that she has jammed thus far in this first half.
That's what you want from your star.
That's number 09 with the star in black, Scary England. And in blue, lead jammer, number 99, Lindsay McVeigh.
Give Lindsay credit for a very, very good move. She stuck Block Party on the inside, held her line, and then stepped out. And Block Party was skating backwards and fell down to the track, so that gave Assault Creek lead.
Scary England out and ready to score. Lindsay McVeigh breaking a 9 lead jammer award streak for Oklahoma City. So that 4 points for Assault Creek also could entail a bit of a shift in momentum. Hopefully we'll see Assault Creek kind of pull into this game and put a few more points on the board. 122-22 right now, 2 minutes and 10 seconds left in the half.
Well, the score at one point was 71-9. It's now 122-22, as you said. So that's a 51 to 13-point run. But Assault Creek needed to see some points go on the board.
With the star in black, we've got number 31, Galaxy Inferno, for the first time. And that's number 713, Bisa Grace, of headed to the penalty box for a track cut.
What else is new? And she didn't look happy about it. Couldn't tell if she was upset with herself or upset with the call. Meanwhile, on Oklahoma City, as you said, this is the first time for Galaxy Inferno. And when you have a lead like this, you get to do things like this. You can pull in your reserve jammers and rest your main squad of jammers.
You know, I've actually seen a 100-point deficiency be caught up in 20 minutes. So one does not rest on one's laurels in this game. 5 points on the board for Galaxy Inferno and the Tornado Alley Roller Girls. Multiple player block being assessed to number 22, Lita Hobita. She'll go for a 30-second sit. As jammer back in for Assault Creek, forcing the call off, 127-22. We have 45 seconds left here in the first half.
If you're Assault Creek, you want to get one jam so you can see points on the board, so you can go into halftime with a positive feeling. You want to get lead, get points, and really turn around what's been the theme of this game, and that's Oklahoma City dominating the jammer line.
That's right, Rita, number 136, jammer of record for Assault Creek. She is jamming against number 09, Scary England. Scary England now lead jammer 100% of the time in the whole 2 jams that she has jammed. Oh wait, 3 jams, I apologize, I missed one. She has a 67% lead jammer status percentage. 3 points for Scary England. She calls off the jam, and we are going to head into halftime. Presently, halftimes are running 15 minutes. Those may change, though, throughout the weekend, depending on scheduling constraints. Score right now, 130-22. Assault Creek playing Oklahoma City here on our first game on track 2. Once again, you're tuning into 2015 Mayday Mayhem coverage here on ColoradoSports.TV. I'm Miss Communication.
I'm Jumping Spider.
And we are going to take a short break. It's still on, or is it? No, that's fine. Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't know if it stays on.
No, I can tell because it's so when we're broadcasting, this is the.
Let me just make sure.
Yeah, it looks like the mic's on right now.
I still hear you.
Do we have an ambient mic going?
We could probably just turn down the.
and that's live. And that puts us at value.
Okay.
So then the be right back would be
as a roller derby cheer, writer, and producer. So we're working on that one a lot better than mine though.
And we are back with 50 seconds ticking down on that halftime clock. You are tuning in to Mayday Mayhem 2015 coverage on ColoradoSports.TV. Here at Track 2, I'm Ms. Communication.
I'm Jumping Spider.
Some real quick stats, fast and dirty. We had 22 jams in the first half. Of those jams, 14 lead jammer statuses for Oklahoma City, 5 for Assault Creek. High score for Oklahoma City is Lita Hobita, number 22, with 25 points, and number 3, Medora West, picking up 5 points for Assault Creek. So the stats tell us what we already know. That scoreboard right now reads 130-22, Oklahoma City in the advantage right now.
Salt Creek needs to make up points. Don't necessarily have to do it quickly, but they have to start imposing their will defensively.
On the jammer line for Oklahoma City, doing the most creative fall and track cut. That's 09, Scary England. She was awarded lead jammer status, so we will go the full 2 minutes of this jam. That's number 99, Lindsay McVeigh for Assault Creek.
Lindsay trying to shove her way past, I believe that's Twisted Armani, who is called for the out-of-play penalty.
Lindsay McVeigh out, and of course not lead because that was awarded to Scary England before she headed out for a track cut. Lindsay McVeigh on the inside like a hot knife through a cliche. 5 points for Assault Creek.
Speaking of cliches, that's how you want to start the second half. Get a quick 5 points.
Oh, that's good. Add a cliche when I take one away. +1, -1 on cliches for announcers here on Track 2. Lindsay threw again another 5 points just as Scary England re-engages the pack from the penalty box. She is out ready to score. Scary England slapping into the pack, but she picks up a back block penalty. Too much in a hurry to pick up points as Lindsay McVeigh puts another 5 points on the board, 15 thus far for Assault Creek.
Give Lindsay credit. She gave Scary England a little bit of a rub as she went past and forced her into a blocker from her own team.
Another 5 points, power points for Lindsay McVeigh. She's on a 20-point streak right now. Assault Creek right now sitting at the answer, 42. Looking to add a few more points before the last 10 seconds of the jam expires. And she does. Power play ended now for Assault Creek as Scary England back. No points for her. She did clear the pack, finally completing her initial scoring pass without garnering a penalty. Score now 130-47. I think Assault Creek put on their game face during halftime.
Well, you want to come out of the half strong, especially if you're down, and they did so right there. Lindsay was determined. She shoved, twisted Armani on her initial pass, eventually got through, and drew a penalty.
City at a significant blocker disadvantage. 2 blockers out on the track, knocking number 136. That's Riot. And number 55, Eliza Juxiu, out in front and lead jammer. But Riot breaking free. She is ready to score points as well.
Whoa, 360. And earning 2 points, and that's going to be the
2 points for Eliza Juxiu.
Point of the night.
3 points for Salt Creek. Riot Rita able to sneak in there and steal a few points off of Eliza Juxiu. Also, according to my unofficial scribblings, that is the first time that Eliza Juxiu has only put a few points on the board. She did have a few call-offs where she had 0-0. But usually in the first half, Jukes was able to pick up a full scoring pass, at least one. Lita Hobita right now in the penalty box. Got number 3, Medora West, and she is out and lead for Assault Creek. She is jamming against number 411 Block Party.
Salt Creek has to keep the pack slow. Great move right there by Medora West.
Salt Creek puts on the points, and everybody in the room screams, "Call it," as Block Party was approaching the back of the pack. So they did go ahead and call it off. 132-54, 25 minutes left in the game. Please make sure this weekend is being provided to you free here on Colorado Sports TV. Please click our Donate Now button and give us a few dollars. You know, it costs us money to put this on. We want to offer it to you for free, but out of the Derby love of your heart, click on that Donate Now button. It's number 713 on the line in blue, Bisa Graciev for Assault Creek. She is jamming against number 8, Sharpie Marker.
The things these skaters can do with those blows my mind.
This is a big jam for Bisa Graciev. She got knocked around in the first half and got a ton of track cuts called. She needs a good jam here for her confidence and for the team.
Oklahoma City sending Scary England out to the penalty box. Scary already on 2 penalties at least for the second half. This will be her 3rd. I didn't have a chance to look at the penalty board before coming back from the half, but we could have a issue there with penalties. Sharpie Marker sent to the penalty box. This is a power jam. Advantage Assault Creek. Bisa Graciev out and ready to score, not lead. She had a no pass, no penalty, meaning she passed a jammer who was out, or a blocker who was out of play on her initial pass. Bisa Graciev being knocked all the way back behind Beastie Toys, number 10 for Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City building a wall at the back of the pack. Bisa Graciev trying to call off the jam, but she is again not lead as this power play has ended. Great penalty kill by Oklahoma City.
She has really been getting knocked around by the likes of Lita and Twisted Armani, and it shows again. Oklahoma City has their jammer free.
Sharpie Marker out, ready to score. Bisa Graciev just getting mooshed all over the place.
Is that a technical term, mooshed?
Yes, it is a very technical term. 1 point each for those jammers. No power points in that jam. Great penalty kill again by Oklahoma City, locking down the defense and keeping Bisa Graciev in her place. She had barely cleared on the ability to score by the time Sharpie Marker was back in. 55, 133, 23 minutes left in the game.
It's a 33-3 run right now by Assault Creek, and they're trying to force the immediate out of play.
With Sharpie marker caged in the box. That's number 99, Lindsay McVeigh, lead jammer. Lindsay McVeigh having a huge jam to start out the second half.
Sharpie marker still
Oh, and she got called on a track cut. That left skate just barely grazed the infield. Good tough blocking up front.
You can tell when I get sort of quiet. When I get sort of quiet on broadcast, it's because I saw a skate go over a line and I'm waiting to see if the ref caught it. Sharpie marker back in from the box. Lead jammer status has been awarded already, so we're going to go the remaining minute 15 as Lindsay McVeigh is caged in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Oklahoma City using some great defense against number 84 from Assault Creek Grinding Zone, trying to goat her at the back of the pack and take control of where the pack is at.
Give her a lot of credit. She went back there and jammed up the jammer for a good amount of time before she was called to the penalty box.
Sharpie marker shoving her way up to the top of the pack. We're going to have a bridge over troubled water here in just a moment, as that penalty killed by Assault Creek. No points picked up during that power jam.
That's very, very good for them. They're still down, even though they've gotten the lion's share of the points this half. They need to cut the deficit down.
Lindsay McVeigh already sitting on points, headed to the penalty box. She picks up 5 as we have a star pass. Lita Hobita taking the star from Sharpie marker. Sharpie marker likely tired and looking to avoid that third trip to the penalty box in 2 jams. Oh, Lita up on 1 foot on the inside. Picks up 4 points.
And she took a shot right there at the most vulnerable position on the track.
That was amazing.
That was a great flank hit right to the body, and Lita absorbed it. 1 foot flamingo to the inside and just tightrope the inside line.
7-4 in that last jam in favor of Assault Creek. 62-137 with 20 minutes left in the game.
Assault Creek having a new skater jamming. That is Heather Allen.
We've got number 006, Heather Hunt, for Assault Creek as the jammer of record. She will head to the penalty box for a track cut. Lead jammer status awarded to number 55, Eliza Juxiu. She took a 3-jam sit due to that double power jam in the last 2 jams. 5 points for Eliza Juxiu.
This is where Oklahoma City did their damage. Eliza Juxiu was 1, Lita was another, and it looks like they're doing it again. She's just so agile on the track.
Eliza Juxiu picking up another 5 points, goes back to re-engage the pack as 006 Heather Hunt released from the box. This power jam is over. Another 5 points for Eliza Juxiu, though. 15 points total on that power play. Oh, Juxiu being knocked to the infield. We've got a blocking out of bounds penalty being assessed to an Assault Creek blocker.
Heather Havoc was about to take a track cut, and she also, it wasn't called, but she's got to watch the forearms. That might come into play later if she jams again.
Low block being assessed to a blocker from Assault Creek. Assault Creek now down 2 blockers in their box. Score now 62-156, 18 minutes left in the game.
Oklahoma City hearing Assault Creek coming up on them now. The score 62-156.
We have Beastie Toys now on the jammer line for Oklahoma City.
2 blockers in the penalty box for Assault Creek, and Oklahoma City takes advantage. Beastie Toys out front, and she is lead jammer.
This is Beastie Toys' first jam of the game. It's Riot Reed, number 136 out there for Assault Creek. She's still trying to find her way through the pack on the initial pass, but with the pack taking off super fast, she finds she can take a little bit of advantage, but she gets knocked out of bounds as BC Toys puts 5 points on the board for Oklahoma City.
Give credit to Princess Mayhem. Sold out for that one. Got called for the penalty, but was able to hold back the opposing jammer.
BC Toys knocked to the outfield. Has to reset behind the pack.
Able to slow down that momentum she has been gaining around the track.
BC Toys now with a 3 to beat pack, getting spread out and on the out of play. They have to let her go. 10 points total now for Oklahoma City. 10-0 in that last jam. Score now 166-62. We've got 17 minutes left in the game.
Salt Creek had the momentum going, starting off the half. It looks like the needle is starting to shift the other way. Might have started with that 1-1 jam with Eliza Juxu.
They are current WNTBA ranking is 120. And Asal Creek just joined in July of 2014. They have yet been ranked. So this is
out in front with that lead jammer status. That's number 3, Medora West. But hot on her heels is number 411, Block Party. Medora hits the pack, calls it off just before she has a chance to pick up a point. 0-0 in that last jam, 16:33 in the game.
Might not want to use that strategy, and she tried to go in there like a missile and was met by a brick wall. Usually the missile wins that one, but not that time.
Well, you have to also be careful when you go in hot to a big wall. That's a big chance for a back blocking penalty. Although strangely enough, Assault Creek picking up only track cuts as far as their jammers are concerned. Once again, Oklahoma City in black, Assault Creek in blue. That's number 713 on the line in blue, Bisa Graciev. And number 31.
It's Galaxy Inferno once again.
Your lead jammer.
Galaxy Inferno.
Bisa Graciev being sent to the back of the pack. Galaxy Inferno finds it on the inside, 5 points for herself and those fancy leg warmers.
I think that's a lion on there.
Yes, we got like leggings and knee socks happening there. Very fancy. And also some fancy work there. She is now found it on the inside twice. Assault Creek not paying attention to that inside line very well. We have a track cut on Bisa Graciev. She will sit down for 30 seconds, and we've got a power play for Galaxy Inferno.
I think Galaxy looked at the bench, saw that she had to keep going, and was kind of surprised.
Another 5 points for Galaxy Inferno. Assault Creek trying to build a bridge, but eventually they have to let her go. 5 more points.
This is great work, what you want to see from your reserve jammer.
Galaxy Inferno right now sitting on 10 power points, but 20 for the jam as Bisa Graciev heads back in from the box. Galaxy Inferno, of course, in control of the jam. She goes ahead and calls off the jam. 4 more points, 24-0 in that last jam in favor of Oklahoma City.
What was her jam score on the first jam in the first half?
On her first jam in the first half?
And I know it was less than 10 points.
I'm going back in my notes. This is the song of going back in my notes. Galaxy actually only jammed once in the first half. She picked up 5 points. So 24 points on the board for Galaxy Inferno. 190-62 right now, and Eliza Juxu out in front, lead jammer for Oklahoma City. She's joined by Lindsay McVeigh, number 99, for Assault Creek, who is forced to reset behind the pack, but she does find her way through on the inside. Big hit by Lita, slowing down the pack. 5 points for Eliza Juxu. She goes ahead and calls off the jam.
believe Lita Hobita might have been okay. I thought she got called for a penalty, but I think that was just from the audience.
Not penalized. Well, yes, all of the armchair officials certainly know from their point of view. 195-62, 12 minutes on the game. It's number 136 Riot, Rita in blue. She is skating against 411 Block Party. Block Party fighting up at the top of the pack. We have a track cut being assessed to pivot number 84 Grindin' Zone.
Nice move by Block Party. She just pirouetted around the force block to the outside. Tried to slow down the opposing jammer, but she was right. Rita slipped past her.
I believe Block Party was going for the knock out of bounds and didn't quite get it. I think I saw her mouth something like, I can't believe that, or you can't, or maybe something different. Lip reading, you only get 30% of the words, so.
Pretty sure it's worse in my case.
195-62 now. Just under 12 minutes left in this first game on the second track of a 2-track, 3-day tournament here in Loveland, Colorado.
Oh, call it an extravaganza. It's an extravaganza.
Oh, it's Mayhem. There's some other extravaganza. I don't know about that one. Eliza jukes you through with lead jammer, but number 3, Medora West, putting on the pressure, out and ready to score. Jukes you hits the pack, calls off the jam, picks up 4 points. Whew.
That's unbelievable. That was a calculated move. She knew she probably would not be able to keep her feet, but she flew past the pack and got 4 points. That's all she needed.
199-62, 11 minutes left in the game.
We have number 10, Beastie Toys up again for Oklahoma City. She's coming up against Bisa Grayson.
Beastie Toys out there again.
Up against number 713, Beast Aggressive. Beastie Toys with 1 to beat. Salt Creek trying to make the recycle. They're successful.
Beast Aggressive being knocked around once again by who else but Twisted Armani.
Beastie out, lead jammer for Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City holding lead jammer status 5 times in a row now. Beast Aggressive working at the back of the pack. She makes a break for it. Out and ready to score. Another 5 points for Beastie in Oklahoma City. She calls it off. Oklahoma City now are over the 2-century mark, 204-62. And Beast Aggressive picking up a track cut penalty right at the end of that jam. This will be a power jam in Oklahoma City's favor.
It has not been her day. Beast Aggressive she's really been punished trying to get through the pack. And she's picked up a lot of track cuts because of it.
And so we are going to have a power jam as there was a cut track penalty called at the end of that.
According to my unofficial scribblings, Beast Aggressive is sitting on at least 5 penalties. Those are just her jammer penalties. I haven't noticed if she's been in the pack and been assessed.
Galaxy Inferno fighting it her way through for Oklahoma City. Maybe she's not a reserve jammer anymore.
Galaxy Inferno out, lead jammer in this power play in Oklahoma City's favor.
There's been a few feedback in the legal engagement.
Salt Creek losing a blocker, their pivot to the penalty box. Galaxy Inferno up at the top of the pack, fighting against number 9 millimeters, a miss maladjusted.
Lita tried to come in with a hard sweep, but Galaxy Inferno still forced to the infield.
Fairly decent penalty kill by Salt Creek as Beast Aggressive back in the pack from the penalty box. Salt Creek going to lose one of their blockers to the penalty box. Galaxy Inferno still betwixt at the rear of the pack, being held in her spot by number 28 Hall Pass. And we have a star pass to number 84 for Assault Creek, grinding zone.
Well, this game, all their blockers are jammers.
Another 5 points for Galaxy Inferno. She'll call off the jam. 2:09:62, 5-0 in that last jam. 8 minutes ticking down on the clock.
If Assault Creek can take away something from that last jam for the rest of the day, is that they did officially kill off the penalty and they forced the jammer to recycle when it looked like Galaxy would have a free run through for score.
I love seeing is having those jammers.
Jam in play. That's number 55, Eliza Juxiu, out in front, lead jammer. She is skating against Lindsay McVeigh from Assault Creek. Lindsay out and ready to score. Pick up her points real quick and call off the jam.
Oklahoma City definitely made her work to get through to get her super pass.
That was another nice move by Eliza, basically doing what she's been doing all day. Kind of faking outside, drawing the defense, and then going back inside. Sometimes you wonder if a team's just not used to the floor, if the wheels are not what they wanted, but that play has really been working well for the OKC Jammers.
2:13:63, 6 minutes left in the game.
Jamming for Assault Creek.
Your favorite name out there, Beast
It's Riot
Boys.
Rita, number 136 for Assault Creek. And number 10, Beastie moves out and lead for Oklahoma City. And Riot Rita picks up a track cut, and she will head to the penalty box for this power play in the favor of Oklahoma City.
Wasn't exactly sure where that track cut occurred. Like Assault Creek trying to work two at the back to slow up Beastie Toys, and now two at the front. They need a bridge, didn't get it in time, and that's a free 5 points grand slam for Beastie Toys.
Riot Rita has only been to the box 3 times as a jammer.
That's very good for Assault Creek. She's been one of their better jammers on the day.
Riot Rita back in as BC Toys picks up another 5 points for Oklahoma City. Riot Rita being crowded to the outfield by Lita Hobita, but she will be sent to the penalty box. I think I caught a skating out of bounds penalty.
It was close. They were both hugging the outside line, and Rita was trying to put the wood to her.
4 points further for Beastie moves. Riot Rita out and ready to score. Pack running moderately fast here on this shiny slick track. 4 more points for Beastie. She's going to call off the jam. 18-0 on that last jam. 2:31:63. Something I'm not seeing this year. It appears that skaters are a little bit more prepared to play on the polished concrete. Last year was our first year in this venue, and we had a lot of egregious low blocks because of the slickness of the track. And this year, though, I was assured that the track has actually been treated. We got permission this year to treat the track, and then they also didn't, buff it to a lovely shine for us. Sharpie marker on the line for Oklahoma City, and Heather Hunt, number 006 for Assault Creek.
Heather on her last go-around was having a lot of trouble with the blocking, and she was flailing a bit.
Heather taking a spill to the infield, takes her a while to roll it around and restart it again. Looks like she's grabbing the back of her hip / gluteal region. Number 4125 Plum Jam Happy sent to the box for Assault Creek as Sharpie marker becomes lead jammer. Hunt out and ready to score. Marker picking up 2 points, calling off the jam, 2:33 to 63, 3 minutes and 19 seconds left on the clock. Oklahoma City Roller Derby has a long-standing rivalry with River Valley Roller Girls, Northwest Arkansas Roller Girls, and ICT Wichita, thanks to a 2006 Route 66 Rebellion tournament. So the rivalry has been going for a very long time now. This is the 9th year.
Almost 10-year rivalries.
2:33.63 with the jam in play, and Eliza Jukshu finding it on the outside, lead jammer. Eliza Jukshu has skated 7 jams, and it has 100% lead jammer percentage in the second half of this game.
And I believe you said, I think in the first half she was 6 of 7 lead jammers?
Yes, so she had every jam except 1 in the first half that she was lead jammer. Number 3, Medora West for Assault Creek. Out and ready to score. Jukshu picks up 4, calls off the jam.
If we do want to draw, I will drop one more cliche for the entire bout. One of the last ones, Coach Speak says you can't teach athleticism, and that's what Eliza and Lita have. The ability to get small when they need to, get large when they need to, clear their body out from blocks and hold on to the track on the outside of the inside. It's been indispensable for Oklahoma City in this bout.
Lita actually has not jammed in this second half. We've seen her mainly play as a blocker, but certainly a massive first half for Lita Hobita. Sure, we're just resting and recycling. You know, we are in Colorado. 99, Lindsay McVeigh out and lead for Assault Creek. She is jamming against number 47, Princess Mayhem, out for the first time in the game.
Lindsay McVeigh has had a bit of an up and down second half, but I believe she started out very well.
Princess Mayhem picking up a track cut. That's 5 points on the board for Lindsay McVeigh in Assault Creek. We've got 1 minute ticking down on that penalty, or on the period clock.
Fight through that Oklahoma City defense.
Lindsay McVeigh with another pass, 5 points. The penalty box looking full, and we've got an official box. I believe that Lita Hobita, I think he's motioning that she has 7, but we will find out here at the half. Yep, Lita Hobita out, being dismissed for her 7th penalty. Blocker will take her place on the track. That's number 132. We have another 4 points on the board for Lindsay.
Hits her 7 penalties.
Give a lot of credit to Lindsay McVeigh. Salt Creek, they played from behind from pretty much the opening whistle, but they never let up. And their jammers, especially in the second half, really, really worked hard to score.
The auxiliary team bench, the penalty box full for Oklahoma City right now, as we will have the spinning arm and the over signal being given. 242 to 78. Oklahoma City taking the victory here in this first game on track 2. Just a quick note about the format of our tournament. Our tournament is being played as it is a World Cup style tournament for the women. We have 2 pools right now. Oklahoma City ranked 1st in the pool. They played number 7, Assault Creek. Basically, we do a little run through. Everybody plays each other, and then that seeds into our tournament, which starts, our bracket, which starts midday tomorrow. So right now, Oklahoma City looking strong as that first seed, 242 to 78. We had an amazing second half for Lindsay McVeigh. She put up, of course, that 25-point jam at the beginning of the game, and then 24 points to close out the game for her. Most of those points on the board belonging to Lindsay McVeigh for Assault Creek. High-scoring jam for Oklahoma City. We had a 24-point jam for Galaxy Inferno. And, of course, now the victory going to Oklahoma City. They will continue on. The 7th seed team without doing the upset on the first seed team will not be able to make it to qualify for the bracket. But of course, we will still see Assault Creek play through the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for joining us here at Mayday Mayhem 2015 here on Colorado Sports TV. Make sure you click on that Donate Now button and float us a few dollars for putting on this fine production for you. Once again, I am Ms. Communication.
I'm Jumping Spider.
And tune in. We will have another game here for you shortly on Track 2.
And welcome back to Track 2 at the 2015 Mayday Mayhem, the 5th year of Mayday Mayhem. You're about to join us for the second game on Track 2. If you missed the first game earlier today, it was Oklahoma versus Assault Creek. 242-78, Oklahoma takes the win. Up next, we've got the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls taking on Duke City Roller Derby, the Jailhouse Jawbreakers from Pueblo, the Muñecas Muertas from Duke City. I'm Bangers and Smash. I'm going to be joined by
DJ Dick.
Alrighty, and we're going to run through the rosters. I'll go ahead and run through Pueblo for you real quick. And for Pueblo today, we've got number 133, Ala Inyabiz. Number 1623, Jamie Fox You Up. Number 2, Farm Fresh. Number 314, Havoc Her Way. Number 33, Lady Lorna. Number 365, Joan Q-Smack. Number 5, Strawberry Sour. Number 667, Ringo Scar. Number 69, Harley Innocent. Number 7, Jane's Bondage. Number 75, Nitrogen. Number 8409, The Big Kapowski. And last but not least, number I-25, Mother Trucka.
And skating for Duke City, we have Duke City Derby. We have number 10, Banff. Number 11, Killer Queen. Number 187, Doom De Doom. Number 311, Beatana Brat. Number 34, Holly Chamberlain. Number 511, Seam Slayer. Number 6, Lay Featherstone. Number 708, Razor Blaze. Number 713, Jerk of All Skates. Number 80D, Meep Meep. Number 86, Death Row. Number 9, Kells Inferno. Number 91, Gabriella Kim. And FU2, Swearin' Marie.
Alrighty, so based on what I have here in front of me, it looks like these teams have never come against each other, although they have both played at previous Mayday Mayhems. Pueblo has actually been at all of the Mayday Mayhems.
The Duke City Muñecas Muertas are a founding member of WFTDA, joining WFTDA in 2005.
And if we look at the sheets here that we have in front of us, we can see where both teams are ranked. You've got number 115, Duke City, taking on number 197, Pueblo Derby Devils. So quite the spread on the seeding here. And remember, all these games today lead into the bracket seeding for tomorrow. So everybody here has a stake at finding a place in the winning bracket. All the teams that end up in the last places today will go into the consolation bracket. So everybody here really has a hand. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
An opportunity to be at the top. Absolutely. They've all got a shot at the top spot as we start today. There's no predestination as far as that goes. That's who's going to be there. We're
not doing Zoroastrian roller derby.
Right.
I know one person who will get that joke if she ever listens to this call.
You can make sure that you play it for her later. You record it and give it to her as a Christmas gift.
Exactly. DVD sales are available of all the games here from ColoradoSports.TV, where you're watching all this wonderful derby action. There are 2 tracks being broadcast, so you'll need 2 computers to keep up with all the action. It looks like we may be running a little late on the track. I see the team for Pueblo is still warming up, so we're going to stay with you live.
And for those of you watching at home, Pueblo is in yellow. They're currently on the track. And Duke City in black. They're currently off the track. So that way you can kind of keep things straight in your head as you're watching on your screen. And we'll remind you as the game goes on who's who.
If we remember.
That's why I wrote it down, Bangers. I don't remember anything unless it's written down.
I'm right there with you.
If it's not on paper, it doesn't exist.
So we shared when Duke City came in. Let's see, Pueblo joined the WFTDA in 2010, so a little younger than Duke City.
Yeah.
And but just as determined to take the top spot in Mayday Mayhem.
And taking a look at the sanctioned record for Duke City, they've played 2 previous tournaments this year. They were at Dust Devil in 2008 and they took losses to all of those teams. And then the following month, in April, they played the Mythical Invitational, where they played Alamo City, North Texas, and ICT, and they won all of those games. So kind of a mixed bag there as far as performance goes. Doesn't really tell us a lot what to expect in this game going up against Pueblo Derby Devils.
And on the same side, Pueblo's only played one game this season thus far in April. I had to count what 4 was on my fingers if you're wondering at home why it took me so long to figure that out. They did come up against FOCO Girls Gone Derby, who are also in this tournament, and they did face a loss, not a huge loss, but they did face a loss. So they've only had one game, so the current record 0-1. They're looking to change that up here today against the Muñecas Muertas.
Muñecas Muertas also participated in the first National Roller Derby tournament. That was the 2006 Dust Devil.
That is a pretty awesome factoid to know.
Yeah, it was on my paper. That's how I knew it. I'd like to claim that I knew that, but it was written down, so it existed.
That makes perfect sense.
I've left bangers speechless.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I need more coffee. It's early morning. Thank you so much for joining us on ColoradoSports.TV. I'll tell you real quick, on the page, if you scroll down, there is a Donate Now button. Take a few moments, click on that button, give a little back. It does cost a lot of money to pull a broadcast like this together, 2 tracks running, a lot of staffing going on. Initially, they were planning on putting up a paywall, but they decided for their customers, they would leave the broadcast open for you. So if you have a little to give, even if it's just a couple dollars, click that donate button and show that you support all these wonderful bouts and this broadcast.
I mean, $1. I mean, that's, the Coke machine on Monday.
Exactly.
I mean, that's, anybody can afford that. And it goes to a great cause. It helps provide Derby to the greater Derby universe. So those of you that can't travel all the way here to Mayday Mayhem can watch it from the relaxing confines of your couch at home.
Which is a great place to watch Derby, in my opinion.
Especially if you hook up your computer to the big screen.
Exactly. So it looks like on the board we've got 15 seconds to Derby. I see the refs lining up. The Muñecas Muertas already lining up their line. Pueblo still working out their bench, so we'll see them come out here in just a couple moments.
Once again, Pueblo in yellow.
Up on the line for the Jailhouse Jawbreakers, number 133, Ala India Biz.
All right, India Biz, number 1 in the yellow for Pueblo. Taking on number 511, Seam Slaya for Duke City in the first jam of the game.
And we're seeing Pueblo do a nice little deep wall here right at the scrum line as we get ready for the whistle.
Seam Slayer goes from the inside to the outside, hoping that hole will be open, but Farm Fresh able to take her to the outfield and have her do a little recycle, not a huge recycle. Ala Inyab is currently stuck at the back of the pack and being driven out, and it looks like the Duke City skaters are going to take her as far back as possible.
Yeah, she went all the way back to the jam line before starting forward movement again, and that's going to make Seam Slayer lead jammer for Duke City in black.
Ala Inyab is now working her way to the front of the pack, just one left to beat, and there it is. But she's going to pick up a back block call and makes it a power jam for Duke City, and Seam Slayer already putting 5 on the board, coming in for another scoring pass.
And we're seeing a lot of action happening in the pack. I'm not sure where the camera is following, but a lot of physical play going on in that pack between those two teams while the jammers were over on the straightaway on the opposite side. That's 5 points for Duke, Seam Slayer. Total of 10 on the board for Duke City.
And Seam Slayer comes back in. Now Pueblo's got a front wall there. Her wall is hanging, or her blockers are hanging back, hoping to stretch out that pack. Pueblo slowly bridging here, and the bridge is at an end. Farm Fresh the last to beat. She's through for another 5. Just as Ala Inyab comes back to the track, Seam Slayer goes ahead and calls off the we're going to start a new one.
Not a lot of fast play in that jam, Barry. It looked kind of relaxing almost as Seam Slayer jam kind of taking her time, setting up her strategy, letting her teammates set up their strategy so she could make those runs at that front wall.
You're absolutely correct. I think, too, we're going to see this in the beginning, a couple of feel-out jams. Both teams looking to see how the other plays so they can get back to the bench, discuss how they're going to play out the rest of the game. And we'll see how that progresses as we go. I expect that the action's going to get heavy hitting as we go in. Jamie Foxshope, number 1623, jamming for Pueblo, takes the second lead jam of the game. And Banff, number 10 for Duke City, not too far behind, about a half a track, as Jamie comes in for a scoring pass.
Duke really spread out right now with their pack. They're in some penalty trouble. Don't have a full complement of skaters out there. There's 4 points picked up. Jam called off. And Pueblo now with points on the board.
Already, yeah. So as you can see on that beautiful scoreboard, number right now is 4-15. Duke City in the lead. Pueblo looking to make things change up. And now you saw this jam as it started. You saw a little bit more action than we did in the last one. So I think, that first jam was kind of we're going to feel this out, see where we're at. And now we're going to see the hard-hitting action as we go.
And 3-wall from Duke City in black. A little bit of penalties out the bat there. And it's number 713 picking up lead jammer. That is Jerk of All Skates in a power jam.
Yeah, right there at the beginning, number 667 Ringo Scar jamming for Pueblo, picking up a penalty. Off to the box she goes. And 5 points already more for Duke City. As we keep going. And Duke City has this very interesting 4 lineup to stretch out the pack to the back.
And it's working for him as 4 more points being picked up by Duke City now. Jerkaball Skates just throwing the points up there on the board and forcing the penalties on Pueblo as they're down to just 2 blockers at the front. Really hard to do anything effective against a jammer when you've only got 2 blockers out there.
You're absolutely correct. Now Ringo Scar comes back from the penalty box. She's out almost a full lap behind the jammer for Duke City, who makes her way through and puts up another 4 points on the board.
Jerkaball Skates with a nice move at the far end of the track. I don't know if you guys caught that at home, but as she was going around those Pueblo blockers, she got really low stance, almost kind of bent over, and just kind of almost looked like she skated under them.
That's the way to do it. The lower you can get, the harder it is to put a legal hit on you.
Absolutely.
And coming up for the Monetas Boletas, it is Meep.
So that's Meep jamming for Pueblo.
Or actually, Meep jamming for Duke.
For Duke, sorry.
Oh, no problem. And Ala Enyab is up again for Pueblo. And Meep already lead jammer and already around, looking to beat Harley Innocent at the front of the pack there for 5. And there it is, all 5. Direction of gameplay on Harley Innocent. It's going to put Pueblo down to just 1 blocker in the pack.
But the pivot's now coming back on. That's Farm Fresh. Penalty. And that is Seam Slayer once again.
Alrighty, this is what Pueblo needs right now, a power jam. One of their most effective thus far jammers out there on the track with the power jam and lead jammer. She's already through for 5, looking to put some more on the board. She holds that outside really well.
She gets chased down by Duke.
That was some pretty good pressure, but she holds it for another 5.
And she's attacking that Duke line once again. Duke doing a great job of trying to hold her back.
But she's able to pick up another 5 before Seam Slayer comes back. Now Seam Slayer back into the pack, immediately into a wall of Pueblo. Pueblo ready for now just Joan Q-Smack to beat at the front of the pack there. And she is out.
She's out.
Jammers neck and neck. Jamie Foxshope's going to go ahead and call off the jam after she comes through. Little checking to see, did she get another pass? No, just 4 on that last pass.
A good awareness there of knowing where the Seam Slayer was, calling off that jam before she was able to, Seam Slayer was able to pick up any points. So keeping where it's at, they got more of a commanding lead.
Exactly. Really able to make a difference on that one with a 20-point jam, bringing them up to, or I'm sorry, with a 19-point jam, bringing them up to 23-53. And 30 points is not an insurmountable amount of points to get. Ringo Scar now jamming for Pueblo through and lead jammer.
Oh, and that's 2 jams now that Duke has been pointless. Well, without points. I don't want to say pointless.
And we've gotten a little deeper into. We're going into jam number 6 now, and so I think both teams have had a kind of an opportunity to figure things out a little bit. So we're seeing that how both teams are able to adapt here.
A lot of action now on the jam line as Duke trying to break through, pushing the Pueblo defense apart, and that is lead jammer for Duke, number 713, jerk of all skates again.
Alrighty, so here we see a helmet cover pass from Ala Inyabiz.
On the floor for a minute there. Jerk of all skates goes to the inside, picks up 5 points.
She threw the helmet cover, which you can do, and the pivot picked it up, but she couldn't put it on or it would have been a penalty because it wasn't received by hand. So Ala had to skate around, pick it up, and hand it back to the pivot, and that's when the pivot took off with the jammer star. So that's why there was no penalty issued. You can throw the star as long as you put it back in the jammer's hand. The pivot can pick it up, they just can't put it on.
Right.
That's kind of new in this rule set.
I think that's this year, isn't it? Yes.
Before you couldn't throw it or it would lead to a penalty. Right. But now you can, if you want to throw it at the ref in the middle, you can go ahead and do it. Just either the jammer or the pivot's got to pick it up.
I think if you throw it at the ref in the middle, you're going to end up in insubordination.
That might be an insubordination, you're right. Number 1623, Jamie Fox up jamming for Pueblo, almost out of the pack, and then takes a hit to the outfield and recycled. And number 80D, Meep Meep for Duke City is stuck in the pack as Jamie comes in. Nice jump. She falls in the infield, though, so she's still good to get up and recover. She's through and lead.
And it's a race now as Meep Meep hot on the tail of the jammer for, and there's the whistle.
So 0-0 on the passes. Jamie came in. She had to call off the jam. The pressure was being put on by Meep Meep. She thought maybe, it looked like she thought she had one, but the jam refs say no pass by either jammer.
Ringo Star stepping up next. We're at the start for Pueblo. And we have Team Slayer coming next for the Moretos.
Alrighty, so number 667, Ringo Scar versus number 511, Seam Slayer for the Muñecas Muertas.
We've seen Seam Slayer quite a few times. Seam Slayer's been great at neutralizing the Pueblo defense, getting through there and picking up lead jammer. And we're seeing that again as she gets pushed to the outside, but stays in. Oh, gets recycled now at turn 2, and they're pulling her all the way back to the jam line.
And same thing happened with Ringo Scar taken to the outfield. Both jammers were actually recycling at the same time. That's a great thing about roller derby. We're really green about recycling jammers.
Absolutely, and green is the way to go in today. And Duke wearing the black and green, so they're even taking that even further. As Seam Slayer gets recycled again to the pivot line, going up against a 4-wall of Pueblo defenders now.
And Ringo Scar at the front against 3, able to make it out. Lead is for Pueblo. And a multiplayer block on one of Duke City's blockers, going to put him in the box. As Ringo Scar comes around, she gives a nice hit to Seam Slayer, taking her down, giving her blockers a chance to set up for that defensive thing that needed to happen there.
Seam Slayer finally, gets chased down, gets a nice booty hit at turn 4, gets hit out, and is going to have to recycle back around. And Pueblo taking her all the way back to the opposite straightaway. It seems at this point in the game that the Pueblo defense has really figured out how to neutralize Seam Slayer. She has not even finished her initial pass yet.
They're definitely making it a lot tougher on Seam Slayer, and I'm seeing Pueblo take it a little further out. Before, they were kind of giving up at 5 or 10 feet, and I think they're remembering we can go out 20 feet from the pack and still hit a jammer. Now, Ringo Scar calls it off, 10 points on the jam for Pueblo, so Pueblo creeping ever closer to Duke City, but Duke City was still a decent lead, 62-35 with 17 remaining in the half.
And we do have Banff on the jam line.
So Banff jamming for Duke City once again. Banff looking for the outside to try and find a way through, but getting buffeted around by the Pueblo defenders. Nice move to the inside by Banff as Banff picks up lead jammer for Duke City. And that's exactly what they've been waiting for. They haven't had the lead the last couple of times. They want to get some points on the board and make this lead bigger than it already is.
Exactly. Now, Banff already around for a scoring pass. Number 133, Ala Inyabiz, jamming for Pueblo. Did make her way out of the front side of the pack and is looking to come in for points, but Banff calls off the jam. Does pick up all 4 points on the pass, moving Duke City even further ahead of Pueblo.
Yeah.
So just pushing that point. So just a little bit over up there, bringing it on to 31. 31 points spread there. Oh, to jam next, photo with Marcus Moretas. We have Jericho All-Sticks. Jamie Fox up for the Jailhouse Jawbreakers.
Alrighty, so 1-6-2-3, Jamie Fox show up for the Pueblo Jailhouse Jawbreakers, and number 713, Jerk of All Skates as we get into the next jam.
Jerk of All Skates going up against those Pueblo defenders again. We're seeing a nice deep wall here. It's like an immovable object as Jerk of All Skates tries to get around. Oh, does a nice little twist turn on the inside lane and picks up lead jammer.
And Ringo Scar being recycled and picking up a penalty. I'm sorry, Jamie Fox show being recycled and picking up a penalty is in the box. So we have a power jam for Duke City. This is not what Pueblo wanted, but it's certainly a boon for Duke City right now. They can increase their lead as Jerk of All Skates fights off Lorna Love on the inside line, takes 5.
That was an excellent defensive work there by Pueblo as they really made Jerk of All Skates work through that line. They bridged it out. She had to go up against every single one of those blockers before she was able to get out. And as we've been sitting here talking about it, she's going up against that line once again. And we're seeing it happen all over again as they're just glomming onto her like glue as Jerk of All Skates tries to break through that front line.
A pretty decent penalty kill from the previous power jams that we've had for Pueblo. Only 5 points picked up this time during the power jam, and Jamie Foxshope is back looking to fight her way through. And
Jerk of All Skates going to the penalty box now for a low block. So that'll put Pueblo, misconduct.
Yeah, it looked like a low block from the back, but then as the ref came around, I saw that misconduct. So it is a power jam for Pueblo. Jamie Foxshope still on her initial pass is having some trouble from Duke City's defensive line now. Basically, it's a repeat of what Pueblo was doing, only it changed the colors up.
And once again, Pueblo out there in yellow, Duke in green if you're just joining us, or excuse me, Duke in black if you're just joining us and trying to figure out who's who out there on the track.
Alrighty, Jamie Foxshope through for 5 in the sky for Pueblo. So now we're matched points as both jammers are back in, both coming in for a scoring pass. Jamie looking to call off the jam. She's able to do so after getting through and picking up another.
And it's
5 points for Pueblo, and there were 4 points awarded to Duke City after the whistle blew as well. So it was 10-9 on the jam, 1 point pickup by Pueblo ultimately, and it puts us at 75-45. So we're seeing a little bit of stretching by Duke and then a little bit of return from Pueblo. Pueblo just needs to turn up the magic a little bit and get that a little closer, I think.
Right. Oh, nice move to the outside by Meet Meet. It's not enough to stop me. Meet Meet picks up lead jammer, and she is flying around that track.
Ringo Scar already recycled to the infield. Going to have to go way back and start her journey through again as Meet Meep is in and looking to put points on the board for Duke.
Footwork, I don't know on the camera, but as the defending wall from Pueblo was pushing her out, Meet Meep was able to keep her skates right on that inside line, and she was on those front 2 skates, so nothing went on the outside, and just out of there.
And now Mimi burning up the track, comes around, hits the back of the pack, is able to put 4 more on the board for a total of 9 on the jam. Call it off and keep any points being earned by Pueblo.
Full strength derby. Oh, and that's what we love. We love the full strength derby. Half strength, good quarter. Right, full strength. Right, on track, we want bish, bash, and a good old bosh. We all want to go, ooh.
I think the house announcers are having a good time.
It definitely sounds like.
We have Team Slayer on the track for the Muñecas Muertas.
Alrighty, so Team Slayer up for the Muñecas Muertas and Ala Inyabiz for Pueblo as we get into the next jam.
The last time Team Slayer was up against Pueblo, she had a very difficult time getting through that Pueblo defense, but not a problem as Team Slayer picks up lead jammer. Team Slayer had a lot of help there from her blockers getting through that pack this time around.
And she probably went back to the bench and was like, hey, look, I need this from you when we get back out there.
And we can see it happening now. Seems like they're going up against that wall, and the Duke City blockers coming up to give her a hand. Seems clear to the outside and picks up 4 points. 5 points.
Yeah, as you can see, Ala Inyabiz is in the penalty box. So it is a power jam for Duke City.
Just still 3 blockers now out there for Pueblo. Seam Slayer through to the outside, picks up another 5 points. I think Seam Slayer is wanting to make up those points that she didn't get 2 jams ago.
You're absolutely right. And she's coming in for another scoring pass now. She sees Ala Inyabiz returning from the penalty box. Her blocking line's got it taken care of. Now they're unable to provide her that offense that they have been providing her. So you can see she's having a little more struggle getting through that Pueblo wall. But Ala Inyabiz is able to get through and now eligible to score. So I imagine Seam Slayer is going to get her points and get out of there, and that's exactly what she does.
Yep. Yeah, so we're definitely seeing that the trick there for Duke City to get Seam Slayer through is to get their blockers into that Pueblo line and split it up to make an opening for Seam Slayer.
Now the question for Duke City is, are they strong enough to split it up so they can have a couple offense and a couple defense to hold on to Pueblo's jammer? Although Pueblo has been very nice to Duke City and has given him a number of power jams thus far. So Pueblo really needs to watch the jammer penalties. And the biggest thing I see getting them is letting the Duke City push them to the line and then getting a cut penalty.
That's Banff jamming for Duke City. She gets pushed to the inside and recycled all the way back to turn 4. But just barrels like a rocket through the outside line and then starts her scoring run.
Jamie Foxshoe up jamming for Pueblo. Already lead jammer and back around for a scoring pass all the way through. She's going to call it off, and she picks up all 4 points. Just the right timing. I mean, Banff was right there at the back of the pack, and
she actually
could have potentially had a point.
Yeah, she actually did a little spin around there and was hitting one of that back line of defense when the jam got called. Up on the board now, 95-49. Duke City in black, Pueblo in yellow.
Already lined up for the jam. This time we got Ringo Scar versus Jerk of All Skates. Ringo Scar quick to the front of the pack, but then driven to the infield and recycled.
Jerk of All Skates having a hard time. Looks like she's having more trouble getting past her own blockers than she is the Pueblo blockers. Gets pushed to the inside and recycled back.
Ringo Scar, meanwhile, has picked up lead jammer, and we've got a cutting the track penalty on Jerk of All Skates. So Ringo Scar in control here, going to be looking to put points on the board and close up that score gap for Pueblo once again.
And we've seen a lot of cutting the track penalties here today. The first game was plagued by cut track penalties, and we're seeing that again here now.
And Ringo Scar now coming back in for another turn. The pack at a slow roll here. Pueblo staying at the back, letting her work her own way through. She gets taken to the outfield. Now the Duke City skaters looking to take her back as far as possible.
Duke City with a nice line at the front there. Going for a deep wall as they're all kind of in a kumbaya moment as they all kind of circle together to provide some extra oomph. And number 713, Jerk of All Skates, now back on the track, working hard to hit that pack, try and pick up some points.
And
this will be her initial pass here.
Through the pack is Ringo Scar, another 5 on the board for Pueblo, so she is making a difference in the impact. She's aware that Jerk is still on her first pass, which is a non-scoring initial pass, so she can keep going if she wants. She's going to get in there and call off the jam. She does pick up another 3 points on the pass for a total of 13. So that's really good movement for Pueblo.
Jerk of All Skates, when she hit that front line from Pueblo, just really had a difficult time getting through there. We're really seeing Pueblo really solidifying their defense in the second half of this first half of the game, if that's not confusing for you. And they're doing a great job of holding the Duke City Jammers back, and that's being reflected in the score. That lead is being chipped away 1 point at a time.
And we do have Meat on the jam line. Muertas.
Meat jamming once again for the Muñecas Muertas. She goes to the outside, gets pushed, goes back to the inside, and now it's Meat lead jammer for Duke City in black.
Ala Inyabiz jamming for the Jailhouse Jawbreakers is in the pack, but just not able to find a way through, even though she's getting some decent help from her blockers.
Meet Me puts a hard hit on number 88 from Pueblo, and in return takes a hard hit from one of the Pueblo blockers. Does not slow Meet Me down, and Meet Me picks up 5 points. So I love it when I see jammers get in there and really mix it up with the blockers. You don't see that all the time, but I like seeing it when it happens.
It does make a difference. As Meet Me comes in for her next scoring pass, she sees Ala Inyabiz is out and eligible to score. She calls off the jam. 4 more points on the board for Duke City, none for Pueblo. Ala was looking to get 4, but it was after the whistles.
So close there for the
Nice commanding lead now by Duke City.
Pick up some points, just called off,
Just about 6 minutes left in the half. Number 3, Jamie for Pueblo.
I think what we're seeing here, especially in the second game on track 2, quite a tight jam rotation. Yeah, a lot of it's like 3, maybe 4.
And that is Seam Slayer once again for Duke City. Seam Slayer fighting away to the front of the pack, picking up lead jammer, leaving the pack behind. Pueblo trying to bridge out and slow her down, but just not very effective at it this time around.
They're missing 1 from their 4 wall, so maybe that makes the difference for Pueblo here. Jamie Foxshup really struggling at the front side of the pack as Seam Slayer coming around on a scoring pass, gets held up by all 4 of the blockers. Now they're all back together and making it work.
Seam Slayer goes to the outside as Pueblo splits apart, picks up 4 points and calls off the jam. So nice move there by Seam Slayer. It seems that early on, Pueblo had Seam Slayer figured out, but I think Seam Slayer now has Pueblo figured out, and so there's a little bit of give and take there as they're both kind of trying to adjust for the fact that each of them has figured out the other's moves.
Well, and I'm seeing as we get deeper into the game, Pueblo is having to change up their walls a little bit because they are skating with a shorter roster than normal. So it wasn't the exact same walls that they were playing against Seam Slayer before that was out there this time. It was about half the wall from before, so maybe that makes the difference for Pueblo too.
Gemma for Duke gets pushed out at the straightaway, comes back in, gets pushed in again in between turns 1 and 2. They've really got the number of time, and that is Banff out there fighting her way through the Pueblo defenders. 2-all at the front of the pack, Banff going up against now. Jogs to the outside.
Ringo Scar jamming for Pueblo, makes her way out of the front side of the pack, picks up 5 points, calls off the jam.
Yeah, felt that pressure from Banff. Banff never giving up at that point, and I love seeing that when, even though the lead jammer's been given to the other team, the opposing jammer still putting that pressure on, forcing the call off, and that's what happened right here.
Just goes into preemption and big hits. You can ride them like that, you always cause problems all day long. And in the matrix, bam. And we got Jerk of All Skates for the Moretas.
Jerk of All Skates jamming for Duke City once again.
And Ala Inyabiz for Pueblo. Ala Inyabiz gets immediately trapped at the back of the pack, and Jerk of All Skates pretty much trapped right at the front of the pack. I'd say she has the advantage, though, because she's at the front, but she's taken out, and Pueblo's looking to recycle her.
Yep, Jerk has recycled all the way to the pivot line. It's not slowing Jerk of All Skates down, though. She's right back in there, and you can see her jamming style. She's trying to get low as she's going up against those big Pueblo blockers, hoping that'll help her out.
Again, though, she's taken out, and oh my goodness, to the outside, Ala Inyabiz, a big hit. She's taken out. That was number 6.
Jerk of All Skates recovers after getting pushed to the inside and picks up lead jammer. Nice low skating style there by Jerk of All Skates, going up against a 2-wall, 3-wall here of Pueblo defenders once again. Duke in black, Pueblo in yellow.
And Ala Inyabiz finally finds her way through that inside line. She's out and eligible to go as a cut track penalty is going to be called on Jerk of All Skates. So this will be a 2-minute jam, of which there's about 50 seconds remaining as Ala Inyabiz comes in for a first scoring pass. Now, Jerk will have picked up some points because she was in the pack, but they won't be awarded till the end of the jam or until she returns to the track and makes her way back through the pack.
And I don't know if you noticed that, but when Ala Inyabiz went to that inside line, she was being chased down by FU2, and it almost looked to me like FU2's block was actually assisting Ala Inyabiz to getting through that pack as opposed to slowing her down.
And that does happen in a sport where where you're rolling and you have some inertia, sometimes you can't help but just transfer that energy to the person on the opposing team.
Jerkoval skates back on the track now, skating very quickly, trying to hit that back of the pack, pick up some points. We also have a star cover pass as Farm Fresh now, number 2, wearing the star for Pueblo.
Now, Pueblo awarded all 5 points on that first pass because Ala Inubis had picked up all the score points before she passed the star. She was just having trouble breaking out there. And Jerkoval skates did return, also picked up 5 points because she'd earned those in the previous pass before she went to the penalty box. Because she'd actually passed everybody, got the penalty, went to the box, and then came back and had to go back through to get the points. So.
All right, this could be last game of the first half. Jamie Fox, you up back on the line for Jailhouse.
Alrighty, Jamie Fox, you up on the line for Jailhouse Jawbreakers and Meep Meep for Duke City. And Jamie Fox, you up. She's done really well with her lead jammer calls. This will be the third time that she's out there picking up lead for Pueblo. And burning up the track, already around for a scoring pass. Meep Meep, meanwhile, hung up in the path.
Meep Meep goes down. No penalty called on that as Meep Meep gets back up and tries to get around those Pueblo defenders again. They're holding her to the outside.
Jamie Fox up through for 5 points on the board. Meep Meep, meanwhile, really struggling to get through here. Her blockers looking to give her some defense as Jamie comes around with a beautiful jump over the apex. Another 5 points on the board for Pueblo.
Meep Meep still held up there. Pueblo really making sure that they're everywhere Meep Meep wants to be, and Meep Meep's not able to get through. And of course, just as I say it, Meep Meep breaks through the pack and starts her initial scoring run.
Jamie in on her fourth scoring pass and looking to put some more points on the board. She is lead. She's aware where Meep Meep is. She's going to go ahead and call off the jam. She does pick up another 3 points on the pass. A very good jam for Pueblo. 19 points on the jam. That gives them some good momentum. I would say Pueblo should probably jam Jamie Fox up a little bit more if she can handle it. I mean, unfortunately, again, they're skating short rostered, and so we're seeing people play in multiple positions. And that can be tough to do, especially when you've got a tournament day, which means this is probably not their only game of the day.
Yeah, it won't be. And, you know, it's not going to take much for Pueblo to be able to pull this out. We are in a that wants their strategy, get their momentum, keep their momentum going into the second half. And it's not going to take much for Pueblo to really break out of this. A score 114-86, that's not an insurmountable lead. 1 or 2 more power jams for Pueblo, and they could easily tie up the score and get past Duke City.
So as we kind of discussed earlier, what's happened most of this first half that's really caused the point deficit for Pueblo is early on their jammers were giving up so many power jams, and their blockers were unable to do the penalty kill until a little while in. And we saw they gave up some penalties from the jammers, but the blockers were able to turn it up and keep the points gain low by doing good job blocking. Now let's get back into the action.
Seamslayer jamming for Duke City, taking a hard hit at turn 1.
Ringo Scar, meanwhile, at the front of the pack there, jamming for Pueblo, is out and lead jammer.
And Seamslayer still trying to get through. And Seamslayer, the high point scorer for Duke City, Pueblo neutralized her early, about middle of this half, and that's where they stopped that point.
And Ringo Scar through for 4 points on the pass. It looks like she's going to go ahead and keep skating, even though Seamslayer's coming in for points as well. So we're matched 4 for 4 as Ringo Scar coming back through. I think she was hoping her blocker wall would hold up the jammer so that she could gain a little more score. So ultimately on the pass, Pueblo's going to pick up 4 points up more, getting closer to Duke because they were matched on that first pass.
And that is halftime.
Yeah, that takes us to the half. So going out of this half, very much like you said, Pueblo really needs to stop giving up the power jams and hopefully pull a couple power jams for themselves to close up that gap. Duke City really just needs to keep doing what they're doing. Maybe focus on a strategy for how they're going to stop Jamie Fox, who seems to have been able to break 3 or 4 times out there first and really quick off the line. So that's the biggest threat to Duke City is Jamie Fox in my humble opinion.
The other thing, I think the other threat to Duke City right now is that Pueblo defense. If they keep jamming Seamslayer the way they have been, Pueblo's really got Seam Slayer figured out. And if Duke can't continue to get those blockers in there to open up those doors for Seam Slayer, that could be a problem for Duke. And that could enable Pueblo to also decrease that point deficit.
You're correct, and we saw that a lot in that second half, or in the second half of the first period. We saw Pueblo do a lot of that control of the jammer. They were able to shut down not only Seam Slayer, but Jerk of all Skates from getting too many points on him, especially in a power jam situation. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and let you guys take a break, get some drinks, and go. Thank you very much for joining us on ColoradoSports.TV. Don't forget to click the donate button and donate now for all of this wonderful Derby coverage being brought to you from Loveland, Colorado, Mayday Mayhem 2015. I'm Ben. strategy was that when I do that, they're going to go for the pivot, or they're just going to let me through because they think I'm going to get a penalty.
Right.
And then I'm going to get through, get to the front, retake the star and go. Yeah.
Put it back on, right.
Or you could do what Ala did, which is throw it, pick it up, and then hand it to the pivot, which is also works because it's not a penalty now that you've actually handed it to them.
Right.
That was just funny that I was like, she just threw it. Okay, she picked it up. She did it right. I was waiting for the refs to call a penalty because it's such a new thing.
Right.
But there was probably a big discussion because Rock got his butt by NHC's head coach because he was so angry because that cost. I mean, it really did potentially cost them a lot of points. And points make a difference when you're talking 3-4 against each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV's coverage of Mayday Mayhem 2015. We're about to get right back into Derby. I'll give you a little reminder. I'm Bangers and Smash. I'm joined on the mic by
DJ Dick.
Alrighty, and we've got the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls taking on the Duke City Roller Derby Muñecas Muertas, and Pueblo in yellow, Duke in black. Duke with a nice lead right now. As we went out, we discussed, Pueblo really needs to stop giving up power jams and turn on the defense like they have been doing in the second half of the last period. And Duke just needs to figure out a way to break up Pueblo's defense and keep doing what they're doing, I think.
Yep. And Duke starting out with Seam Slayer once again. They're a little bit of penalty trouble at the start of this jam with just 2 blockers on there.
Ala Inubis jamming for Pueblo, able to break her way out of the pack. Lead jammer goes to Pueblo. She's about 30 feet ahead of Seam Slayer. She's going to be going in for points, but her team is at the back. So this is going to be interesting as she comes in, slows down, and she's got to go for it now because Seam Slayer's already going to be putting 4 on the board.
Seam Slayer makes it to the outside. Very nice move there.
Ala Inubis recycled all the way back. She's going to go ahead and call it off. She only picks up 3 points for Pueblo, so taking that risk and going in did not pay off for Pueblo this time, as Duke able to make a 1-point gain.
The 4-3 jam, scored at 122 to 96, 26-point differential. Oh, we love a good
Pueblo once again putting up that nice lineup. That's number for Pueblo. That is I-25, Mother Trucka, coordinating the Pueblo defense.
Alrighty, Jamie Foxshope jamming for Jailhouse Jawbreakers. Up at the front is taken to the inside by number 187.
Doom de Doom. And that is Banff jamming for Duke City in black.
Jamie Foxshope out in lead, but Banff not too far behind her. I mean, it almost looks like less than 10 feet here. Jamie's going to go ahead and call off that jam and end it. It just makes the most sense for Pueblo at this point. You're in a points deficit. Your team's at the back. You don't want to give up any opportunities for points for the other team.
Right. Pueblo lining up a little bit different lineup this time. They're not going for that deep wall. They're kind of spread out across the line here.
Not a bad attempt. Change things up a little bit, see what works.
Right.
They've been doing that deep wall a lot, and I think that Duke City's kind of figured it out.
And that's Meep Meep, number 80D, jamming for Duke City in black.
Lead jammer already. She's out. Now Ringo Scar jamming for jam for Ringo Scar. Not lead jam for the Ringo Scar already through for 5. Making it look easy there on that pass.
Killer Queen blocker for Duke City tried to put a hit there, but missed it.
And this time as Ringo Scar comes in, Farm Fresh going in for a little bit of offense, and then Ringo Scar taken out to the outfield. Going to have to recycle and start the journey again. Good penalty kill by Duke City as Meep Meep now returning from the penalty box.
And that's Killer Queen and Kells Inferno blocking for Duke City with that penalty kill.
Back out of the box, and just coming up against
Meep out of the box, back on the track, mixing up in the pack right now. 4 points being picked up there by Ringo Scar. 5 points.
Ringo Scar keeps going. Now this is, remember, we have no lead jammer because Meep went to the penalty box after going. So we're just going to be doing points, as many points as you can get. Keep on going. Ringo Scar in, looking for more as Meep comes around, looking to get some of her own.
Kel's Inferno was mixing it up there with Ringo Scar. She came around holding her back.
Lorna Love at the back there doing a good job holding up Meep as Ringo Scar makes it through for another 4 and is already around for a scoring pass again.
Lady Lorna just really putting the hurt on Meep as Meep trying to break through that pack. Lady Lorna's there again, a back block having been called on Ringo Scar. Ringo Scar will go to the penalty box now. That puts Meep out there all by herself. We're out of time. Jam is over. 2 points picked up by Pueblo and 5 points picked up by Duke City in black.
So Ringo Scar bringing it that time 16-5 on the jam. Pueblo able to move that much closer. The score is getting really close, but now Pueblo has done what they don't want to do and give up another power jam.
And that's going to be Seam Slayer in that power, taking advantage of that power jam.
Pueblo bringing the whole pack to the front line here, the pivot line. A little stretched out as we have some people looking to hold things up at the back.
We're seeing Duke City get number 181 running alongside of Seam Slayer, opening up a door. Seam Slayer, though, having a hard time and picks up lead jammer.
Havoc Herway looking to hold up Seam Slayer. Did a good job, stretch that pack out, but had to let her go. Seam Slayer coming back in right into Mother Trucka, who was just waiting for her to come in. Now Pueblo's wall starts to stretch out. They're going to bridge. And Seam Slayer makes her way through. Going to put 5 in the board.
Ringo Scar back on the track now.
And Ringo Scar takes that inside line as it opens up. She's through.
Seam Slayer going up against blockers for Pueblo, gets pushed to the outside, decides to call off the jam before Ringo Scar can hit the pack and score.
Mother Trucker holding that front of the line there, just stop Seam Slayer in her tracks there. We're 135-112. Pueblo has managed to bring this closer, but again, the power jam did not help them that time. 8-point gain by Duke City in their lead.
Duke City definitely knows how to take advantage of those power jams, and they've done a great job of doing that.
And Ala Inyabiz up on the line for Pueblo.
Already, Ala Inyabiz jamming for Pueblo. And
number 10, Banff, jamming for Duke City. Recognize her because she's been up there quite a bit wearing the black and silver trunks there. And Banff picking up lead jammer for Duke City.
And it looks like she's going to have a power jam again as
Farm Fresh being sent to the penalty box.
Yeah, Ala Inyabiz off to the penalty box as well. She got a back block call. I was just waiting to see if she was leaving the track. Everybody was blocking her, and she's like, no, I'm trying to go to the penalty box.
5 points picked up in the meantime by Banff. Banff does a nice little move there. She falls on the track and just kind of springs back up. Picks up 5 more points for Duke City. And again, back to the power jams that we were hoping that Pueblo would not give up to Duke City.
And you saw Pueblo was able to really close the gap, but now they're Duke City running away with another 5 points by Banff. And Pueblo down to just 3 blockers makes it tough for them to hold up Banff at all.
Banff with some nice twisting moves around those 2 walls at the front of the pack. 5 more points. It looks like Pueblo's not even really sure how to counteract that.
Ala Inyabiz comes back from the penalty box, immediately tackled to the infield and going to recycle his. Banff taken to the outfield, going to be recycled way back there.
Did a little spin move, but stepped out and has to go back in. Ala Inyabiz stuck at the front of the pack with Duke City blockers, and they're just holding Ala Inyabiz as Banff goes to the outside. Picks up 5 more points for Duke City, really increasing this lead early on in the second half.
Alenyub is just stuck like stuck like glue to that blocking wall. They're not giving her an inch if she doesn't really work for it. Bamp comes back in. Jam comes to an end. Great jam for Duke City. Another 4 points on the pass. Going to take them to a 28-point jam for Bamp with 0 answered points from Pueblo. So yeah, a great game there. Again, probably the power jam at the beginning led to most of that, and then some great blocking by Duke City's blocker lineup there.
That, for me, has been the largest jam of the day that I've seen. We didn't have anything like that in the first game on track 2. I don't know what's happening over on track 1, but that's an impressive jam by any standards.
For a 28-point jam, and the last jam would really put it in favor for them at this point.
Alrighty, as we get back into it, Jamie Foxshope jamming for Pueblo, stuck behind a 3-wall at the back there. Jerk of all skates, also stuck behind her own 3-wall of Pueblo defenders. Jamie Foxshope, though, finds a way around and out on the outside, lead jammer for Pueblo.
Kells Infernal putting the hard stop on Jamie Foxshope. And it's a race now between jammers. A Jerk of all skates putting on the speed, trying to force the call off, and does force the call off. 1 point picked up by Pueblo. Nice moves there by Jerk of all skates.
And 1 point's 1 point. At this point, Pueblo really needs to nickel and dime as much as they can and not let Duke City put any more points on them. And of course, as we've said, not give up more power jams.
Games can be won by 1 point, so you want to get those points even if it is just 1 and you call it off.
Alrighty, Ringo Scar up to jam again for Pueblo.
For the Dead Dolls, Ringo Scar jam from Jailhouse Jawbreakers.
And both jammers just really trapped up there. Now I see Duke City's jammer taking on a defensive position and hitting out Ringo Scar. That's Meep Meep jamming for Duke City, now stuck in the 4-wall of Pueblo.
Meep Meep doing a great job of dancing back and forth along that Pueblo line. Pueblo readjusting. Farm Fresh doing a great job of directing the Pueblo defense, holding back Meep Meep as we're seeing right now. And Meep Meep is through the pack and picks up lead jammer. Some great defensive work there by Pueblo. Farm Fresh coordinating that defensive line, keeping Meep Meep back.
Absolutely. Now, Ringo Scar able to break past Swear and Marie and get out of the pack herself. She's looking to at least shut down Duke City's point gain. And Meep Meep comes through quick, able to pick up all 4, calls it off before Ringo Scar can put any points on the board.
Meep Meep going to the outside there to get those 4 points. And this is the second jam now in a row where, Pueblo scored 1 point the last jam, 0 points a jam before that. So not a lot of points being scored here by Pueblo. They've really got to figure that out. So Steam Slayer at the line once again for Duke City.
And Pueblo fielding the big Kapowski, number 8409. This is only her second time in jamming for Pueblo today.
I-25 coordinating the defense for Pueblo right now as they're going up against Seam Slayer. 3-wall, holding Seam Slayer back. Seam Slayer pushing that wall with just force of will.
As the big Kapowski able to find her way past the 3-wall at the front that was delivering some pretty tough hits, takes lead jammer. Now Seam Slayer is about a quarter track behind. Oh, but she slides out, giving Pow Pow some room to find a way through the pack and put some more points on the board for Pueblo. Pack picking up speed, though, as Duke City has the front wall. They're going to force that call off again. 1 point for Pueblo on the pass as Powell calls off the jam.
Killer Queen coordinated the defense for Duke City on that pass, and Killer Queen skating backwards as the rest of her blockers skating forwards, keeping an eye on where the jammers were for Pueblo. And it's Banff once again with the star for Duke City. I'm glad I finally keyed in on the outfit that Banff is wearing. It's going to make things a lot easier.
And it's Jamie Foxshope jamming for Pueblo. Yeah, as you get further into it, especially with the angle we're at, we're behind the jammer line, so that's why we're sometimes a little late telling you who's jamming, but we always try to get out there. Jamie Foxshope right down the middle of the pack, lead jammer. Again, Jamie, the strongest thus far of Pueblo's jammers today in this game. The one who's able to get out, get lead, and look at that. Burns up the track all the way around, 5 points on the board. This time, though, she is being chased down by Banff, who makes it out of the pack.
Banff finally making it out of the pack, trying to get around Farm Fresh. Farm Fresh was there everywhere that Banff wanted to go. No matter how Banff twisted and turned, Farm Fresh was there to stop her.
So at the end there, Jamie comes in, picks up one more point for Pueblo. Is a little late on the call-off, though. 2 points on the board for Duke City.
Where Duke City is still trying to push that point differential. Did not take
But overall, a 4-point game for Pueblo on the jam, and that's really what they need to keep doing as the time continues to tick down on them.
Right, absolutely.
Ringo Scar back on the line for Pueblo.
Pueblo as Jerkoval, front of the pack, goes up against States.
Ringo Scar, meanwhile, really struggling at the back of the pack there, looking for a way through, finds the inside line. She's out and eligible to score.
Jerkoval once again looking to pick up points here, going up against the Pueblo blocker at the front. Jerkoval skates, gets past, calls off the jam, just as Ringo Scar was about to hit the back of the pack and pick up some points.
So 4 unanswered points for Duke City means they get to increase their lead. We're about halfway through. If you're just joining us now, TV for Mayday Mayhem 2015. Right now we got Pueblo in the yellow taking on Duke in the black. Duke with a decent lead. Pueblo looking to change things up. Having some struggles here in the second half, though. Again, got to watch those power jams and really need to get their jammers out quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. They were doing a great job toward the first half there, but Duke City came out to win here on the second half, and that is number 80D, Meet jamming for Duke City, picking up lead jammer.
And the Big Kapowski jamming for Pueblo, still in the pack, took a spill, got right back up, and 2 to beat to get out.
Looks like there was a nice jump over a down skater in that pack as she came out of there as well. Meet calling off the jam as she's fighting up against the Pueblo black wall, picking up 4 points in the process. No points for Pueblo.
It was kind of funny there. If you were watching, the Big Kapowski did make it out. The jam was called off. She was holding up 5 in the sky, and her jam ref was like, "No, you got no points though." And then she's and she laughed. She's like, "I know. It was on my night."
But when I see the officials, how many?
And why not try? Maybe they'll change their mind to give them to you. You never know. Alrighty, so yeah, Jamie Fox up jamming for Pueblo. It gets up front, and look there, once again, lead jammer for Jamie Fox up. Seam Slayer coming in, takes a block from her own blocker and Farm Fresh, puts her down on the floor and gives Farm Fresh and Strawberry Sour a chance to get up and hold her up even further.
Seam Slayer finally breaking out of the pack.
Jamie Fox up, though, already around and in for a scoring pass. She's out on the outside. She is watching where Seam Slayer is. She's going to go ahead and decide to call it off. And again, I think that's a wise strategy. If her blockers had any trouble holding up Seam Slayer, they're going to give up points that Pueblo can't afford right now with the time ticking down.
And Banff's going to take the star once again for Duke City. Gets out on the line early, saving a spot for her friend. Come stand by me.
Ringo Scar jamming for Pueblo. I love when the whistle blows, they're all serious business. But when it's not blown and they're just standing out there, they like to talk to each other. I mean, I love the camaraderie of roller derby.
And Banff through the pack very easily, picking up lead jammer for Duke City.
And Ringo Scar looking on the outside line. She stepped to the outfield. She gets up. She's going to pick up a cut.
She takes a hard hit from Kells Inferno. So good job on Kells for causing that track cut. And we've seen that a lot of those track cuts. Meanwhile, Banff picking up 5 in the sky for Duke City, now in a power jam. We see Duke lining up to the outside again to let Banff come through and have her way, as it is, with the Pueblo line.
Now, Banff getting hung up just ever so slightly by Lorna Love, but she's through. 5 in the sky once again for Duke City. Again, we've discussed this a number of times. Pueblo did not want a power jam, and right now the blockers are not able to stop Banff. And look at the spinning maneuver.
Oh, that spinning maneuver has been Banff's go-to, and Pueblo has not figured that out yet. As we saw right there, they were a little late to getting that push out to the inside. Banff recovered nicely, goes back to the outside, and then picks up 5 points.
Now Ringo Scar returning on her initial pass, so Banff still has plenty of time to make some points, and Ringo Scar already taken to the outfield by number 11, and that's Killer Queen, who, as much as we've said her name today, would be, in my opinion, the MVP blocker. I mean,
Banff once again with 5 more points, and she got there by doing that spin move around the Pueblo wall again. Got one up against a 2-wall and just kind of easily slided through it at that point.
Now, Banff comes in for a pass, and she is taking the outfield on 1 foot. She does put 4 more on the board on the pass, and a team timeout is called, or at least it was signaled, for Pueblo, I believe.
Yes.
I'll verify when I see the NSO point at somebody. And I see it flashing on the board there. Yeah, so it was Pueblo calling a timeout there. So, but they really, what I'm seeing is they're letting themselves be driven to the outside line. Their foot goes over the line, or you're not aware of the skaters that you passed and you missed one and they went back, and you're killing them is being driven out. Their foot goes over, they step back in, not even realizing their foot's gone over the line, and they're picking up a cut, giving up that power jam, and 24 unanswered points. Every time you have a power jam is really killing them.
And I think the other thing that we're seeing too, and that's the second, just to your point there, that's the second high-scoring power jam for Duke City. Earlier on, they had a 28-point jam now, and a power jam. Now they've got a 24-point power jam. Their walls have not been as effective in this second half, holding back Seamslayer, holding back Banff. They're not holding those jammers back.
And again, I mean, some of that can be chalked up to a short roster, but if you're going to skate short, you got to make sure that you're out there and playing the game that you want to play.
The jerk of all skates jamming once again for Duke City.
And that's the big Kapowski for Pueblo. Both jammers right now really caught up in the respective defensive walls, but jerk of all skates at the front, lead jammer going to Duke City.
Big Kapowski's recycled back, going up against a full FU2 in there. FU2 being the blocker, not me swearing at the fans or at you, Bangers.
I thought for a second I was really offended. Powell finds her way out and eligible score, but jerk of all skates knows she's going to come on through, call off the jam, and put 4 more on the board for Duke.
I would never swear at you, Bangers. Derby love all the way around.
I'm not going to say the same. No, I'm just kidding.
Pueblo starting out with a little bit of penalty trouble here with just 3 blockers fielded on the track. So that's going to give Duke City the advantage here.
And it's going to be Meep Meep taking on Jamie Foxshoop. So 2 very strong jammers, 1 from each team on the track. We're going to have to see how this one plays out this time. Can the defense hold up Meep Meep long enough for Jamie Foxshoop to get out?
We're seeing Duke City getting those blockers in there to split apart that wall, but it's not enough. As Pueblo picks up lead jammer Meep Meep, putting the pressure on.
There was there was less than a foot at times there between the two. Jamie is the point scorer for Pueblo in this game right now, but she wasn't able to do anything because the blockers were unable to hold up Meep Meep, and Meep Meep was
breathing down. I don't know if that got caught on camera, but it was really, really close.
Alrighty, so up for Pueblo, we've got Ringo Scar, and it is Banff for Duke City as we get into the next jam.
Banff doing a great job of figuring out where Pueblo is going to go and going in the opposite direction. Banff works her way around number 2, picks up lead jammer.
Killer Queen spinning out as she takes out Ringo Scar, and Ringo Scar recycled. Then a big hit and spill in the pack. Whistles blown.
Ringo Scar took out like 3 of the Duke City blockers in 1 hit. Pivot for Duke City that's Kel Ferno. And Banff calling off the jam as Ringo Scar catching up right there.
4 on the board for the pass for Duke City. So not a bad deal. Yeah, what happened, and that was really good for Ringo Scar. The one blocker was backwards. She hit her pretty hard. It drove everybody down, and then because the pivot went down and the jammer tripped over, it got a low block call. So, yeah, I mean, it worked out really well for Ringo Scar and enabled her to get out and at least stop the bleeding.
We're missing some dancing now, as apparently both teams enjoying the song that's playing.
The big Kapowski jamming for Pueblo makes her way around the outside. Thought she was free, and actually now she's lead.
That's jerk of all skates jamming for Duke City. She got hung up at the jam line by the Pueblo line, and she still has not broken out of that pack. It's a nice effective 2-all at the front there, holding jerk of all skates back.
That was Joan Cusack and Ala Inyabiz holding her back, and then Farm Fresh came and finished the deal, recycled her at through, going to pick up all 5 for Pueblo. Now, this is what Pueblo needs to do. Turn on the defense and get power jams, as just happened now. We've got a forearms call on jerk of all skates, so the big Kapowski has a power jam and has control because she is lead.
And that's exactly what Pueblo wants right now. They've got to be able to make the most of this power jam, but she's being held up in a 3-wall at the front of the pack by Duke City. Duke City not letting her through at all.
And penalty called on on one of the Duke City blockers. It was the last one. It took just a second. The big Kapowski was not sure if she'd passed everybody legally and could come back on, or if she was going to recycle. She took the chance. It paid off. She got 5 points and back in.
Big Kapowski takes a really hard hit, goes down at the inside, calls off the jam from the floor.
And I got to say, this floor is hard.
It's a hard floor.
It is polished cement. Taking a spill to the inside on any part of your body is not a fun thing.
It's hard just to walk on it.
Especially for some people. All right, so Meep taking on Jamie Fox you up. We've seen this lineup a couple times already. We'll see how it plays out this time. The Duke City blockers down 1 in the pack. Advantage Pueblo. Let's see if it makes a difference for them.
Both jammers tied up in the pack right here.
Jamie Foxshope was getting a little help there from Mother Trucka at the front, who was playing some offense, but it really hasn't helped her out too much.
Meep takes a hard hit from Farm Fresh at the apex of turn 1 and 2, gets recycled back to the pivot line.
And Jamie Foxshope takes lead as she's able to break the pack. So Jamie really coming in hot there against Meep down. It looked like it was
little dazed.
It looked like it may have been just within that back section that you're allowed to target. So good on Jamie for putting down the jammer for a second there.
Yeah, and that was a hard hit. Meep took a second to recover from that. I was wondering, it would look like it was going to hit that 3-second mark where the officials would have to blow the whistle, but Meep was recovered nicely, is back up there.
And Meep giving a little payback there, takes out Jamie Foxshope and recycles her back so that they both have to begin their jam again. But Jamie's kind of okay with that because she's on a scoring pass. So
Meep breaking through the pack and now starts her scoring pass. We'll see what Jamie does, and Jamie chooses to call off the jam. Good track awareness there by Jamie. 4 points by Jamie Foxy up.
So Jamie able to move it a little closer.
5 is what's being reflected on the board.
Oh, I didn't see the thumb from where I'm sitting, so I apologize for giving you misinformation with my fingers. All right, so we're down to 5 points left on the board. There's quite the score gap between the two, but what I love here is that Pueblo is still bringing it.
Oh, yes.
And it still matters. I mean,
yes.
Point spreads matter with the new ranking system. Well, it's not new anymore, but point spreads matter, so Pueblo's still going to be working to close the gap. Can they close it all the way? It's going to be a struggle to do in four minutes. Out
there jamming. Seamslayer being sent to the penalty box for a back block.
And Ringo Scar loving that. She's lead jammer. She's got a power jam. And you know what? If Duke City keeps giving up power jams, that gap may not be so hard to close if Pueblo can break these defensive walls, which Ringo Scar's done, putting 5 on the board.
Yeah, Duke City was down to just 3 blockers out there. Ringo Scar able to take advantage of that.
Now the pack's waiting in turn number 2. Ringo Scar comes around, meets up with the wall of Duke City blockers, and is basically trapped. But she's pushing.
She is pushing. That 3-wall from Duke City, they're doing a great job of holding her back. Ringo Scar kind of breaks apart, reassesses it, attacks it once again, goes to the outside, and picks up 5 points. A valiant defense by Duke City, but not enough. And now Seamslayer retaking the track, and she'll go up against that formidable 4-wall that Pueblo's been putting up against her this whole game.
You're right. And as she comes in, she gets trapped. A multiplayer called, so Pueblo loses a blocker, and this has been when Seamslayer's been able to break her way through.
Jam gets called off as Seamslayer goes to the inside. Looks like she was going to score there. Picked up no points, 12 altogether for Pueblo.
Yeah, I believe pass, but I little concerned she was giving up points, and like I said, that's certainly something Pueblo doesn't want to do right now. So wise idea to call it off. It didn't got a 12-point gain on this particular jam.
And a timeout being called here by Duke City.
I think as the time clicks further down, we're going to see this happening. Both teams still have some timeouts left, and both teams have official review that they haven't used.
And you know, it's interesting you bring that up. Yeah, there have not been any official reviews during this game, and that's unusual.
It absolutely is. I mean, you get one each half. If it's successful, you get to keep it, and you can use it again.
We spoke too soon. Duke City calling for an official review. As soon as we get information about the nature of that official review, we'll pass that on to you.
If we get information about the official review. So yeah, now this is timeouts switched to an official review. So you on the screen have changed up, and now it's a blinky light for an official review.
And it's a case once again of the skaters choosing to go against what we, the announcers, have decided and making liars out of us. Which is a common thing with derby announcers.
It absolutely is. Now, you may wonder why the team that's so far in the lead is challenging. But again, as I kind of pointed out at the beginning of the last jam, point spread makes a difference. If they're challenging points earned by Pueblo for some reason, or perhaps a jammer penalty challenge, then it can make a difference ultimately in where the game ends and how it affects the team's rankings. Remember, all of the games that are being brought to you from Mayday Mayhem are sanctioned by their respective all of the women's games are WFTDA. The 3 men's games that you'll see tomorrow are MRDA, and the 2 juniors games that are being played on Sunday, or on Saturday and Sunday, are also JRDA. So all sanctioned games. That's one of the things Mayday Mayhem has always prided itself on, is that the games are all sanctioned.
And that's an excellent opportunity for the teams that come here to change their position in the rankings. So they want to come out here, give it their absolute all. And I'll say this about Pueblo. If you're just at home and you're just looking at us, listening to us, and you haven't really been watching what's happening, you can't go by the score in this instance. The Pueblo defense has just been amazing to watch. Early on, they really figured out Seam Slayer and a couple of the other Duke City jammers did a great job neutralizing them. And for most of the first half, it really was anybody's game. And I think Duke City realized that coming out into the second half and changed some things up. We've been a little bit more aggressive, and teams are back on the line now.
And again, I think the game would be much closer if Pueblo's jammers had been a little more aware of where their feet were on the track and avoided some of those cut calls.
And that's Banff jamming for Duke City, picking up lead jammer.
The big Kapowski jamming for Pueblo is in the pack, looking to get out, gets a whip assist from Farm Fresh and is out.
And pack coming together now, a little bit of an action out there as Banff attacking the back, takes a hard hit by Mother Trucka, goes to the inside and calls off the jam from her knees, picking up 4 points. No points for Pueblo. Nice little move there by Banff.
All right, so what I can share with you that we know about the official review is that whatever was challenged was not overturned because they have lost their official review on the scoreboard. So that means that whatever they were asking for, it was not awarded to them. I don't know what it was, but
there you go. Jerk of all skates with the star for Duke City.
And it's going to be Jamie Foxup for Pueblo.
We've seen this matchup before. There's the whistle. I just like saying that sometimes. Jerk of all skates surrounded by yellow, trying to find a way through. And we see number 86 from Duke City. That is Death Row coming in to break that wall up to hopefully get Jerk of all skates through. But Jerk of all skates stuck now at the back against the 3 wall of Pueblo defenders.
And meanwhile, Jamie Foxup not having any more luck on her own as she's trapped in a wall of black. I mean, it's just impossible for these jammers to break out. We went around all the turns before a lead jammer was called, and it's Jamie Foxup out first, but then not too far behind is Jerk of all skates, about 20 feet based on the lines on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. Jerk of all skates really pouring on the speed here. And just a quick note about the defense for Pueblo, and we saw it right there. Anytime you look at the Pueblo line, Farm Fresh is there, Farm Fresh is in it. And just for that whistle blow, Farm Fresh was gearing up for a hit on Jerk of all skates. She was going to slow Jerk of all skates down before getting any points. So nice. I think Farm Fresh would have to be MVP for Pueblo, because every time I've looked up or every time I've seen a block or a wall, Farm Fresh has been involved in that.
Blooded Dead Dolls, we have
Alrighty, so it's going to be Meep Meep versus Ringo Scar in this jam. Now the period time is ticking down. 1 minute left. If
Meep Meep with a nice move around Mother Trucker picks up lead jammer.
And now Meep may just run the clock out based on where we're at. There's plenty of time. There's no chance Pueblo's going to catch him. Why not?
The way Meep Meep is skating, I don't think that is her plan.
Oh, no, she's going to get points.
Yeah, she takes a hard hit, gets recycled back, but she's not slowing down. Meep Meep is like, I want points.
Yeah, I'm just saying she may keep on skating through the 30 seconds as opposed to calling it, but no, she's going to go ahead. She saw Ringo Scar approaching for a scoring pass. She's going to get her 4 and get out. Let's have another jam.
Let's have one more.
Why not?
That's what we're here for.
We could have, in 20 seconds, I have seen 4 jams happen.
And a timeout being called. So it looks like that could happen here again. As Duke City calling a timeout, they want some more points.
They want some more points, and it makes sense with the ranking system and the way it works. You want as big a point spread as possible, especially when you're the top-seeded team going into a bout. You want the bigger point spread in the end because that's what's going to make the difference for you.
Can I have one more?
That's Seam Slayer up there once again for Duke City.
And the big Kapowski for Pueblo.
For a moment I had a panic that I was saying Seam Slayer's name wrong.
Incorrectly.
I had to look down at the paperwork. Oh yes, it is Seam Slayer. And once again, for those of you at home, Duke City in black, Pueblo in yellow.
Now the clock has been adjusted. 18 seconds on the clock. This is very likely going to be our last jam of the game. And what a game. It's been so much energy, so much good things brought into the game. Let's talk about that after this jam, though.
Let's do that. As Seam Slayer gearing up, waiting for that whistle to blow. Now, Seam Slayer has had trouble with the Pueblo defense the entire game. So we'll see what she does here. Oh, nice move to the outside. Seam Slayer picks up lead jammer right off the bat.
The big Kapowski almost out, but then 3 blockers come out of nowhere, and Screamin' Marie gets her and knocks her to the outfield. She is going to be recycled.
Seam Slayer trying to go to the inside, gets pushed to the inside. She's going to get pulled all the way back behind the pivot line, having some trouble on this slick floor.
Now the period clock has expired. We got 1:32 remaining in the jam. Seam Slayer has control. She's driven again to the outside by Harley Innocent and recycled behind Ala Inyabiz. As the big Kapowski up front is looking to break her way through, just 2 blockers to beat.
Seam Slayer gets pushed to the outside once again. It's going to be pulled all the way back to the apex between turns 1 and 2, further back, all the way back to turn 1. And big Kapowski through the pack, not lead jammer, but still able to score here.
Seam Slayer going to go ahead and shut it down. No reason to keep on going. 4 more points already picked up. She did pass everybody legally. She wasn't going to make it out in time to get any more points on Pueblo with Powell coming in. So unofficial final 151-221. Not that big a spread between these two teams. And it really boiled down to, in the second half, all of those jammer penalties on Pueblo, and then again Pueblo's defense not being able to penalty kill good enough to where the score didn't spread back out.
And don't forget those 2 really, really large power jams that Duke City had. 28-point power jam, 24-point power jam. They hadn't had those 2 big point gains. Of course, we can say this about any game, but those real power jam, 30-second penalty. Those 2, moving forward, Pueblo needs to reassess kind of where they're at and keep an eye on those things. Hopefully they'll come away from this learning a little bit. They can go into the next game with a little bit of knowledge and work that out.
All right. That is our, I believe that's going to be our official final, 222-151. They're still just cinching things up. Neither team has taken the track for the victory yet. So we're still waiting for the official word.
I'm seeing officials at the scorekeeping table talking with the scorekeepers.
I think it's safe to say that Duke City wins this one, though. I can't imagine there's that big of a math error.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure at this point it's just a matter of tidying things up, but definitely Duke City coming out of this the victor. So looking good. This only the second game of the day.
We didn't know that up here.
Alrighty, official final. I just heard the house say that is actually official final, even though it says unofficial right now. 222, 151. Duke City takes their victory lap. So some really good things we saw out here. Number one, both teams came in never faced off each other. So that first jam we started off, it was really slow, not a whole lot of hits. Second jam, they came into it. So that was kind of that feel-out jam. Where are you people at here? What do we do? How do we figure this out? And then we saw Pueblo figure out a couple of jammers and be able to hang them up in the first half. And then we saw the jammers come back in the second half and be able to figure out, how do I defeat the way that they're now blocking me? So that was really impressive to see from both teams how they adjusted during the game.
Right, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how these teams play moving forward. You know, they worked really hard. Farm Fresh out there a lot. Is that going to slow her down moving forward? Seam Slayer really had to work hard to get through the Pueblo. She was out there quite a bit jamming this game. So is that going to tire her out moving forward? So with these 3-day events like this, these all days, you just never know how things are going to play out.
From track this game, I'm Bangers and Smash. I'm ColoradoSports.TV. Remember, take a moment in between the games and click that Donate Now button and give a little back for all this wonderful Derby action that's being brought to you right here from Mayday Mayhem 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV coverage of the 2015 Mayday Mayhem tournament, hosted by girls of Greeley, Colorado, who happen to be one of the two teams playing in this next game. My name is Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
And I am L. Ryan Hubbard, only known as L. Ryan Hubbard.
We will be bringing this game to you. The opponents for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls in this game are the Winnipeg Roller Derby League All-Stars from Winnipeg, Manitoba. We are here at the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland.
6 Payne Goodall for Winnipeg, hot on her tail. Some penalty trouble there for Winnipeg. Now just 3 blockers out there for each team. Now a full pack. A big hit there. And then we have number 928, Betty Krakow, calling off that jam. 2 points for Slaughterhouse, 3 points for Winnipeg.
That's right, Payne Goodall able to sneak into that pack and pass 3 opponents before the 4th whistle blow, and so actually winning the jam, taking us to a score of 12-2, advantage the visiting team in Winnipeg. Winnipeg is not ranked in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. Slaughterhouse is ranked number 151, but the unofficial flat track stats predicts a ranking of 93 for Winnipeg. So we can expect them to give Slaughterhouse a hard time. Their jammer, number 63, put it on my tab, through and lead.
And we have number 1190, Rika Shanene, jamming out there for Slaughterhouse.
And Rika Shanene picks up a forearm blocking penalty and sits in the penalty box for 30 seconds. A power play for put it on my tab, picking up 5 points.
And Pepper, the pivot for Slaughterhouse, also being sent to the box as well, giving Winnipeg an advantage in the blockers, and she is making the most of it, picking up that
5 points for each opponent that they lap after clearing the pack for the first time. So, penalty box, you do get credit for those opponents when you pass the first blocker at the back of the pack. And just piling on the 5-point passes. This now a 20-point jam all tab.
That's right. Out of that diminished pack there and in that power jam, able to pick up a lot of points there, bringing the score 32-2. Winnipeg still on top.
Interesting that she chose to call it off at that moment. She had the potential of picking up a few more points, as Rika Shanene had just gotten back onto the track and hadn't even cleared her initial pass through the pack, but she opted to put an end to the jam and set up this next one, which is the 4th jam of the game.
Doing a bit of a pivot line start this time. JG brings up a little bit early in this game. Striking B2.
Betty on the jammer line for Slaughterhouse.
Number 1107, Scar2 beat you through and lead for Winnipeg.
A nice.
Oh! She goes to the air. Does she stick the landing? We'll find out if she's awarded the points. And she is.
Yeah, picking up that full 5 points. A great apex jump there. The landing wasn't perfect, but she's able to get all the points, and that's all that really matters.
I thought there was the potential that she might have been called for a back block, but she was not. Betty is through the pack, clear to score for Slaughterhouse.
4 more points for Scar2B2 as she gets the sign from her bench to call off that jam, and that brings it to 41-2 here with just over 25 minutes to go.
Yes, 9 points on that last jam for Scar2B2. So far, Slaughterhouse has only fielded 2 different jammers. Let me see if I can identify the jammer from here. It is number 1990, Rika Shanene, alternating with Betty Krakow on the jammer line for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls.
Winnipeg hitting some tough defense there, just hitting that wall of Slaughterhouse as she pushes her way through there. And we have a pileup at turn 1, and that's going to give pint size number 411, sending her to the box. Looks like that was a forearm penalty being called on her. This is going to give Slaughterhouse a power jam situation.
as she mixes it up there on the straightaway, getting another Winnipeg blocker sent to the bench. And now we have Slaughterhouse getting that lead jammer status. Rika Shanene going to see if she can put some more points up on the board here for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls.
Only the second lead call of the game for Slaughterhouse.
Winnipeg working an effective bridge there as they are trying to keep Shanene as contained as possible. I want to minimize those points that can get put up on the board during the power jam. And that's going to force Slaughterhouse to call it off before she could get any points. Some great defense there from Winnipeg as they did not let, no, there were 3 points being scored there, so they managed to only let 3 points being scored during that power jam.
We saw Rika Shanene's bench signaling and calling to her to try and get the jam called off while Pint-Sized Poison was still in the penalty box, thereby extending the power jam. But she was so busy dealing with blockers that she was not able to see that. She did get it called off as Pint-Sized got back onto the track.
So we'll have both jammers out there. And for Winnipeg, that is number 204. 214.
204 is Let's Go. And wearing the star for Slaughterhouse. Can't quite see from here. Lead jammer is Let's Go for Winnipeg.
Multiplayer block is going to put it back in there. Winnipeg is really pouring on that.
Let's Go already back into the pack, 4 points through the pack. That should be 5 points. We call it a grand slam because that's as many as you can get on a single pass. It is number 928, Betty Krakaho, still alternating with Rika Shanene as the jammer for Slaughterhouse.
Let's Go, put number 5 on the board.
Let's Go gets through, gets 5 more points for Winnipeg as they are continuing to just control this game.
So far, the 2 lead calls for Slaughterhouse have only resulted in 5 points, whereas Winnipeg is really capitalizing here. Another Grand Slam pass there, but now Betty is through the pack and clear to score. That's going to put pressure on Lex to call it off, but she completes the scoring pass first. That should be 4 more, and it is.
Some great skating there as she was able to quickly get those last second points, but as Slaughterhouse, Betty Krakaho was about to get into that pack, got on her toes on that inside line, ran through, and got the 4 points.
6 jams down.
We got Scar2 Beat You on the line again for Winnipeg. And it looks like a fresh jammer now for Slaughterhouse.
And Scar2 Beat2 out first, getting lead jammer status one more time for Winnipeg Roller Derby.
It's Slaughterhouse's captain Pepper, number 99, with their star. Scar2 Beat You, not wasting any time, managed to stay inbounds along the inside for 5 points.
A big hit there from Pepper. She was about to make her way through, gets knocked down, did not recycle back through, and that's going to get her that cut track. And now we're going to have another power jam play for Winnipeg Roller Derby as they now have 70 points.
Yeah, Pepper went down to the track, putting her out of play. Then some of her opponents scooted backwards. And when she stood up, she had advanced her position while out of play, which is what we call cutting the track.
Winnipeg going through turn 1, Scar2 Beat2 getting 5 more points. Winnipeg has been very effective here at getting on that inside line. And now we have a star pass. She passes the jammer panty to the pivot.
That's number 055, Flem Fatal.
And with that star pass, Flem having to cycle back, and now the power jam over. Pepper back on the track.
It's an interesting strategy. By doing that, Scar2 Beat You gave up, but gave a fresh pair of legs, the jammer star, to score points.
Right, so now because she was lead jammer, gave it up. The jam's going to go the full 2 minutes, but now we have Pepper making her way through to start her scoring run for Slaughterhouse.
That means that Flem has only 4 points on that last pass. The time expires on the jam before Pepper can get into the pack for points, and timeout is being called for Slaughterhouse. Each team has 3 timeouts that they can call between jams only, stop the clock for 60 seconds. I think this is very timely for Slaughterhouse. They have been just hemorrhaging points so far. It's an 89-5 lead for Winnipeg. They need to take a moment here and regroup and get their heads back in the game.
That's right. I mean, we're just barely 10 minutes into this game, and already a very large point discrepancy here. We're going to hopefully this timeout, Slaughterhouse can mix up their strategy, see if they can start putting some more points up on the board.
This is only the second sanctioned game for Winnipeg. They this year had their first game lost to Fargo Moorhead by 7 points. It was 139-132. They only gained full membership in the Women's Flat Association last December. So this weekend is an opportunity for them to bring in several sanctioned games and make them eligible for ranking at the next time, I believe, for the WFTDA.
And we are done with the timeout. We have the skaters back on the floor. Winnipeg getting lead jammer status, and that is number 63. Put it on my tab as she quickly got through that Slaughterhouse pack.
Slaughterhouse trying a little different, reporting with number 187, Slim Slam Mayhem on the jammer line. And Slim is through. That's going to limit Tab to 4 points on this pass. Interestingly, Tab is not calling it off, allowing Slim Slam Mayhem to get into the pack and pick up some points.
That shows a lot of trust in her blockers that she believes they can contain the Slaughterhouse jammer while she can continue to put some points up on the board for Winnipeg.
It is true that Slim has been contained in the pack and hasn't completed her scoring pass, but the Slaughterhouse blockers have been able to contain Tab as well.
And we had Sinfully Sweet hitting the Winnipeg jammer out there, cycling her back, slowing her down a little bit, but she was still able to get 4 points on that last go-around. But looks like Slaughterhouse getting 4 points as well.
Yeah, trading 4 point passes there. Jam called off. That's going to increase Slaughterhouse's total to 9 points. Their first points in several jams. 97 on the board for Winnipeg. 18 minutes to go on our first period clock. Then we'll have a 15-minute halftime and a whole nother 30 minutes of derby.
4-1-1 Pint-Size Poison.
Pint-Size Poison taking the star for Winnipeg. Number 4-1-1.
And Slaughterhouse jammer mixing it up with a 3-wall of purple there against Winnipeg. And that is number 1190, Ricochet jamming out there for Slaughterhouse. She is through and gets that lead jammer status for Slaughterhouse.
Pint-Size through the pack in pursuit, about a quarter lap behind or less, and in fact gaining.
With the Slaughterhouse block, with the Winnipeg blockers in the back, that could have been an opportunity. That looks like it did work out. 3 points for Ricochet. And coming out of this timeout, Slaughterhouse has improved some. They've over doubled their points since coming out of that timeout.
More importantly, they've managed to pick up a couple of lead calls and hold Winnipeg to fewer points as well. Now 12-97 on the board at the 17-minute mark.
And Winnipeg out there now with just 2 blockers. Slaughterhouse in red with the full contingent of blockers there, and this could be another opportunity for Slaughterhouse to get that lead jammer status. And that is Betty Krakaho out there jamming for Slaughterhouse.
But pushing at the front, it's Lex Go who gets through first, lead jammer for Winnipeg.
Now this will likely bring Winnipeg over that 100-point mark already here with still 16 minutes to go.
Betty is through the pack. That'll apply some pressure.
That's right, Slaughterhouse able to get up in front of those blockers to be in the front of the pack to extend how long she can be out there.
So Lex Go still questing for points, even though Betty has gotten into the pack for points of her own. That means it's more important for her to rack up her own points than to prevent Slaughterhouse from picking up points. She's recycled now through the infield.
That's right. It looks like a penalty called there on Kristen Knight, but that was probably worth it as they were finally able to slow down Winnipeg.
There go the 4 points for Lex Go on that pass, indeed taking them into triple digits.
Shoulder hit right there in the stretch.
Lex Go through again, picking up another 5 points. Slaughterhouse able to control the momentum in that early part of this jam, slowing down how many points she could get, but now we have them running away with points. Another apex jump. I think this is like the third apex jump we've seen here from Winnipeg, and it is going to award 3 more points to Winnipeg.
3 picked up by Betty on her scoring. No, it must be 4 because there's, yes. I got those backwards there.
16 to 110. Winnipeg in purple on top. Slaughterhouse in red, 16 points. And now through the pack, number 1107 for Winnipeg. Scar 2 beat 2, and she is through like a flash, getting that lead jammer status for Winnipeg.
Is Rika Shanane back with the star for Slaughterhouse? They've been relying very heavily on those 2 jammers, Betty and Rika Shanane.
And Scar 2 B2 through again, gained another 5 points.
Now more than halfway through our first period, 14 minutes on the clock.
Another quick little jump over the track there, and that's going to get Scar 2 B2 through for another 5 points. While Rika Shanane still mixing it up there with the Winnipeg defense, and it looks like now getting a penalty called.
Well, and Slaughterhouse seems to have lost the momentum they were picking up there. We'll see if they can get their heads back in the game, and that could be a potentially costly penalty, not just in terms of points, as 5 more go to Scar 2 beat you, but in terms of keeping your jammer on the track is critical to keeping your heads together.
That's right. Yeah, it definitely decreases morale, those power jams, and watching the opposing team just rack up points. We're at 20 points already in this jam, and most of those points, 15 of those points coming before Slaughterhouse's jammer was even in the penalty box. She is now up, making her way back onto the track, but another 5 points scored again by Scar 2 B2.
Scar 2 showing a great ability to keep her skates inside the boundary line. Once again, she calls it off despite the fact that Rika Shanane was on her initial pass, and she could have eked a few more points out there. But nevertheless, a dominating performance on that jam. 20
regulation sanction games, so I'm sure that strategy will continue to evolve, and they'll get used to, waiting to call off that jam to maximize the amount of points they can get.
Slaughterhouse is the older league. They were founded in 2008. Winnipeg founded in 2010.
And that's put it on my tab, getting lead jammer status again for Winnipeg. We've already seen so far in this game, now into the stretch. And Slim Slam Mayhem, I believe, on the track, number 187 for Slaughterhouse.
Pushing them forward.
Slim pushed into the outfield, has to recycle.
Some great diamond formation there through Winnipeg, but Slim Slam Mayhem able to get right through that to start her scoring run. Slaughterhouse with an effective four-wall there, up there at the front, stopping that jammer from getting through, only be able to pick up 2 points, but forcing her to call it off as Slim Slam Mayhem was approaching the track.
Total of 7 points on the jam for Winnipeg. They come to a total of 142. Still 16 on the board for Slaughterhouse. 11 and a half minutes to go in our first period.
They're seeing, okay, we got Slaughterhouse camera coming, what are we going to do? And they break into action. It's almost as if they practice it.
You can see in purple the Winnipeg blockers linking hands. If a skater challenges those, they have to let go or risk being penalized for a multiplayer block.
That's right, Winnipeg using girl meet there at the start of the jam, skating backwards, sort of shot calling, but that's going to be lead jammer status for Slaughterhouse as Winnipeg had to cycle back to the beginning of the track again, and now Pint Size, the jammer for Winnipeg, getting a penalty. Looks like that is a back block.
Was it a back block?
And so now we're going to have Slaughterhouse in a power jam situation here.
A costly penalty, a track cut on Ricochet-Nene, and we're going to swap the jammers. When Ricochet-Nene sits down, Pint-Sized Poison will stand back up and rejoin the action. Ricochet-Nene will then spend the exact same amount of time in the penalty box.
So now we have Pint Size back out on the track for Winnipeg. They're now at 1:42 here, 10 minutes to go. But it looks like now both jammers back out on the track.
That seems to have been Pint-Sized Poison's first pass, now eligible to score. A scoring pass for Ricochet-Nene, 5 points.
And 4 points for Pint Size.
30 seconds remaining in this jam. It will end at the 2-minute mark.
Some great defense there. Slaughterhouse walling up, but they only focused on the inside. That let Pint Size kind of get around on that outside, but another blocker followed her out there, hit her out of bounds, and is going to cycle her way, way back.
We also see Pepper recycled way back on the outside. She's wearing the pivot stripe for Slaughterhouse. Ricochet-Nene retaining the star. Time expires on the jam. Points are awarded.
3 more points for Winnipeg there, it looks like. And 4 for Slaughterhouse.
So a total of 9-7 on the jam. Advantage Slaughterhouse. 25 to 149 on the board with about 8.5 to go.
Now it looks like there was a penalty, so Winnipeg's jammer now in the penalty box. So Slaughterhouse starting in a power jam situation. A great opportunity here for them to get that lead jammer status and put some points on the board. But some tight defense there from Winnipeg. And it looks like we have a multiplayer block being called.
So that's where we were talking about. You have to be careful when you're holding on to your opponent. If the opponent challenges that link, you better let go or you will get that penalty. Betty is through, lead jammer for Slaughterhouse.
And Winnipeg's jammer now standing. She's making her way on to the track. And that is still going to be Pint Size in purple there for Winnipeg. And Betty Krakaho now calling it off after she got
4 points by my count. Still a significant lead for Winnipeg. Now, we have a little bit of the first period left in the entire second period. Can Slaughterhouse make up 120 points in that time? Believe it or not, I've seen similar feats accomplished in the past, but not very often. This is a big challenge for Slaughterhouse.
Now, only 2 blockers out there for Winnipeg. This would be a good opportunity for Slaughterhouse to get that lead jammer status. But that is Lex, number 204 for Winnipeg. And Lex Go, seeming to defy the laws of physics there. She jumps up in the air to get that lead jammer status for Winnipeg.
Ricochet-Nene now clear of the pack for Slaughterhouse, which will limit what Lex can do.
Yeah, especially with Lex being cycled back there all the way behind Pepper. That forces her to call it off. It looks like Slaughterhouse was able to sneak in a few points there. No points.
That's 4 points for Winnipeg.
Looks like both teams are going to start with a 1-meter deficit as we start this next jam.
I'm really impressed that Slaughterhouse is able to do as well as they are while relying heavily on these 2 jammers. We've seen some teams in the past that have relied on a 2-jammer rotation. It requires a great deal of commitment and athleticism from those jammers.
And that is, put it on my tab, number 63, jamming for Winnipeg, able to get that lead jammer status While number 928, Betty Krakaho in red, still struggling to get past those two blockers. A very effective two blockers out there for Winnipeg. They've been able to contain Betty Krakaho very well with only half of the pack out there. But she is now through the pack, trying to chase down, put it on my Tab.
Tab picking up 5 points on her first scoring pass through the pack.
Winnipeg has been taking that inside line right here at turn 1. I've probably seen them get multiple points there. They have been very effective at taking that inside line and getting those 5 points right there.
And it works again for Tab as she grabs the 4 points. Calls off the jam. Down to about 5 minutes to go in our first period. 29 on the board for Slaughterhouse Derby Girls. 162 for the Winnipeg Roller Derby League. Thank you for tuning in to ColoradoSports.TV.
Some multiplayer blocks being called there on the pack. And we have number 1107 out there for that SCAR2B2 for Winnipeg, picking up that lead jammer status.
It's number 13, Madame Medusa from Slaughterhouse, who was called for that multiplayer block.
SCAR2B2 fighting her way through, gets the sign from her bench to keep going as she picks up another 5 points.
Winnipeg putting up huge defense.
SCAR2 getting into the pack again, meeting some resistance at the front of the pack from number 214, Krista Knight for Slaughterhouse, but able to get around on the outside. 5 up.
10 points scored so far in this jam, but she makes her way through, takes a little tumble, quickly back up on her skates, another 5 points.
The floor here at the Budweiser Event Center is polished concrete.
Rika Shanene still just getting worked over by that Winnipeg defense, as they have been a very effective 3-wall there with a blocker in the front, skating backwards, calling the shots, telling her blockers where to go. And with another 5 points for Winnipeg, that was a 20-point jam, bringing them up to 182 here with just over 3 minutes to go.
It was a full 4 blockers out there for Winnipeg, handling Rika Shanene over there outside of turn number 3. Sorry, that's turn number 2. Number 09 Viper taking the star for the first time for Slaughterhouse in this jam. Lex Go is back on the line for Winnipeg.
Lex Go has been a very effective jammer out there, doing some very impressive skate work to get through those packs again right there on the inside line of turn 1, getting that lead jammer status. Winnipeg has been owning that turn 1 inside line as they continue to just exploit all of the weaknesses in Slaughterhouse's defense to get through any weakness.
Lex Go is now 4 for 4 on lead jammer calls.
Some Winnipeg skaters there going hand in hand, frontwards and backwards, as they control Slaughterhouse's jammer there. A lot of great teamwork we've been seeing here from Winnipeg. Great teamwork and communication from them, having the skaters constantly looking backwards and telling the other blockers where to go. And it is definitely paying off for them in regards to points, as they have now picked up 10 points so far in this jam.
Slaughterhouse probably hoping for some fresh legs by handing the star to Viper. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out for them on this jam, as 5 final points collected by Lex Go. She calls it off. That was 15 on the jam.
As they're getting dangerously close to 200 points here, with as time starting to run out now, just over a minute here for the first half of play.
I see number 411 Pint Size Poison with the star for Winnipeg. And number 13 Madame Medusa out for the first time for Slaughterhouse. So we see Slaughterhouse trying to experiment now and try things they haven't before, see what will work, and that worked for them. Madame Medusa through the back, lead jammer, and a penalty on Pint Size Poison. It's a track cut, power jam for Madame Medusa.
Madam Medusa gets through all of the blockers, gets 4 points. Not all the blockers, gets 4 points, calls off that jam. So her team can start up in a new power jam. Going to the jammer line will be Betty Krakaho for Slaughterhouse. Both teams at full strength with regard to blockers.
Period clock picking down to 45 seconds. This is likely to be the final jam of the first half.
Wow, Betty Krakaho getting through right in between a weakness there to get through to get lead jammer status very quickly for Slaughterhouse. I think that's the quickest we've seen them get that lead jammer status. Winnipeg not wanting to do that again, forcing Betty Krakaho out, but looks like a forearm penalty called on her, so that is going to send her to the bench, which will be releasing Pint Size, who has also been just a force to be reckoned with out there on the track. So an opportunity here for Winnipeg to get some more points. As we have some blocker action going on there without any jammers. Blockers just kind of jockeying for position. But Winnipeg back on the track now. Pint-Size Punisher being hit out of bounds though by number 187, Slim Slam Mayhem, cycling her back to the jammer line again. It looks like she keeps trying to take that outside line, cuts over to the inside, but that's again 187. Slim Slam Mayhem is cycling her through, slowing her down a little, but she is now in starting her scoring run. So
period clock has expired, so the jam clock controls. Only about 40 seconds remaining on that jam clock. And Betty is out of the pack for 5 points. She'd already made her initial pass.
So both jammers going to have to go here till the end of that jam clock with no lead jammer established.
4 on the board there for Pint-Size Poison.
Betty Krakaho taking a hit onto that inside, having to cycle back behind all of the Slaughterhouse, all of the Winnipeg blockers.
Now, Pint-Size Poison passed the star to D3PO of her team, the pivot. First time that she has held the star. She picked up 1 point on the pass she was already on, and then 5 more to end the first period of play.
So it looks like it's just going to be a 5-minute halftime as we are trying to keep the Mayday Mayhem tournament on schedule.
202 for the Winnipeg All-Stars, 40 for the Slaughterhouse Prime Cuts. We'll be back with the second half.
So on the scoreboard at halftime, we have 202 points for Winnipeg Roller Derby, 40 points for the home team, Slaughterhouse Derby Girls. Only a few minutes in halftime, so we'll take a quick break here. I'm Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
I am L. Ryan Hubbard.
Thank you for tuning in to ColoradoSports.TV. We'll be back with you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV coverage of the 2015 Mayday Mayhem tournament here at the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland, Colorado, hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby girls from Greeley, Colorado, who are one of the two teams in the current game. I'm Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
I'm L. Ryan Hubbard.
We're coming back from halftime, a significant lead for the challengers, the Winnipeg Roller Derby League from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. They have a 167-point lead. It's 207-240. We do have another 30 minutes of play. It's going to be a definite uphill climb for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls. This is Winnipeg's first year of sanctioned play. In fact, this is only their second sanctioned game in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. They attained full membership last 2014.
And even though currently they are not ranked, they are predicted to come in around 90 rank there. Slaughterhouse ranked 151.
So in one sense, if you trust those numbers, this is a predicted outcome. But the whole reason you play the games is the predicted outcomes aren't always necessarily correct. Now, earlier today at Mayday Mayhem, we saw a new challenger come in, and it was the Muddy River Rollers, also from Canada. I would be very interested to see them play against Winnipeg.
And now Scar2B2 back on the track and getting lead jammer status quickly for Winnipeg Roller Derby. But that is, we have Slaughterhouse's jammer through to begin her scoring run.
Ricochet that Slaughterhouse has been relying on very heavily. 2 points picked up by Winnipeg, calling off the jam. Now, if I'm Slaughterhouse at this point, this is the time to just try everything you can think of. You know, mix it up, put different jammers on the jammer line, jammers who are normally blockers, blockers who are normally jammers, because you don't have anything to lose at this point. Just try every combination. We saw a little bit of that from Slaughterhouse at the end of the first period, with Madame Medusa taking the start for the first time, Viper taking the start for the first time. I'll be interested to see what other adjustments they choose to make.
That's right. It worked out very well for them when they put Madame Medusa on the track. They picked up quite a bit of points from that. Back on the track, Winnipeg jamming there. It is Lex Go, number 204 in purple for Winnipeg, getting lead for Winnipeg.
Number 928, Betty Krakaho, still, or I should say, yet again, taking the star for Slaughterhouse. She's been alternating with Ricochet for most of the game.
And there's a pile up there. Betty Krakaho slow to get up. Looks like she's going to make her way off to the ref lane.
Yeah, she's just taken herself out of play, and the officials are going to call off the jam and summon the medical crew.
And it looks like we're getting the sign. She was able to pick up 5 points for Slaughterhouse.
So the room going quiet now. You can see officials and skaters taking a knee. This is tradition in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association whenever a skater is down. We don't like it to go totally silent in the house. That can be a little creepy as well.
Yeah, I want to thank the EMTs. Very quick to get out there. Looks like there was a pile up there on the straightaway. A couple skaters went down. So we will find out. When we know more, we'll let you know exactly what has happened and what the prognosis is.
Take the opportunity to tell you a little bit about Mayday Mayhem. This is the 5th year of the tournament. Every year it has been hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby girls, the team you see on the track in red. And it's a 3-day tournament. We have 14 women's teams sorted into 2 pools of 7 who will play round robin to determine seeding into an elimination bracket. That bracket will start play Saturday afternoon. We have 3 men's teams coming who will play round robin tomorrow, Saturday. And we have 4 junior teams who will be playing 2 games on Sunday. So the clock is stopped, 28 minutes and 13 seconds to go in our second period of play. Thank you for tuning in to ColoradoSports.TV for this internet coverage. Take the opportunity to not only thank or echo El Ryan's thanks to the medical staff who are just now helping Betty Krakaho off the track. Seems to be having issues with her knee, perhaps. But also all the volunteers that are making this weekend possible, particularly the skating and non-skating officials who track the points, track the penalties, enforce the rules, and keep the skaters as safe as possible.
Injuries bound to happen in a physical game like roller derby, but every precaution taken to make sure that treatment is given quickly and that everyone is playing as safe as possible.
It is a full contact sport. We have requirements for pads and other protective gear. We're gearing up for our next jam. 28 minutes and 13 seconds, as I said, on the second period clock.
Winnipeg in purple with 218 points. Slaughterhouse in red with 40. And jamming for Slaughterhouse, that is Put It On My Tab, number 63. That's Winnipeg, I'm sorry. And jamming for Slaughterhouse is number 1190, Ricochet. It'll be interesting to see what the jam rotation will be for Slaughterhouse now with Betty Krakaho out.
Yeah, she was a mainstay of their jammer rotation along with Ricochet here. 4 points for Put It On My Tab getting through the pack. And so that's going to force Slaughterhouse to do the thing that I suggested. Ricochet wanted 1 point as she got into the pack as the jam was called off, but the officials did not award that point, and it's 222 to 40.
That was a very close one. I did not know how that was going to go, if the point was going to get awarded or not. Looks like the fourth whistle must have blown before her hips passed that blocker.
That is the calculus that you have to make. So pint-sized poison, number 411, has the star for Winnipeg.
Oh, some early jammer-on-jammer action there at Slaughterhouse. It looks like that was Slim Slam Mayhem. Hits her out and cycles her back. She's having none of it, though.
Yes.
She's just going to stand there and make her come back.
Slim wants Pint-Sized Poison to follow her all the way back around to the front of the pack to be reabsorbed, but Pint-Size realizes, no, I don't have to do that because you're going to have to come back this way anyway if you want to get through the pack. And so she's just waiting and capitalizes by getting through the pack first. Pint-Sized Poison, lead jammer.
Some great defense there from Slim Slam Mayhem. Unfortunately, did not work, but she has now almost made her way through the pack, but looks like right at the end they're getting called with a cut track. So that's going to give Winnipeg another power jam here as Pint Size takes a big hit from number 214, Kristen Knight, but Kristen Knight went out of bounds as well. Pint Size not having to cycle back and gets another 5 points for Winnipeg.
Slaughterhouse also losing their blocker, number 9, Emma Wrecking Ball, to the penalty box on a back block.
And then we had D3PO with some great defense helping Pint Size get through on that outside line as she contained the Slaughterhouse blockers for her.
So already 2 Grand Slam passes for Pint Size, and that should add a third. Yep, there's all 5 points.
That Pint Size able to get low and skate under the Slaughterhouse blockers as she put 15 points up on the board in that jam.
She calls it off, and it looked to me as though Slim Slam Mayhem was about to return to the track. So, again, Winnipeg in principle could have picked up a few more points. They don't seem to have that as their priority. They go ahead and call off the jam.
It's like deja vu up here, shoulder to shoulder. Penalty box once again, the seats are getting cold, so it's a 5-on-5.
And back out on the track very quickly through the pack to get lead jammer. That is 1107, Scar2 B2.
And yet again, it is Ricochet with the star for Slaughterhouse. She's just a machine today.
That's right, some great skating there as she was able to get past D3PO to start her scoring run.
That limits Scar2 Beachy to 4 points. She calls it off, 4-0 jam. Advantage Winnipeg, 241-40. So now a 200-point lead for the visitors from Winnipeg. So as I was saying earlier, I would love to see Muddy River, the victors in the first game that I watched today, taking on Winnipeg, 2 teams from Canada. I think they could be very competitive.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of interesting games here in the next in this 3-day tournament.
So the top 4 teams in each 7-team pool go into bracket play, and the lower 3 teams play each other for placement.
And Lex gets through while a multiplayer block called on Slaughterhouse. Slaughterhouse's jammer very close behind her, though, and that is Slim Slam Mayhem of the previous jam when she had hit pint size out.
So at first glance, it appears as though Slim will be taking Betty's place in the lineup. 2 points collected by Lex, who calls it off before Slim is able to get in for points.
And like you had said, this is an opportunity for Slaughterhouse to learn some new things. I think we saw that with Slim Slam Mayhem when she hit that pint-sized Punisher, the jammer for Winnipeg, out of bounds and tried to cycle her all the way back. I know it's a very good opportunity to just try some things like that, fine-tune them.
So we're down to 23 minutes to go in the second period.
And that is Winnipeg out there, number 63. Put it on my tab. And she is getting lead jammer for
Ricochet
Winnipeg.
Yeah, for Ricochet back out yet again for Slaughterhouse. By my count, this is her 12th jam of the game.
And the last 3 jams, we've seen Slaughterhouse hold Winnipeg to very low scoring jams, just 2 points, 4 points, 5 points. Very different from the first half of play where Winnipeg was getting massive jams, 20, 15 points each go around. They're getting more effective at getting through that pack and laying their jammer, force Winnipeg's jammer to call off the jam.
I'm going to hazard a guess that hindsight poison's number is 4.
So even if Slaughterhouse isn't able to put a dent in the score, they are at least able to slow them down significantly. So let's hear it for adjustments.
And it looks like that is pint size Poison out again on the track for Winnipeg.
And it is Slim again, certainly taking now Betty's place in the rotation, going back and forth between numbers 187 and 1190 on the Slaughterhouse side of the
And she
equation.
gets through on that inside line with a little help from Emma Wrecking Ball, and she is now starting her scoring run. Almost there, point size Poison calls off that jam, though, after picking up 2 more points.
As you were saying, Ryan, held to 2 points, and so Slaughterhouse getting a little traction, at least in terms of slowing Winnipeg down, keeping them to the single pass and not even full pass scoring jams.
And now just about 21 minutes to go here. It is Slaughterhouse 40 in red, Winnipeg 249 in purple, as Scar2B2 gets lead for Winnipeg. And it looks like now we have a multiplayer block called on the jammer for Slaughterhouse, going to give Winnipeg another power jam here. After Slaughterhouse had been so effective at keeping those jams small, Winnipeg likely to run away here with another big jam.
Especially if Scar2B2 is going to carry out apex jumps like that one, picking up 5 points on the power pass.
Very effective. She got turned around backwards to put those hips out to make sure she got past those players and gets through for another 5 points. But now we have Rika Shinene, the jammer for Slaughterhouse, standing up and getting ready to get out of the penalty box.
Multiplayer blocking, a relatively rare penalty for jammers.
And it looks like Winnipeg taking, I don't know if they're listening to the feed, but they are now not calling off the jam because the Slaughterhouse jammer, Rick Shinene, did not make her initial pass. So this is the first time we've seen that power jam where they have not called it off when the jammer coming off the penalty box has still not done her initial pass.
However, it looks like Scar 2 has had enough skating because she does call off the jam after a final 4-point pass, taking Winnipeg to a total of 273 on the board, 40 still for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls.
Yeah, on that power jam, Winnipeg able to pick up 24 points. And now we have some penalty trouble for Slaughterhouse, just 2 blockers out there. And we have Winnipeg's jammer lining up on that outside line and just jumping all the way over to the inside line, getting back to the outside, getting through. Put it on your tab, lead jammer for Winnipeg.
Slim Slam Mayhem tries to step back.
Slim Slam Mayhem with the star for Slaughterhouse. Sorry.
A big hit there from 214 on Slaughterhouse, Krista Knight, but able to slow down Winnipeg there for just a little bit.
Now, we mentioned that Slaughterhouse was able to get a little bit of traction, but unfortunately it hasn't been where it counts the most. Slaughterhouse yet to score this period.
And 5 more points for Winnipeg, bringing them 10 so far in this jam, as Put It On My Tab continues to just get points.
Slim Slam Mayhem out of the pack. Oh, here's an opportunity.
That's right, a cut track on Put It On My Tab. Slim Slam Mayhem now in a power jam situation, going to see if they can get past that 40-point mark. They've been out for multiple jams. She does, gets the full 5 points.
All 5 points.
Breaking that scoring drought for Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, Winnipeg able to keep them locked down at 40 points for a very long time, but now with the power jam here, Slaughterhouse finally able to put some points up on the board, but a big hit there from Winnipeg sends her cycling back as all the skates going. Back out on the track now. Put It On My Tab. Slaughterhouse was ready for it. They line up, but she is able to get through that 2-wall to get 4 points for Winnipeg.
Neither jammer can call it off, so we have 7 seconds remaining in the jam until it's called off by officials. That's enough time for Tab to sneak through for another 5 points.
Slim Slam Mayhem mixing up there. Looks like she was able to get some points on the board as well. 4 more points for her, a 9-point total on that jam. So Slaughterhouse, after a very long point drought, able to finally get some points up on the board. But it was a 9 points for Slaughterhouse, 19 points for Winnipeg on that last jam.
So still a jam win for the team from Manitoba, skating in purple. The team who is the host team, skating from Greeley, Colorado, in red, Slaughterhouse Derby girls.
And that is Winnipeg through again, getting lead jammer. That is 204. Let's go. And we have number 1190, Rika Shinene, featured heavily in this jammer rotation for Slaughterhouse, mixing it up there at the front of the pack. And she is able to get through clean and begin her scoring run.
Lex Go looking to her bench for advice on whether or not to call it off, and looks like that's a not.
Yeah, she keeps going. Yeah, it looks like Rika Shinene tried that apex jump that Winnipeg has been doing. Did not work out for her, and she is cycling back there while Lex gets 4 points for her efforts on that last go-around.
Rika Shinene with 4 of her own.
Yeah, quickly back up off that apex jump and fighting her way through that pack to pick up those points, while Lex now mixed up with a tight wall, a 3-wall defense from Slaughterhouse, calls it off. Looks like she was able to sneak in 1 more point there.
That's enough to take Winnipeg to the 300 realm. There you have 301 on the board, 54 for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls as we near the halfway mark of our second period of play.
Number 357, Jaden Pixie, jamming this number 411, Pint Size.
And we have Pint Size Poison on the jammer line for Winnipeg.
And number 357, Jaded Pixie, taking the star for the first time for the Slaughterhouse Derby girls. Looks like they're trying to mix it up again.
Pint Size Poison gets low right underneath Slaughterhouse's blocker to get that lead jammer status.
Jaded Pixie pushing at the front, one to beat, but now another Winnipeg blocker comes up.
Yeah, the bench clearing out there now. It looks like every blocker on the floor now. And that is Jaded Pixie spinning around, getting past the defense. It gets through clean to start her scoring run, but Pint Size Poison calling it off.
Jaded Pixie running out of time. Winnipeg collecting. We have not seen a signal. It looks like it might have been. Oh, there we go. 2 points on the jam.
12 jams down, 14 minutes left to play. Returning jammers start to be to end. Ricochet back at the jam.
So 304 to 53 now.
It looks like that is Ricochet on the jammer line for Slaughterhouse again. And for Winnipeg getting lead, it is Scar to B2.
Had too much lateral movement. Pepper couldn't stop her, and Winnipeg once again with lead jam.
Scar 2 to the pack, through the pack. Looking for advice, does call it off. That's a 4-0 jam in favor of the Winnipeg All-Stars.
Yeah, very quick call off there as Ricochet was about to enter the pack.
So that was a pretty quick jam. Period clock ticking down to the 13-minute mark. Only one timeout has been called by the teams. Each team has 3 timeouts per game. Slaughterhouse has used one of theirs. Winnipeg has not. They also have 1 official review per period, although if they win their first official review, they then get it back.
Winnipeg's jammer on her toes, going crisscrossing through that track there, getting by on that outside line. That's number 63, put it on my tab for Winnipeg.
Number 09, Vixen jamming, or Viper, sorry, jamming for the second time by my count for Slaughterhouse.
And the little face-off there from Winnipeg as 206 Payne Goodall staring her down, daring her to try to get through. And making her way past the bridged Slaughterhouse girls. 5 more points for put it on my tab, but it looks like a Winnipeg blocker getting called to the penalty box on that last go around. Now with just 3 blockers out there for put it on my tab. She's able to get through again. 5 more points, 10 so far on this jam. Still 0 points for Slaughterhouse as they're a big hit from 613. Rants in your pants. And it looks like that was a star pass to Krista Knight, number 214.
A little surprised that that block from Rants in Your Pants wasn't called as a clockwise, but it all depends on the direction that the initiator of the block is moving.
And 12 points on that last go-around. Just over 11 minutes to go here in the second half. Slaughterhouse in red, 53 points. Winnipeg in purple, 320. And it looks like there is a penalty called at the end of that last jam. So it is a power jam for Winnipeg as Lex, number 204, gets lead jammer for Winnipeg.
Which means that Krista Knight, who had accepted the star pass at the end of the last jam for Slaughterhouse, is the one holding the star for the team in red.
5 points.
And we got 5 points put up on the board for Winnipeg. Lex communicating with her team. Her blockers get by to control the blockers on the outside. Slaughterhouse trying to bridge, has to let her go. And we get another 5 points on the board for Winnipeg. But now we have number 2 and 4, Kristen Knight, the jammer for Slaughterhouse, back out on the track. And she gets through very quickly to start her scoring run.
Let's go calling it off. 2 additional points on the jam, total of 12.
Who was our pivot in the last jam and finished serving that penalty.
So Winnipeg not lightening up here, continuing to increase their lead, now enjoying the largest margin of the game so far with 10 minutes to go.
As pint-size poison on the jammer line for Winnipeg. And she quickly takes that outside line to get lead jammer status for Winnipeg.
Ricochet back to the line for Slaughterhouse.
Winnipeg at full strength as they are containing Ricochet as they go around turn 2.
Slaughterhouse is missing number 2M tongue-in-cheek in the penalty box, but she's standing ready to re-enter.
Pint-sized poison taking a bunch of hits, able to stay up, finally getting one big one, mixing it up with the refs in there, gets out on the track and calls it off.
We haven't seen the points call yet. There it is, 3. So 3:35 to 53, which is actually a palindromic score for those of you who pay attention to such things, which I know there are some of you out there.
And now blocking out there, we have number 22, Winnipeg, Tenacious V, facing backwards, controlling her other 2 blockers, and they're going to see if that will help their jammer, 107 Scar2D, to get through, and it did. She picked up lead jammer status for Winnipeg.
Madame Medusa, number 13, with the star for Slaughterhouse, and through the pack, which is going to limit the damage that Scar 2 can do. A track cut on Scar 2 beat you, giving a power jam to Madame Medusa, who capitalizes 5-point pass.
This is the second time this has happened to Madame Medusa, where she's been able to get out and get a power jam, and she's putting some points up on the board now for Slaughterhouse. But now there is a 4-wall no pack reestablished very quickly. Multi-player blocks called now as she continues to try to whittle her way past this Winnipeg defense.
Payne Goodall, number 206, with that multiplayer block from the Winnipeg pack. Madame Medusa now pushed into the infield.
Yeah, Tenacious V again. She was the one controlling the shots at the beginning of that jam. Another big hit, but we do have Scar 2 beat 2 back out on the track. Going to see if she can take advantage of that. Nope, Slaughterhouse aware she gets. Looks like she was able to keep her wheels in bounds to get through.
Some great toe stop work on the inside line. 4 for Scar 2 beat you, and 5 for Madame Medusa.
And I mean, there's still 29 seconds in this jam, but we can see one of the first jams where Slaughterhouse has the point advantage in the jam, scoring more points than Winnipeg. And a good start there as they cycle Scar 2 B2 back, but Slaughterhouse being cycled back as well. The pack getting sort of split up, almost through Madame Medusa, but she gets knocked down and has to cycle back again. But we have a star pass for Winnipeg, but time ends there, and that was going to the pivot, Tenacious V.
It may have looked like Winnipeg didn't have a jammer, they did.
And we did. That was 13 points for Slaughterhouse, only 4 points for Winnipeg, as we see a jam advantage there for Slaughterhouse.
Never bothered to complete it. Put on my tab and Ricochet back on the jam.
66 to 3:39 on the board, 6 minutes and 14 seconds and counting.
Winnipeg's jammer quickly through, but finding some defense there at the front from Slaughterhouse. That's number 63, put it on my tab.
Ricochet, the stalwart from Slaughterhouse with the star.
And put it on my tab, able to get through for lead jammer for Winnipeg. And Ricochet taking a big hit, but getting up to mix it up again in that pack. Getting through on that outside, that is put it on my tab, getting 5 points for Winnipeg.
Shenane pushing at the front, trying on the outside, but the Winnipeg blockers are relentless.
That's right. They were managing to keep that pack inbound, so that she had to keep fighting through. They were able to continue in that engagement zone, trying to stop her. Now we have put it on my tab through again for 5 more points.
Ricochet now all the way at the back of the pack. Struggling with number 613, Rance in your pants.
Some very quick footwork though as Rance tried to knock her out on that inside line of turn 2. Able to stay on her toe stops and avoid any sort of cut track issues. But another 4 points now, 5 points scored for Winnipeg. 15 points total on that jam.
And the total just going up for Winnipeg, no end in sight. Now a 288-point lead, 354 to 66 with 4 minutes and change to go in the game.
But that east-west movement that we're really seeing the Winnipeg Jammers use is allowing them to find the opening and then turn on the afterburners. Agreed. They're really utilizing the entire track, not hitting the same lines every time.
Action coming around in there, turn 1 and turn 2.
Slaughterhouse giving Jaded Pixie another turn with the Jammer Star.
And as pint-sized poison jamming for Winnipeg. Tries to take that inside line on the straightaway, gets hit out there by Slaughterhouse and has to cycle back. That was a hit from tongue-in-cheek.
Unusually for this game so far, a full 30 seconds gone with no lead jammer. But now, pint-sized poison able to slip through and grab that.
And now they hit number 357, Jaded Pixie out, and she has to cycle back.
This is Colorado. We like to recycle here.
Winnipeg's jammer seeing that 2-wall of Slaughterhouse, able to juke her way through there. She's able to pick up 5 more points.
Pint-sized poison sneaking past Jaded Pixie. That earns her the jammer lap point. Then through the rest of the pack for 4 more, total of 5. Grand slam.
Jaded Pixie with a little bit of knee pad problems there, slowing her down at the end. 10 points put on the board by Winnipeg.
We're down below the 3-minute mark. Going to be about 2.5 when we start the next jam. We got time then for at least 2 more jams, more likely 3, maybe 4. Now the point differential does matter. It does not make sense for Winnipeg to let up at any time because the point differential is part of the calculation of ranking in the WFTDA, and they very much want to come out with a good ranking for their first debut.
Absolutely. Slaughterhouse jammer being sent to the box. That's going to give Winnipeg a power jam, and quickly after that power jam, getting lead jammer status, getting the all clear from her bench. That is 2:04. Let's go out there for Winnipeg.
Number 1190, Ricochet is the Slaughterhouse jammer in the penalty box.
And we have 5 points put up on the board as Ricochet gets standing up there in the penalty box, ready to make her way through. She is now skating her way to get onto the track. A big hit there. That is number 187.
Oh, and
Slim Slam Mayhem with.
Let's Go appears to be in a bit of pain, slow to get back to her skates, but she did, and she's skating off under her own power and seeming to tell her teammates that no, she's okay.
Some really big hits, a very physical game we've seen here today here between Slaughterhouse and Winnipeg.
So a total of 6 points on that jam, 370 to 66. Just over a minute on the period clock. This could be the last jam.
And that is Winnipeg getting lead jammer. That is number 63. Put it on my tab. And out there for Slaughterhouse, number 13, Madam Medusa.
They're looking for that magic again.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see if she can get that power jam that she has gotten out there before. But we have 5 points on the board for Put It On My Tab, getting the all clear from the bench to keep going. The blocker out there now for Winnipeg as 2 blockers make their way to are in 5 more points up on the board.
Medusa having some trouble getting through the pack this time. With only 16 seconds left on the period clock, we might just see Tab wait for that to expire and call it off. 5 more for the Winnipeg Jammer.
Yeah, out there, just 2 blockers trying to slow down, Put It On My Tab, as she is easily able to take that outside line as we have some more skaters mixing it up there. Some low blocks called, but that is going to be right now our unofficial final. 66 for Slaughterhouse, 390 for Winnipeg. Unlikely to see any point changes in there. A 20-point jam for their very last go-around for Winnipeg.
And as we saw, Put It On My Tab waited for that period clock to expire. At that point, you're on jam time. She calls it off, and that's all she wrote. El Ryan, what have we seen in this game?
We saw some very big jams from Winnipeg. Very effective at maximizing the points in those power jam situations. There was a spree for about 10 minutes in the second half where we saw Slaughterhouse able to contain those jams, though, leaving Slaughterhouse just picking up 2, 4, 5 points at a time, but it was not enough to stem that bleeding that Winnipeg had just amassed a huge point lead.
Yeah, we see, even though they're a couple years younger as a league, Winnipeg coming out and playing dominant roller derby. They really have clearly been doing their homework, been doing their practicing, able to really control Slaughterhouse at every point in the game. Slaughterhouse unable to solve those packs and get their jammers through. So we see a pretty significant defeat for the home team. This is only the second game for Slaughterhouse this year. They won against Assault Creek earlier this year by a score of 153 to 113. But this victory for the Winnipeg Roller Derby League All-Stars is going to really help their debut in the Women's Slack Track Derby Association rankings.
Absolutely. That is a great debut from the team from Winnipeg.
The next game for Winnipeg, which is the Pool 2 team number 6, will be, so that's the game we just played. Pool 2 team number 6 is next going to be at 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time, playing against number 2 Duke City Derby up from Albuquerque, New Mexico. For the Slaughterhouse Derby girls, who are team number 3 in Pool 2, we'll next see them play at 7 o'clock tonight. Their opponents will be number 4 FOCO Girls Gone Derby, their neighbors from just down the road. And so thanks again for tuning in to ColoradoSports.TV for coverage of Mayday Mayhem. This is the 5th annual tournament. We're in the pool play. We're playing round robin to determine seeding into a bracket, an elimination bracket, which starts tomorrow evening. My name is Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
And I'm L. Ryan Hubbard.
We are here to bring you this sport all weekend long on ColoradoSports.TV. Follow along on Facebook. Follow on ColoradoSports.TV's page. You can comment there. And if you have any comments about the announcing, there's a link there that you can follow to a feedback form that's being managed by the Association of Flat Track Derby Announcers on behalf of Mayday Mayhem and ColoradoSports.TV. Coming up next on this track, we have at 2:30 p.m. Pool 1, Team 4, that's the Durango Roller Girls, playing against Team 7, the Muddy River Rollers, who, as I mentioned before, were victorious in their first game of the day today against the Rage City Roller Girls from Anchorage, Alaska. I would very much like to see the outcome of a game between Muddy River and Winnipeg.
Yes, thank you all for watching. Stay tuned. A lot of great derby action coming your way.
Good afternoon, and we are coming back. It is 2:30 Mountain Daylight Time, and you are joining us here on ColoradoSports.TV for coverage of the 2015 Mayday Mayhem here in Loveland, Colorado. My name is Ms. Communication, and I'm joined by
Holly Sheet.
Holly Sheet joining us for the first time on broadcast here in the lovely state of Colorado.
Thank you for having me.
We are going to be watching the Fort Collins FOCO Girls Gone Derby Micro Bruisers versus the Assault Creek Roller Girls A-Team here on track 2. Assault playing this morning dealt a pretty heavy blow. Score on that against Oklahoma City was 242-78 in Oklahoma City's favor. Of course, Assault Creek, 7th seed in their pool. Oklahoma City was the 1st seed. And right now, FOCO is the 4th seed in Pool 2. Again, our pools play off against each other in a round robin, which seeds into our final bracket tournament. The Mayday Mayhem is the only World Cup-style tournament outside of the women's and men's actual World Cup that is played where we actually have a winner at the end of it. Quite a few of our spring tournaments around the world are invitational tournaments where you just watch a bunch of games. And this one actually the largest one that has a winner at the end. Micro Bruisers roster today for this game is going to be number 0, Sandra Decomposer, number 12, Hermione Danger, number 13, Wonder Woman, 138, Unchained Malady, 187, Double Destruction, number 20 is Dead Zeppelin, 333 is Hat Trick, 50 is the original Skankster, 576, the Deathly Howler, 770 is Georgia St. Pierre, and 8008, Princess of Wales, 86 is Gal Capone, 98 Pounds of Steel at number 98, and not 8 is You Be Nice.
Fantastic, and we're playing against them in the blue and white is Assault Creek Roller Girls A-Team, and playing for them today we have 006 Heather Hunt, 007 Doppelganger, 136 Riot Rita, 187 Minister of the Fist, number 28 Hall Pass, number 3 Medora West, 36 Breath Taker, 4125 Plum Jam Happy, number 713 Beast Aggressive, number 8 Danger Girl, number 84 Grinding Zone, number 99 Lindsay McVeigh, and 9MM Miss Maladjusted.
This morning, we saw in the Assault Oklahoma City game that the penalty box was where it was at. The jammers for Assault constantly going to the penalty box, having some issues, but some jammers to look for on that Assault list. 136 Riot Rita. We have number 3 Medora West, Beast Aggressive as well. Those jammers, as well as Lindsay McVeigh. McVeigh this morning having the most effective game. She scored the high-scoring jam of the first game with a 25-point jam in the second half against Oklahoma City. FOCO has not yet played this weekend. Again, the ladies in blue and white are your Assault Creek Roller Girls All-Stars. Your ladies in black, the FOCO Girls Gone Derby Micro Bruisers, and the jam is in play. Please keep in mind that the announcers are facing the jam line, so we will certainly get those jammer names for you once we see them.
And taking lead jammer for Assault Creek is Plum Jam Happy, picking up lead jammer, closely followed, hot on her heels, number 98 Pounds of Steel for FOCO. Coming up to that inside line, Plum Jam Happy tries to duck through that inside line, picks up 1 point, but that's contested. 4 points going to FOCO Micro Bruisers. So FOCO not picking up lead, but picking up 4 points on that first jam.
Plum Jam actually not jamming in the first game today, so she is rested, a fresh set of legs. 4-1 right now, 29 minutes left in the first half.
FOCO taking that front wall, trying to hold nice and solid. Unchained Malady having trouble pushing past number 99, which is Lindsay McVeigh. knocked there to the outside. Now she's trying to attack that inside line.
It's number 3, Medora West in blue, becoming your lead jammer for Assault. She is jamming against number 138, Unchained Melody for FOCO.
Melody now knocked down to the floor. She's really struggling against that 2 wall at the front. FOCO doing a really good job of slowing her down. Time and time again knocked down to the floor.
Big hit to the inside on Unchained Melody. Melody having some issues with Assault Creek. Assault putting together quite a defense, regrouping after this morning. Melody fighting her way out, ready to score.
In the meantime, Medora West has been pushing and pushing, manages to sneak her way around, calls that jam to an end there. No points scored by Melody. I believe we've got some points there on the board. 4 points.
I've got a.
Thank you. For Assault Creek. That brings them up to 6 points, playing against 4 for FOCO.
Correct, with 27 minutes remaining in the half. Jam refs for this game are Silence of the Jams and Spankin' the Monkey.
For FOCO. Going up against number 84, Grinding Zone.
Some good offensive play there by number 12, Hermione Danger, breaking out her jammer.
Hat trick out in front, number 333, lead jammer for FOCO.
Some good work there. Grinding Zone managing to stay on that outside line, having to run her way up though to make sure she stayed in. Jam called to an end by Hat Trick, picking up 3 points for FOCO.
With Grinding Zone not very far behind her, but still far enough away, she probably could have gone for that 4th point and made the risk, but definitely calling off that jam. We have a 1-point game, friends. 26 minutes left in the half. FOCO up 7 to Assault Creek 6. These two teams have not met in sanctioned play before.
Interesting to see how they play out in the game just now.
Big hit from
Assault Creek losing number 28 to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. That's Hall pass.
Wonder Woman jamming for FOCO. Was having trouble being recycled to the back, but has found that inside line at the front. Sneaks through, picks up the lead jammer for the Micro Bruisers.
Out and ready to score as well as 4125 Plum Jam. Happy.
Oh, that middle just opened up completely. Wonder Woman darts her way through. She's carrying on, going round again. Some furious calling there from the bench. Quite a late call off by Wonder Woman for the Micro Bruisers. She picks up 4 points.
3 blockers there.
But it was in time, 0 for Assault Creek. So a very delayed call off, but it worked well for FOCO. They are now 11-6 with just over 25 minutes left remaining in this half.
We have a great weekend for you here in Loveland. 2 tracks of action. We are bringing this to you without a paywall. Make sure you click on that Donate Now button now.
98 pounds of steel.
98 pounds of steel on the line up against number 3, Medora West. 98 pounds of steel, though, heading out on a track cut. This power play is advantage Assault Creek.
A huge advantage as well. We've just got UB Nice as the sole blocker, unable to hold back Medora. Medora picking up a very easy 5-point grand slam. We've now got double destruction on the track as well. Unable again, Medora West finding it an easy pass with just those 2 blockers. Another 5 points added to Assault Creek. They now leapfrog over FOCO, and the jam is still in progress. Oh, lovely bounce on the inside line. Medora West barely moving. She saw that one coming. Bounces through, another 5 points.
She calls off the jam with 98 pounds of steel standing in the penalty box. So we'll have a power start for Assault Creek. That was 15 power points. FOCO with a full penalty box right now, including their jammer on her feet. Obviously, at any level of play, the penalty box is going to come into position, but penalty management seems to be what is making or breaking teams here at Mayhem.
Salt Creek trying to go for the split pack there. Managers in their favour, grinding zone, jumping up through that inside line, picking up lead jammer nice and quickly just before Foco get there. Jammer released from the box. She is back on track. Knocked to that outside line and knocked down again. Some big hits coming in from the Salt Creek girls.
Yeah, that was hall pass, showing her to the hall.
And grinding zone now trying to work her way around the outside. Looks like she's waiting for some assistance from her own team before she goes for it. But they seem to have carried on without her.
98 pounds of steel out and ready to score as the pack rounds turn 4, knocking grinding zone to the outfield. And she calls off the jam with 4 points on the board for Salt Creek. It's 25-11, 22 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in the first half. The very first thing that I am noticing about this game compared to this morning is that Salt Creek has quite a deep jammer rotation. Except for Medora West, none of these other jammers jammed in the first game this morning against Oklahoma City. Now, number 84, Grinding Zone, she did skate as pivot and receive a star pass a few times, but none of them started on the jammer line except for Medora West.
Or maybe that testing of what jammers they can have out on there has been working in their favour. They've got Plum Jam Happy on the line right now. Jamming for them, past the line. But it is Unchained Melody for Foco who has picked up lead jammer. Plum Jam Happy still stuck in that pack. A very solid 3-wall by the Foco blockers, really slowing it down. That pack is barely moving. Unchained Melody now at the back. She's gone through the middle, takes a wide route round, but picks up all 5 points in that scoring pass. Big hit there to the inside line by Princess of Wales, recycling back the Salt Creek jammer.
Unchained Melody breaking it free from the pack. Riot Rita with a final little send out there. 5 more points for Melody and the Micro Bruisers.
Plum Jam Happy now again desperately trying to push her way through the inside and outside. Picks up a track cut penalty and is sent to the penalty box. So Plum Jam Happy off the track now. It's a power jam for Unchained Melody.
And that's going to give Unchained Melody here a opportunity.
Right now, Salt Creek building a bridge up at turn 4. Unchained Melody decides to just go ahead and call it off. She's already scored plenty of points. She does pick up 5 power points, 15 total for the Micro Bruisers in that last jam. And we have another lead change, ladies and gentlemen. 26-25, 1-point game here on track 2, day 1 of our 3-day tournament here. This is why we call it Mayhem.
This is just under 10 minutes gone, and again the scores are leapfrogging each other. The games today have been fantastic. Do stick with us on ColoradoSports.TV to make sure you catch all the action this weekend.
Starting out this power jam, we've got number 333, Hat Trick. She does become lead jammer. Pack stopping around turn 1.
So far you can go before you have to let that jammer through.
Offensive play there in by the original Skankster, managing to break open that outside line. We've got Plum Jam Happy now back on the track, released from the penalty box. She's struggling up against Sandra de Composer. And now a 2-wall at the front. Hat Trick, however, pushes her way around the outside and catches back up to her a whole lap ahead. So Hat Trick picking up 4 points. Plum Jam Happy just breaking free, and those jammers are now racing round to the pack on turn 4.
Some illegal use of magic there.
And Hat Trick calls that jam to an end.
We go Foco Girls Gone Derby lengthening their lead with that 9-point jam, 35-25 with 19 minutes remaining in the first half.
Jamming now for Foco.
She's jamming up against Medora West.
Salt Creek with just a slight blocker advantage as we go into jam number 9. They will start with 4 against Foco's 3 on the track.
Out of Fort Collins, Colorado.
It's number 3, Medora West in blue and white. And she is jamming against,
I believe that's
number
Wonder
13,
Woman. Sorry.
Wonder Woman for Foco. Wonder Woman having some trouble with that Salt Creek defense at the rear of the pack. She gets a little tangled up, breaks free, and lead jammer Foco, Girls Gone Derby.
Yeah, lovely work. They're getting nice and low to avoid those hits. She is quite a tall skater, so she had to get really down to get around the inside. But she picks up a high block penalty.
High block being called on Wonder Woman.
We've now got a power jam here to Salt Creek. And Medora West being battered around a little bit there. Tried to take the outside and the inside. Foco doing a very good job of just now stopping her, barely moving.
Foco definitely stymieing Medora. She has been working to break this pack on her initial pass for 1 minute and 10 seconds now. And with Wonder Woman on her feet in the penalty box, we may just see her break free. We're going to go the remaining 44 seconds as Wonder Woman was lead jammer before she entered the box.
Oh, a massive hit there. Fantastic offensive play. That was number 576. And again, she takes out Medora West. Some really good blocking there, going from the offensive blocking to the defensive blocking in split second, basically.
Wonder Woman with 5 points. She's now on her second scoring pass. Medora West picking up 4 for Salt Creek.
Wonder Woman again getting really low on that inside line. Picks up 4 more points. West just jumping over the skates there. Picks up 4 points as that jam comes to an end. So trading points throughout that jam, both jammers.
9-8 in that last jam. We are at a score of 40-33, 16 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in the first half. You know, I think Wonder Woman with that little skate low move, I'm pretty sure that's how she picks up her high block penalties, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's her specialty, as it were.
Indeed, she is quite a tall skater, as we said. And it is getting, it's getting to be a physical game. It's been very to see the four grinding zone picking up lead jammer now for Salt Creek. And that's number 98 pounds of steel jamming for Foco. She's struggling, but with a little push from her teammates, manages to break through on that inside line on her initial pass.
That will, of course, probably keep grinding zone to just 1 pass, and it sure does. 4 points for Salt Creek, and they will eke up on Foco, 37-44. We've got 15-44 on that Girls Gone Derby. Have played them since 20. That's 3 of the 5, if you count this year as our 5th. Of course, the Microbruisers, named for the fact that Fort Collins is the largest producer of beer in Colorado and is ranked first in the country in volume produced by brewery items. The jam is back in play. We've got Unchained Melody on the line for Foco, and she is up against number 4125 Plum Jam Happy, who is your lead jammer.
Yeah, Plum Jam Happy getting a very early breakout. Unchained Melody still stuck in that pack as Plum Jam Happy comes around on a scoring pass now. Unchained Melody taking a big hit but stays on track on that inside line, breaking free on her initial pass. Plum Jam Happy already passing 2 blockers from Foco, now facing up, knocked to that inside line again as Unchained Melody aims, splits that line open and bursts through. I could hear the crowd screaming for it to be called. 4 points to Salt Creek, and I believe that is 4 points also to Foco. Neutral jam there.
A Swiss jam?
Swiss jam.
Do the Swiss make jam?
They make cheese and chocolate.
I suppose someone there makes jam. Everybody makes jam, right? 48-41, 14 minutes left in the half, and we're going to make another jam right now.
Salt Creek, 4 blockers on track. trying to open up that outside line, but it's opened up for the wrong jammer. 3-3 hat trick picking up lead jammer for FOCO. Number 3, Medora West, breaking free, about a third of a track behind her. Hat trick jumping her way around the outside line. Fantastic footwork there, just jukes her way around all of the blockers. Calls that jam to an end very quickly. FOCO now 52-41, 11 points ahead as we reach into the 13th minute remaining.
Salt Creek, of course, hailing from Casper, Wyoming. Presently, they are unranked with the WFTDA. That will, of course, change in June when May's rankings come out. And right now, FOCO 191st in the WFTDA rankings.
Jamming for FOCO.
It's number 84, Grind and Zone, out there for Salt Creek. She is jamming against number 13, Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman just sneaking that lead jammer out in front of Grinding Zone. Grinding Zone working so hard, picking her feet up and jumping all over the place. Wonder Woman just slides straight past her, picks up lead jammer, hits the back of the pack first. Grinding Zone following her through. Wonder Woman calls that jam to an end. How picking up 4 points against 2 points to FOCO.
And Wonder Woman picking up 4 points for FOCO.
So a slightly delayed call off there by Wonder Woman. It doesn't disadvantage her too much, but maybe those 2 points in such a close game could pay quite costly later on.
FOCO actually having a couple of jams this game where a sneaky Salt Creek jammer has stolen some points. And you know, when you get down to the end of things, you know, those 7 or 8 points that you give up could mean something down the line.
Absolutely, completely change a game at any point, whether it's at the beginning or halfway through or the last few jams.
98 pounds of steel, lead jammer for the Micro Bruisers. She is jamming against number 4125, Plum Jam Happy.
Plum Jam stuck behind a trio wall there that was just managing to hold her on that inside line. She needed help from her team to break her out. Break her out they did indeed. But she's only just in front of 98 pounds of steel, who's now coming up against her, having already picked up a full scoring pass. Manages to dart ahead of her and calls that jam to an end, holding Salt Creek to 0. Plum Jam Happy not picking up any points as yet. And 2 more points added to the FOCO girls' score.
98 pounds of steel picking up that jammer lap point with that burst of speed and then passing one other blocker. Score now 43 Salt Creek, 62 FOCO, and we have 11 minutes of period clock time remaining.
Going up against 3-3 hat trick, looking to pull off the hat trick.
Hat trick now jamming for FOCO. Pushing away up on that front wall, a trio wall there. Number 6 for Salt Creek, who is Heather Hunt, 006, trying to be the offensive player and working well. She manages to break out her jammer, Medora West. Hat trick still stuck in the pack on her initial pass, being knocked to that inside line and squashed up against the outside. Stays on track. Fantastic work there. Medora West taken down to the ground, has a little bit of a slide, but back on her feet now.
Hat trick out and ready to score. Medora West forced on the recycle. She goes ahead and calls off the jam. She does pick up her full 5 points, picking up that jammer lap point early on in that scoring pass. What I am noticing from the Micro Bruisers is that whenever their jammer gets knocked to either the inside or the outside, they make sure that they are there to block the backup.
Yeah.
We're not seeing a lot of, taking your recycling to the community recycling down the road here.
Yeah.
It's definitely nope, recycling is in home and we're going to keep it in the pack.
Yeah, it's being kept very close play throughout.
Taking the star for the ladies in blue, that's 84 Grinding Zone, and she does break free as lead jammer. She is skating against number 138, Unchained Malady, who is out and ready to score.
Grinding Zone now reaching the back of the pack. Darts away around the outside line. Keeps herself in. Just 3 points there for Salt Creek, but fantastic work. Absolute burst of speed there just at the end. Swishes her hips in front. 3 points. Another jammer may have hesitated and been blocked completely off track there, so really good work there by Grinding Zone.
9-point game, 51-62, just a little less than 9 minutes on the clock, and here's where we're seeing that, 1, 2, or 3 points here or there, and all of a sudden Fort Collins is going to see their lead disappear.
Absolutely. They're pushing now, pushing back in with the lead jammer being picked up by Wonder Woman. Plum Jam Happy still stuck in the pack for Salt Creek. Her teammate giving her a little bit of a shove to give her some speed around the outside line. It gets her out a little bit, but she's still just behind number 8008, Princess of Wales. Plum Jam Happy manages to break free almost instantaneously as Wonder Woman breaks through the pack. 4 points added to Foco's score. This is taking them up. We've now got a 15-point gap between the two teams as we hit 8 minutes remaining in this half.
66-51. Crazy game out there. Thank you so much to not only our videographers who have volunteered to be out there this weekend, but also our photographers, Joel Giltner, photography.com. That's a Shutter Up. Gil Cromines is in the house, and also John Acosta. On the track, we've got 98 pounds of steel out in front. She is lead jammer and jamming against Medora West, number 3 for Salt Creek.
Medora taken down to the ground, but an out of play on the skaters means she can break through nice and easily. In the meantime, 98 pounds of steel now up in the thick of the action. Everybody on the floor.
3, 4, 5 skaters going down.
And that jam's called to an end. We have had a penalty issued against number 99 Lindsay McVeigh for Salt Creek during that pile-up.
4 points to 1, Foco on top in that, 70-52, and we have 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the first half. Remember, folks, we are here all day today, all day tomorrow, and most of the day on Sunday. ColoradoSports.TV.
Foco now starting with 4 blockers on the track and managing to hold a very steady front wall here. 3 blockers working in that triangle and just really slowing down Plum Jam Happy, who tries to toe stop her way back onto the track but picks up a cut track penalty in doing so. This leaves Unchained Melody on a power jam for Foco. She's knocked to the inside and taken back, but she's now realizing it is a power jam and pushes ahead with her offensive player.
Great jammer awareness on the part of Unchained Melody, making sure that you remember where the jammer is on the track at all times. If she hadn't have realized it was a power jam for her, likely she would have called off the jam when she was reabsorbed into the pack.
Unchained Melody now working her way around the outside line. Taken down to her knees, but manages to stay on the track. Again, down to her knees on that inside line, but still on the track. Darts her way through, just nudged off, and we can hear her coach instructing her to call that one to an end. As we have Salt Creek's jammer standing now in the box.
We've got a power start against Plum Jam Happy. Of course, Plum Jam Happy headed to the box for that track cut, 74-52. We've got 5 minutes and 20 seconds left here in the first half.
Very high scoring jams during power jam situations. You can get 20.
Number 13, Wonder Woman, is on the line. Oh, sorry. That's 3-3-3, hat trick.
Hat trick pinballing her way through on a very quick start there, making sure she used as much of that power jam situation that was left in her favor. Plum Jam Happy has now returned to the track from the penalty box, but is stuck, hasn't managed to break out from the pack as yet. Some wonderful hits to both the inside and the outside.
Great following and also waterfalling on the part of Foco. One last person to beat, that's Gal Capone, and they have to let her out.
And Hat Trick sneaks away around that outside line, picking up 4 more points for Foco, holding Salt 2-0. it was number 12 I picked up on, Hermione Danger, in that last jam, working some fantastic offensive play and straight back onto the defensive play. She was switching again effortlessly between the two different roles.
It was pretty impressive. It was like smooth moving, just back and forth and back and forth, almost like she was rocking a baby to sleep, but not.
I'm sure I'm sure the opposition wasn't too happy about being rocked. Oh, some fantastic juking. Sorry, yes, Wonder Woman doing some fantastic juking there to the inside line. She's up against Grinding Zone, who's been knocked to the outside line and recycled back. Oh, beautiful leap there. Wonder Woman, 5-point grand slam, just as we've got Grinding Zone breaking free from the pack.
Wonder Woman putting on the speed as she hits the pack on her second scoring pass. Not giving enough time for Grinding Zone to get much past her line. Four more points. That's a 9-point total. Jam, 87-52, 3 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the first half.
Lots of leaping around there by Wonder Woman. It was almost from the far side of the track to the near side of the track in one jump to avoid a block.
It was rather gazelle.
Yes.
She has very long legs, and then also her long hair goes out behind her.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, well, that's aesthetically pleasing.
I wonder if that's where the name comes from.
Could be. It could very well be. I could see Mike Myers writing a poem about that. Number 3, Medora West, headed to the penalty box.
She picks up a track cut after taking a hit, so this leaves 98 pounds of steel on a power jam for Foco.
And that's going to give Foco lead jammer.
Foco down to just 3 blockers. They're keeping the pack slow and steady, but provide a little hit there just as 98 pounds of steel comes around, hitting the back of the pack. She uses her own force to push through, splitting that wall apart, and picks up a 5-point grand slam for Foco. The Micro Bruisers now up to 4 on the track.
Now we've got both teams out with
They managed to get Assault moving. A no-pack situation happens, but the jam's called dead after 3 points picked up.
Jam called dead just as Medora West stands to her feet in the box. That, of course, means we have less than 10 seconds left on West's time in the box. 95-52 right now, minute and 47 seconds remaining in the half.
Melody now jamming for Foco.
As number 3, Medora West is sitting in her penalty box.
Medora West again caged in the penalty box with number 138, Unchained Malady, for Foco's Micro Bruisers. Medora West released from the penalty box as Unchained Malady breaks free from the pack. Lead jammer in that power start.
Medora West doing a very good job of just using her own force to break through. It was a very solid wall. I don't know how she got through. I think her size worked in her favor. As Unchained Malady now reaches the back, she's working her way through. Knocked down to her knees, calls that jam to an end. As Malady was racing her way back around, doesn't manage to pick up any points. Foco up to 99, not quite hitting that triple digits, but they do have a few seconds remaining in this half. Assault Creek on 52 points currently.
48 seconds, of course, left in our first half. We'll have at least one more jam.
And it's going to be 333 hat trick on the jammer line for Foco.
She's jamming up against Plum Jam Happy for Assault Creek.
Plum Jam Happy trying to take that inside line, pushing away against the 2-wall from Foco, and it's hat trick knocked to the inside line as well. Plum Jam Happy knocked down to her knees on the inside, so both jammers trying to take that inside line. Foco holding the front with Assault holding a wall at the back as we reach turn number 4. And it is number 333, Hat Trick, who manages to spin her way around her opposition to pick up lead jammer. Plum Jam Happy knocked down to her knees, but takes herself off track for a track cut penalty. So Hat Trick is now on a power jam for Foco.
With the period clock run out, we are on jam time, 1 minute and 13 seconds left here in this first period. 5 points for Hat Trick.
So now she's going for the new hat trick. The first one she picked up.
Lovely spin around the outside there, keeping herself on the track and pushing her opposition out of play. Beautiful extra 5 points added to Foco's score.
10 points thus far for Hat Trick. We've got about 42 seconds remaining in the jam as Hat Trick picks up 3 in a row, 15 points.
Plum Jam happy now released from the box. Hat Trick's working away on another scoring pass, baiting the opposition to the outside and then taking the inside line. Number 99, Lindsay McVeigh, almost catching her doing it, but it works in Hat Trick's favour. She picks up another set of points for the Micro Bruisers. Plum Jam happy, however, stuck trying to take that inside line, but the Micro Bruisers again doing a very good job of cycling around her. She seems to have had quite a lot of trouble in the packs this afternoon so far, certainly from this game.
4 additional points for Hat Trick. She's going to go ahead and call it off. 124-52. FOCO Girls Gone Derby on top. Huge jam in that last jam. 25 points for Hat Trick. Holly, what does it look like when your team heads into halftime with a deficiency like this?
Oh, it's really tricky to try and get yourself back together, but you've got to take on board what you've learnt in that half already. So if I were playing for Salt Creek, I'd be wanting to sit down and go, what's working in our favour? What do we really need to crack down on? You've got to do the work, you've got to put the hard work in the second half, but you've had 30 minutes to work out what that hard work is going to be. So as long as they keep their mind in the game and keep focused on cracking down on where they've let the points go, where they've picked up the penalties, then they do still have a chance. There's 30 minutes. We've seen some high-scoring jams in this game and in other games that have been going on today as well. So a lot of work to be done by Salt Creek, but the game is still there to be played.
We are running a 10-minute halftime on this game. We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back with some recap of your first half of FOCO Girls Gone Derby versus Salt Creek Roller Girls here at Mayday Mayhem on ColoradoSports.TV. Again, I'm Ms. Communication.
And I'm Holly Sheet.
And we'll be right back. We are back with a minute and 3 seconds left here in halftime. Welcome once again to the 2015 Mayday Mayhem coverage here on ColoradoSports.TV. I'm Miss Communication.
And I'm Holly Shee.
Score right now between the FOCO Girls Gone Derby and Assault Creek Roller Girls, 123-52. Just a few stats from the first half. High scoring jam for Assault is number 3, Medora West, the only jammer who jammed with any frequency in the game earlier against Oklahoma City. She picked up 15 points, and then right at the end, hat trick of the first half, 24 points. For FOCO on 15 points of those being power points. Really 2 power jams given up by FOCO, 4 power jams being given up by Assault Creek, but that deficiency between the scores is only about 23 points are the power points there, so still representative of the score. Second half of the game is in play. 98 pounds of steel skating for FOCO.
FOCO playing in the black, and in the blue we have Assault Creek's number 9. Is that 99, I believe? Is that Lindsay McVeigh jamming?
It is Lindsay McVeigh. Here I say that only one person from the first game, and she comes out.
Well, Lindsay McVeigh, having not jammed in that first half, put straight on for this game. Knocked down to the floor. She hasn't yet broken free of the pack. 98 pounds is still picking up a 5-point Grand Slam pass. Lindsay McVeigh managing to push her opposition out of play, breaks free of the pack, and the original Skankster picking up that out of play penalty.
The original Skankster being called on an out of play penalty.
Lindsay McVeigh does try and throw her hips around to pick up a point there. She's unsuccessful in doing so.
7-0 for that jam. 130-52 FOCO Microbruisers on top. 28 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the game.
Melody, not melody. No melody. Sorry. No melody. I've already been warned.
3-on-3 on the track, both teams with a blocker in the penalty box. And Lee Jammer going very quickly to Unchained Melody for FOCO. Grinding zone, pushing her way around the outside, seems to be her favoured position for breaking free of the pack, and just using those legs to try and catch up again, up to the pack and up to Melody as well.
FOCO right now with 2 blockers in the box. Unchained Melody hits the pack, calls off the jam. She does pick up 2 points.
And FOCO picking up 2 points there.
And 0 points for Grinding Zone and Assault Creek. Again, at this point in the game, FOCO are so far ahead. The little points, 2 points here, 3 points there. As long as they're keeping Assault to 0, it's just going to go their way completely. Assault really needs to be cracking down and making sure they're the ones putting the points on and holding FOCO to 0.
It's a little fast.
27 minutes left in the game, 132-52. Assault Creek again in blue, FOCO in black.
And both sets of jammers just darting their way around behind their opposition. We've got Medora West pushing against the front, manages to spin her way around the outside, picking up lead jammer for Assault Creek.
That's 3-3-3, hat trick out and ready to score. So we've got a lot of threes out there on the track.
They've come up against each other a couple of times as well. Medora West furiously calling that jam to an end as she skates around the outside.
We are going to have a skating out of bounds penalty assessed to Medora West. She was skating out of bounds as she was calling off the jam, avoiding hits. Of course, is how you get that skating out of bounds penalty. FOCO going to start this next jam in a power jam situation.
Assault taking the front line, trying to slow down FOCO's jammer, who is number 13, Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman out and ready, and 2. Wonder Woman jumping the apex. She doesn't need any active offensive help from her team. She'll just skip it. That's 5 points up in the air for FOCO.
Wonder Woman picking up a forearm penalty as she came through on that second scoring pass. In the meantime, Medora West has been released from the penalty box. She's now back on track and pushing her way through. Splits and breaks free on her initial pass. It is a power jam in her preference at the moment, but she is not lead. This jam will run for the full 2 minutes.
This is a great opportunity right now.
Medora West comes out of the pack, picks up 5 power points with Wonder Woman on her feet in the box. Pack right now stalled off of turn 3 as Wonder Woman is released. 43 seconds remaining in jam play.
Wonder Woman just powering her way through, sadly taken to that inside line. Medora West just trying to push and push and push. She was up against a very solid wall, managed to break them down to just 2 before she broke through, picking up 5 points for Ace. Chasing round to the back of the pack. Wonder Woman quicker and knocks Medora West down to the floor on turn number 1. Medora West almost knocked down once more by Princess of Wales, but manages to dart around. Woman speedy all the way back round to the pack before Medora West hits the back of that FOCO wall. Some brilliant jamming there by Wonder Woman.
Another single point there. That was 10 points on that, 14 points on that jam for FOCO. 15 points, though, for...
That was some great skating there from
Assault Creek. 15-14 in that last jam. Assault at 68 points, FOCO at 146.
And we have 98 pounds of steel.
We do have a cleared penalty box, which is nice to know. And we have Lindsay McVeigh jamming for Assault Creek. She's pushing away at the front, does pick up lead jammer, just darts around the 2-wall of FOCO. FOCO are taking a back block penalty on their jammer, so this is a power jam for Lindsay McVeigh.
Holly, I'm blaming you because just as you said the penalty box is full, tweet! Yeah.
I'll try not to curse it next time.
5 points for Lindsay McVeigh on this power jam. Assault Creek sending number 36, Breathtaker, to the box for 30 seconds.
Lindsay McVeigh taking a couple of shoulder shunts, but manages to get through. Another blocker for FOCO sent to the penalty box. So they will start a very low number of players on the track. They still have 98 pounds of steel standing in the penalty box. So this will start as a power jam for Assault Creek. And just 2 blockers on track for FOCO. They may be joined very soon. We do have another blocker standing in the box for FOCO. And only 2 Assault roller girls on the track as well. So empty, there's so much space on track.
It's amazing what happens when you sort other blockers out to the penalty box. It's number 84, Grindin' Zone on the line and lead jammer right now in this power start. 98 pounds of steel, though, already out, already ready to score points.
A solitary blocker on the track for Assault Creek manages to break apart the opposition just enough, and 5 points added to Assault Creek's total. They're now on 83 points, playing against 146. We've got 22 minutes remaining of this game.
I have actually seen a 100-point deficiency be caught up in 20 minutes, and this is not 100 points. So certainly everybody's cliche out there, folks.
It's doable, but it will take a lot of work. And they're going to have to stop this from happening. Unchained Melody picking up lead jammer for the Micro Producers.
It's number 3, Medora West. Sorry, my brains didn't connect with each other there. Medora West for Assault Creek. She's still fighting her way through on her initial pass. That FOCO defense. She has one to beat.
And beat as she does with style. Unchained Melody taking a few hits, blocked down to her knees earlier. Calls that jam to an end after Medora breaks from the pack. She picked up 5 points already in the process, though. 151 points for FOCO against 83 for A Salt Creek.
20 minutes ticking down on that period clock. Here in the house, but also online, Derby Supply, high altitude. Right now they're doing on-site cleaning and bearings here in house, helping us with our skates. They also will do custom vinyl, t-shirts and stickers for you. Check out Derby Supply, high altitude.
We've got number 99, Lindsay McVeigh in blue for A Salt, pushing against the front two FOCO blockers. She tries to take that inside line, but is knocked to the inside, and it is Wonder Woman. No, I apologize. That is Hat Trick, pushing away around the outside line, taking Wonder Woman's usual tactic of the outside line, picking up lead jammer for FOCO.
McVeigh out and ready to score. Hat Trick taking a little leap out of the pack. 4 points for FOCO. She calls off the jam.
Hat Trick there skating almost identically to Wonder Woman. Again, jumping from the outside line to the inside to avoid those blocks and calling that jam to an end just before she hits turn number 3. Definitely taking a leaf out of her fellow jammers' books there.
FOCO, of course, ranked seeded 4th in the tournament. A Salt Creek 7th in their grouping, their little pool. And Grind and Zone is sent to the penalty box for a back block.
This allows Wonder Woman the chance to pick up lead jammer. She does do by side surfing her way around the opposition, and she's now back on a scoring pass. A little bit of help thrown in there by UB Nice. But Wonder Woman knocked to the inside line, recycled all the way back behind her own wall. Plum Jam happy picking up a clockwise blocking penalty in trying to recycle Wonder Woman further back. Wonder Woman picking up a 5-point grand slam, makes her way back around on another scoring pass, as we have standing jammer in the box for A Salt Creek.
Wonder Woman putting on 5 more power points as Grind and Zone gets back in from the box.
Ooh.
Both of them hit the pack. Grind and Zone going to be the last line of defense. She knocks Wonder Woman back in, forces that recycle as Grind and Zone takes off, ready to score.
Some wonderful block jamming happening there by Grinding Zone. We saw a little apex jump by Wonder Woman, which I thought was exciting enough on its own, and then to go straight into the jammer on jammer action and the recycling from A Salt Creek's jammer Grinding Zone. It's fantastic work.
It's very, very tricky because you always run the risk that way of the pack waterfalling forward and reabsorbing you.
Absolutely. It's a risk that worked in her favor, though, managing to split free from the pack before she was recycled in herself.
170 to 83, 17 minutes and 46 seconds. We've got a track cut being called on Medora West.
Which leaves 98 pounds of steel. A solitary jammer picking up lead status for FOCO and now making her way back round. Her team splitting apart, allowing her to come through the middle. Some offense being thrown in there by number 576. That is the Deathly Haller. But A Salt holding steady and barely moving. Plum Jam Happy, who we saw jamming regularly in the first half, has been providing a good blocking assistance here for A Salt Creek in the second half.
5 points for 98 pounds of steel. Score lengthening out to 175-83. Only 5 power points as Medora West gets back in from the penalty box. 5 more points for 98 pounds of steel. She goes ahead and calls off the jam with Medora West free and ready to score.
It almost looked like a pig playing basketball. Just gonna go through.
We're coming up to 16 and a half minutes remaining in this half. Neither team has taken a timeout.
We haven't had any timeouts or official reviews the whole game. course, we're going to say that there's going to be a timeout or an official review.
I won't mention who's not in the penalty box right now.
I'm going to make a true confession to you, Holly Sheet.
Yes.
I have at times when I've wanted my team to maybe have the other team's jammer in the box said, so-and-so hasn't had any penalties.
You're calling on the roller derby beings above to
it never
to
works
change
for
it.
me, though. Out and lead jammer. That is number 99, Lindsay McVeigh.
She's up again. Unchained Melody having some trouble there. Managing to stay on one foot around the outside line. She's now just facing up against number 28, Hall Pass. Breaks free, is not lead, but has broken free. Some good work there staying on track by Unchained Melody.
McVeigh getting a nudge to the outfield as she goes ahead and calls off the jam. I believe that's a singular point, but I'm going to wait for the board to be updated. Oh, 4 points. He was turning sideways. That looks like one finger when your hand is sideways, right?
Needs to spread them apart a bit more. Make them like a fan.
But we're not the ones that it matters to see.
We do have to pass on the information to all of those listening in, though. Thank you for listening in. Please don't forget to donate if you are watching through to make sure tournaments like this can continue to happen and continue to be streamed. Ooh, fantastic work there. Grinding Zone just running up that outside line, almost being knocked out, but Matrix style keeping herself on track and picking up lead jammer.
Grinding Zone being hit to the outfield by the Deathly Howler. We've said her name a few times in this game. We
have indeed.
Hat Trick still tussling with Salt Creek up at the top of the pack. She's got Rita Riot to beat, and she's out.
Hat Trick now through to start her scoring run.
We've got a call there by Grinding Zone, seeing that Hat Trick was on her way back around and she'd been knocked to the outside line. On her way back round, returning to the track, decided it was too much. Calls that one to an end.
180 to 92, 14 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the game. If you are listening to us here in Colorado, we do have tickets available at the door. We are located at the ranch and in the Budweiser Event Center complex. Take the drive up to Loveland tomorrow. I mean, what else are you going to do on a rainy day?
Indeed.
Number 13, Wonder Woman, out in front, lead jammer for FOCO.
Medora West hot on her heels, though. And both jammers picking up plenty of pace as they come back round to the pack. The pack virtually not moving. It is Salt Creek at the back, and Wonder Woman bursts into that wall, manages to split it apart to pick up 2 points for FOCO. And I believe that's a misconduct penalty being issued. I can't see who it's been issued to, but we've had misconduct.
A misconduct penalty being issued to... Oh, I thought it was on the jammer. It must have been a skater who was hitting Medora West as they went out. It was
some action after the whistle that shouldn't have occurred.
Probably. 98 pounds of steel on the line for FOCO. She is jamming against number 99, Lindsay McVeigh.
Lindsay McVeigh managing to break free as we've got the Deathly Howler picking up a track cut penalty as she tried to get back in front of Lindsay McVeigh.
Both jammers out and ready to score. Assault, though, at the back of the pack. It's like a 0-0 jam. Nothing really moving on that scoreboard except for our time, 183.92. FOCO still on top. 12 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the game. What I am noticing in this game, Holly, watching Assault earlier today against Oklahoma City, I certainly see a lot of things kind of that they picked up from Oklahoma City. They're definitely putting together a better defense against FOCO, and that's why we're seeing a relatively closer score than we saw earlier today.
But it's good to see that teams are progressing as they go through the tournament.
Number 84, Grinding Zone, your lead jammer, though out and ready to score points. That's number 138, Unchained Malady.
A hit to the outside, just shunting Grinding Zone off. She calls that jam to an end. She had already picked up 4 points. We've got a few people in the penalty box. This gives us 3 blockers for FOCO and 2 for Assault on the track.
96-183, FOCO on top. Microbruisers looking to make a run at winning their pool.
That looks like Medora West pushing on the inside. And it is number 86, Gal Capone, who has not yet jammed for FOCO, picking up lead jammer for that team.
Gal Capone out and lead jammer. We've got Medora West out and ready to score points. FOCO losing a blocker to the penalty box. Big story right now, though, is that Salt Creek only with 2 blockers out on the track. We've got a full penalty box for the ladies from Casper.
Indeed, I think that made it a nice easy pass for Gal Capone. She just had to push them out of play, pick up those points and call that jam to an end.
You wouldn't want to push our broadcast out of happening for next year's Mayday Mayhem, would you? If you don't, you can certainly go ahead and click donate on our page, throw us a few dollars. I suggest $5 a day. I think that's a reasonable cost for so much derby action here at Mayday Mayhem. That's Wonder Woman with the lead jammer status. She is jamming against Lindsay McVeigh.
Both jammers coming back round to the pack. Lindsay McVeigh almost tapping her hips, having a look at her jammer referee as that back wall of blue is looming first. Lindsay McVeigh now pushing against the front FOCO wall, being knocked to the inside line.
Another 4 points for the FOCO Microbruisers. Wonder Woman looking to her bench to coach setting, and so she with that's a total of 5-4 for Salt Creek. 100 points for Salt Creek, 192 for FOCO Girls Gone Derby, 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the game. FOCO Girls Gone Derby actually founded in 2006, joined the WFTDA in 2009. That was kind of when we saw a lot of teams in Colorado go ahead and make the switch over to the WFTDA. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we may have 4 Division I teams after main rankings come out next month. Big hits on the line. We've got 98 pounds of steel and number 84.
Grinding Zone.
Grinding Zone. She is lead jammer.
Some very lots of action happening here on the line before we had lead jammer awarded. 98 pounds of steel, almost picking it up herself, but being recycled in very effectively. She does now have a break for her initial pass, but Grinding Zone already in and scoring. Looks to her referee and calls that jam dead.
4 points for Salt Creek. Nothing for the Microbruisers. 192-104. FOCO still on top with 8 minutes left in the game. There is still plenty more action coming up next here on track 2 at 4 p.m. Mountain Time.
Melody jamming before FOCO.
We will have 1 versus 5, Oklahoma City versus the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls coming up at 4 p.m. Mountain. Hat trick out there with the star on her helmet. She is skating against number 3, Medora West, and Medora West out and lead. I was gonna, 138.
A very shambled pack. We've had people on and off from the penalty box throughout this as Medora West now tries to push away at that front. Almost breaking free, she does. She picks up those points, calls that jam instantly, and calls it in time. 0 points awarded to FOCO with the 4 points to Salt Creek. They are still a long way behind with 7 minutes remaining. 192 playing 108. And miscommunication, I can also state that in my head, for those who are watching over in the UK, I do think we've got a few people watching. $5 equates to around about £3.
Okay.
Which is nothing really.
Throw us the $3. Yeah, right there. Into the collection bin, or you could just forget about the exchange rate.
Indeed,
drop
just make it £5. Yeah,
£5.
Gal Capone for FOCO, second jam out, second time lead jammer. So she's doing 2 for 2 here, having only jammed in the second half though. She slides around that inside line, picks up those points and calls it almost unseen. The Salt Creek Derby girls were struggling on the outside line to try and get back in, having been swept out. Some really good work there by the FOCO Micro Bruisers. They're now on 196 to 108 with just under 6 minutes remaining.
Just under 6 minutes remaining in our game and just under 2.5 days left in our tournament.
You've got to keep watching. It's been fantastic.
Certainly. Just leave it on the television all weekend. Number 13, Wonder Woman, out and lead for FOCO.
The grinding zone hot on her heels, almost taking her out as they broke into the turn number 3. Grinding zone trying to chase her back up, but Wonder Woman, those long legs are just powering through, and she hits the pack with a few seconds to spare. Her coach is shouting to call it. Does she do so in time? She does indeed. So holding Assault to 0, picking up 2 more points for themselves. They're on 198, almost on that 200-point barrier. Assault on 108, and we've got just over 5 minutes remaining. Four on 4 in the pack.
Got 98 pounds of steel on the line for the FOCO Girls Gone Derby. That is Medora West playing every third jam, almost the entire game for Salt Creek. 98 pounds of steel, though, is lead jammer.
Hat-trick for FOCO, being sent off for a misconduct penalty. After blocking Medora down to the ground. Medora's back up and having broken free. Coming back round on a scoring potential. Jam's called to an end with 4 points being picked up by 98 pounds of steel and no points for Medora West.
If you would like to keep apprised of who is playing what, who got the score of what, and how that affects their seeding into our bracket play tomorrow, go to facebook.com, search for Mayday Mayhem. There will be a link there to the Google document, which will be updated live.
Fantastic.
So you can follow along and know exactly where we're at in the tournament.
And remember, we've got pool play all day today and tomorrow morning, going into the brackets tomorrow afternoon.
Lindsay McVeigh out on the track for Salt Creek. She becomes lead jammer, but 138 Unchained Malady out and about 30 feet, 20 feet behind the pack.
The pack being split up. Oh, some fantastic Unchained Malady spotting that gap from almost a quarter of a turn away, breaks her way through and picks up those 4 points unchallenged. Lindsay McVeigh just realising what's happened, calls that jam to an end, having picked up no points.
108 to 206 at 3 minutes remaining in the game. I try to imagine to myself what it would be like to skate derby and what would be more frustrating or less frustrating, and I would think being reabsorbed by the pack after being declared lead has got to rank up there perhaps with maybe 2 penalties in a row in the same jam as being very frustrating.
Yeah, being recycled back in is not only frustrating, it just breaks your, well, it's called the soul crush. It just stops you from wanting to play derby ever again.
So number 84 Grinding Zone out in front as lead. Number 86 Gal Capone jamming for FOCO. Grinding Zone picks up 4 more points and she calls off the jam, 112 to 206. It's certainly Salt Creek improving their gameplay in this game, keeping it a little closer in score with FOCO. Of course, we had a rankings thing happening earlier with their game against Oklahoma City. Less than 2 minutes left in the game.
She's going up against number 3, Medora West.
We've got number 3, Medora West, hitting the top of the pack, just facing us now. And that's Wonder Woman, number 13, and she is out lead.
Yeah, Wonder Woman again, getting nice and low, avoiding those hits out on the opposition straight. Medora West pushing her way through, manages to though. I think it was on her opposite breaking through into time. Wonder Woman picking up 1. Medora picking up 4 points.
And we watched Wonder Woman. Pretty aware of that. We have our first team timeout game with 51 seconds frozen on the clock.
Do you reckon they'll just use them all now in a row?
2:11, 1:16. You know, I actually, if I could, you know, try to go out on that. This is not the only game that FOCO is going to be playing this weekend.
Oh, yes.
If they allow themselves to get sloppy and lose focus at the end of this game, it's, you know, they will still win the game, but that could carry on into their next game here at Mayday Mayhem 20. That could work.
You need to keep that at the whole.
You know, that's a Muppet thing. It's cool. We do have actually a fairly significant crowd watching the game. We've got the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls getting ready for their game, standing here. I am guessing that they would be cheering on FOCO team.
Maybe so. Are they facing up against each other later on, though? They do play each other tomorrow morning. So, again, they'll be watching to take some tips on how to crack down on them in their own game. Back on, we're into the dying seconds of this game. And that is number 99, Lindsay, powering away, taking a few hits, but picking up lead jammer for Salt Creek. This pack is getting faster and faster. I don't think we've seen a pack this fast at this point in so far in this game.
A great job there from the Salt Creek defense.
98 pounds of steel having some issues with that defense. She tries to draft and sneak around the outside, and she is out ready to score. Lindsay McVeigh contending with the micro bruisers at the bottom of the pack, trying to find that back entry to find the front door. She gets knocked out of bounds, calls off the jam. And we have a team timeout being called by FOCO. FOCO wanting to put another jam.
Absolutely. Lindsay McVeigh just here on turn number 2, managing to keep herself in, spinning on one foot. It was very sort of, it's a move I'd see an ice skater do perhaps, and she's there pulling it off on quad wheels, which is fantastic to see. The agility and the skill that's been displayed over this game throughout the whole of this morning as well is fantastic to see from you know, we've got unranked teams here showing good. I'm enjoying every single
5 seconds remaining on the clock. They actually corrected the time, the scoreboard. That's why you saw unofficial final and then it went away.
Yeah.
So 2:11, 1:18, another jam for FOCO. Definitely FOCO's coaches looking to build some momentum heading into their tournament play here at Mayday Mayhem 2015. Sorry, I get mesmerized sometimes with our fancy NSOs. 2:11, 1:18. This is likely the last jam. That's 84. Grind and zone as she is lead for Salt Creek. We have a forearm penalty on hat trick.
Which gives a power jam situation to Grind and zone. The crowd has suddenly gotten louder. Grind and zone doing a fantastic job of breaking through, juking around and picking up 5 more points. Salt Creek, I don't think they can get the lead in the game, but they will certainly want to add every single point they can do.
And they certainly could suck the air out of the momentum that FOCO was hoping to build by creating that extra jam.
Absolutely. Good offensive play here by number 8. Danger Girl breaking that pack apart for Grinding Zone. But that jam call to an end. 4 more points added. 9 points in that jam by grinding zone.
2:11:127, our unofficial final. That was a FOCO Girls Gone Derby against Assault Creek Roller Girls. We are going to get ready to bring out the Oklahoma City Roller Derby team and Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls for our 4 p.m. game. That'll be starting, we will probably at a lot of jammer on the left-hand side of my page for FOCO.
Yep.
FOCO obviously taking control early on, or about halfway through the first period.
Definitely.
And just building their lead. And, you know, Assault Creek, of course, you know, a lower-ranked team, an unranked team. Pardon me. Sorry. I apparently choke on my own times. Of course, 127-211, FOCO going on with a 1-0 record. Right now, Assault Creek with an 0-2 record. Thank you again for joining us here on ColoradoSports.TV for our coverage of the 2015 vacation.
And
Yes, in about 20 or 30 minutes for our next game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV coverage of the 5th annual Mayday Mayhem tournament. That's the version for 2015. Hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby girls from Greeley, Colorado. We are at the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland, Colorado, getting ready for our next game of the day, featuring Oklahoma City Roller Derby's Tornado Alley Roller Girls, competing against Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls, Jailhouse Jawbreakers. My name is Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
And I am Danny Indovino-Colley, also known as October Revolution.
And we'll be very happy to bring this next game to you. Start off by introducing the skaters for the two teams. For Oklahoma City in this game, we're going to have number 09, Scary England, number 10, Beastie Toys, number 132, Sucka Trash, number 136, Right Hook, number 2, Twisted Armani, number 22, Lita Lita Hobita, number 31, Galaxy Inferno, number 411, Block Party. Number 47 is Princess Mayhem. Number 55 is Eliza Juxiu. Number 8 is Sharp E Marker, and that is the roster for this game.
The roster for the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls Jailhouse Jawbreakers is number 133, Alla In Ya Business. Number 1623, Jamie Fox You Up. Number 2, Farm Fresh. Number 314, Havoc Her Way. Number 33, Lady Lorna. Number 365, Joan Q-Smack. Number 5, Strawberry Sour. Number 667, Ringo Scar. Number 69, Harley Innocent. Number 7, Jane's Bondage. Number 75, Nitro Jen. Number 8409, Big Kapowski. And number I-25, Mother Trucka.
I-25, of course, a very familiar highway to those of us who live in Colorado, and it goes right past Pueblo, Colorado, where that team is based. Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls, founded in 2007. Oklahoma City Roller Derby, founded in 2006. So teams of similar age, although Oklahoma City has the current higher ranking in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association.
That is true. They are ranked at 120 right now, while Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls are ranked at 197.
So it's maybe a bit of an uphill climb for Pueblo. Let's see how they do against Oklahoma City. Pueblo only seeing one sanctioned bout so far this year. However, in the black of Oklahoma City, their first jammer, Eliza Juxiu, is the first one through the pack, lead jammer for Oklahoma City. The Pueblo jammer through the pack as well, applying some pressure, so probably only one scoring pass. It's number 1623, Jamie Fox You Up is the jammer for Pueblo. Eliza Juxiu through the pack, 4 points, calls it off.
A little late there, though. Pueblo was able to pick up 1 point at the end, making this a 4-1 game after the first jam.
That took about 30 seconds off the first period clock. 30 seconds, and they'll do it all over again. And thanks to the house announcers who have a better vantage point, I hear that it's number 22, Lita Lita Hobita, on the line for Oklahoma City, taking on number 133, Alla In Ya Biz.
That is right. Right now there is a Pueblo skater in the box. That is number 33, Lady Lorna, giving Oklahoma a pack advantage at the moment.
Alla In Ya Biz, first one through, lead jammer for Pueblo, able to keep that particular statistic to one lead call apiece so far. And a track cut now called on Lita Lita Hobita. Our second jam of the game becomes a power jam for Pueblo. They have an opportunity to score unanswered here. However, the Oklahoma City defense successful in pushing her into the infield where she has to drift back. Pueblo in the yellow, Oklahoma City.
Pueblo is back at full strength, so it is now 4-on-5 with the power jam for Pueblo.
5-point pass for Alla is putting them up now, 6-4 on the board in our second jam of the game. Action at the front of the pack. Defense from number 411, Block Party. She's the last line of defense. Alla In Ya Biz passed her for another 5 points. Lita Lita Hobita breaks through the pack on her initial pass, clear to score. Going to apply some pressure to Alla In Ya Biz, who calls it off as she gets into the jam. or attempts to do so. She cuts the track and has to go to the penalty box herself.
That's going to mean both teams have now had a power jam so far in this game.
So Lita Hobita picking up 5 points on her first scoring pass.
5 points on that scoring pass as the power jam.
Oklahoma
She's already back in the pack through for another 5.
So far for both teams.
Oklahoma again has a pack advantage here. There is one Pueblo skater in the penalty box. That is number 33, Lady Lorna.
So time expires on that jam. Looks like Ala Inyabiz had picked up 2 last points on her previous scoring pass. 5 more for Lita Hobita for a total of 15. And when the dust settles, it is a 19-13 lead for Oklahoma City.
Both teams had power jams in that jam, but it looks like Oklahoma came out on top. They picked up 15 points in that jam to 12 for Pueblo.
Play action once again, and we have a power start for the Oklahoma City roller derby team. Number 09, Scary England, is their jammer. Ala Inyabiz back on the track now, so no longer a power jam, but Scary England was able to get through first. Lead jammer for Oklahoma City. Coming around now, 4 points. Ala Inyabiz pushing at the front. She would like to get out in time to prevent the Grand Slam. That didn't happen. However, 4 points collected by Scary England. Ala Inyabiz still in the pack. Scary England back through for another pass. They're between turns 4 and turn 1. Control resting with Scary England, who has lead. She takes a bit of a run up to get some momentum to go through the pack. You got to be careful doing that so you don't come in too hot and earn a back blocking penalty. Ala Inyabiz now clearing the pack is able to provide some pressure on Scary England, who calls it off. 4 final points on that jam, total of 8.
Points on the Tornado Alley Roller Girls side of the board right now.
This jam was able to let Oklahoma pull out in front a little bit. The score right now being 27 for the Oklahoma City Roller Derby and 13 for Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls.
That's after only 3 jams in the game so far. About 25 minutes remaining in our first period. We'll play out our first 30-minute period of Derby, have a little bit of a halftime, and get right back into the action.
4-on-4 defense and lots of work.
So number 55, Eliza Juxiu, jamming for Oklahoma City. But number 667, Ringo Scar, had the star for Pueblo. She was the first one through, although the jammers were almost neck and neck. And Ringo Scar calls it off. No points on the jam.
That was a smart way to manage the time there, calling that jam off and not wasting time trying to race it around and then just calling it off on the other side of the track.
Yes, at this point in the game, let's sort it out. Towards the ends of the periods that people start paying closer attention to the numbers on that clock. Some penalties accruing in the pack. 31, the Galaxy Inferno blocker for Oklahoma City. That gives the Pueblo jammer. Jammer is Jamie Fox, who 2-3.
We also have front brush heading to the box for Pueblo. So trading out penalties.
Another Pueblo skater headed to the penalty box.
Number 55, Eliza Juxiu, jamming for Oklahoma City. 5 points picked up by Jamie, who calls off the jam.
And 5 points going on the Pueblo
That takes
side.
Pueblo to 18 points, 27 on the board for Oklahoma City after 5 jams of this game. 23 minutes on the clock.
And just want to give a big shout out to the folks taking photos today. Over here to my left, I see Gil Cromings. Thanks for being here with us, Gil. Always appreciate the work you do. You can always find Gil on Facebook. We got
Only 2 blockers on the track right now for Oklahoma City. Nevertheless, their jammer, Scary England, is the first one through and lead.
on his website, and Joel
Number 133, Ala Inyabiz has the star for Pueblo. Scary England sailing through the pack, grabbing 5 points and immediately calling it off. Which is an interesting decision considering that Ala Inyabiz was still on her initial pass. She could have come around and tried to get a few more, but decided it was the right thing to call it off instead. 32-18 is the score, Oklahoma City.
Indeed, and as we are started one more time, Ringo Scar out there.
Play action, Ringo Scar, number 667, with the star for Pueblo, number 55, Eliza Juxu, out there for Oklahoma City. Eliza, first one through, but called for a track cut, does not earn lead. Lead goes to Ringo Scar, and we have a power jam for Pueblo, giving them an opportunity to close this 14-point gap in the scoring.
I believe this is their second power jam of the day so far.
That matches my very unofficial statistics. Capitalizing with a 5-point pass. So that's 5 off of the 14. Eliza Juxu already standing in the penalty box. But Ringo does have time to pick up 5 more, down to a 4-point game.
She did pick up another 5 points. Our power jam has concluded.
She calls it off. The power jam had ended, so it'll be a full strength start for the next jam. Again, Eliza Juxu had not completed an initial pass. A little surprising that Ringo Scar didn't try to get into the pack for at least a few more points before calling it off.
I wonder if it was unclear to her if she had finished the pass since that penalty call was made after they were both out of the front of the pack in that jam there.
You may very well be right there. So we've got just over 20 minutes to go in our first period. 4-point game. Jamming for Oklahoma City for the first time, number 10, Beastie Toys. Jamie Fox, you up, number 1623, has the star for Pueblo. So far, Pueblo sticking to a 3-jammer rotation. This is the 4th jammer we've seen for Oklahoma City. Both jammers out. Lead is Beastie Toys, who calls it off. No points scored.
So as Jamie was in the lead on the track, gets that one called off quickly.
So that'll keep us at a 4-point game.
Again, 4 points separating both these teams. And this time out.
This has been a very close game, both in lead jammers awarded and in points scored, obviously, given the score.
In fact, we have an even 50-50 split on lead calls.
It's like this has definitely not been a one-sided game so far, but it is early.
Oklahoma City has played 4 games already this year. They have a 3-1 record. Only 1 game for Pueblo so far this year. They lost a game against Foco Girls Gone Derby by a score of 192-127. For the first time, we see the Big Kapowski, number 8409, with the star for Pueblo. She goes to the ground over there outside of turn number 3. Number 411, also with the star for the first time, that's Block Party for Oklahoma City. She's through first, lead jammer for OKC. Big Kapowski now clear to score for Pueblo. Big Block Party goes to the outside. She's pushed into the outfield. She calls it off there rather than risk letting the Big Kapowski pick up points. So none for Pueblo on the jam. For Oklahoma City, it doesn't look like... Nope, 2 points awarded to Block Party.
Oklahoma City is playing with a smaller roster. They only have 11 skaters, and we've already seen, I think, 4 of those skaters jamming today. So that's a large percentage of their team that is able to have the star on their heads.
Actually, a very controlled game right now. Just like you say, taking the points they can get.
I have seen games in which every single member of a team jammed during the course of the game, but that was home teams. That wasn't interleague. Number 55, Eliza Juxu, has the star for Oklahoma City. First one through, lead jammer. My poor eyes tell me that that is Ringo Scar with the star for Pueblo. Also out of the pack, so Eliza Juxiu is going to pick up points and call it. How many points? 3 points.
Able to keep Pueblo scoreless that time around.
So just inching their lead up to 9 points now. Oklahoma City with 37, 28 for Pueblo.
And just remember, if you are in need of
17 minutes to go in our first period. If it stays this close through the rest of the game, it's going to be an exciting conclusion. It so happens that Oklahoma has held the lead through the whole game, but as we just mentioned, it's only 9 points now.
So with the size of the power jams we've seen earlier in the game, it really could mean that any one jam could turn the tide in the game.
So Lita Hobita gets out first and is lead. Jamie Foxu up has the star for Pueblo, gets out next. Lita calls it safe and ends the jam before either jammer gets into the pack for points. So we're headed for the 16-minute mark with still that 9-point lead for Oklahoma City.
And that is Eliza Juxiu, number 55, out there for Tornado Alley.
Oklahoma City was at Mayday Mayhem last year. They were very successful, going 4-1. Pile up on the inside line that allows Eliza Juxiu to get through first. Lead jammer for OKC. Number 75, Nitro Jen with the star for the first time for Pueblo, out of the pack as well.
I believe now both teams have a jammer pool of 5 players having jammed so far.
Nitro Jen powers through the pack, grabs 4 points, calls it off immediately. 4-0 advantage OKC, and the lead is back to double digits at 13 points.
Side of the board right now, 41-28. And Oklahoma City definitely starting to put a little pass.
We are halfway through our first period of play, just about 15 minutes and change on the first period clock.
Up to the line, number 10, BT Toys once again. No sleep until she wins.
So the momentum right now is going for OKC as they have had 2 or 3 jams now that have had unanswered points in them.
And they're riding a 5 lead jammer streak, which has just been broken by Pueblo. That jammer for Pueblo, number 1623, Jamie, lead. Number 10, BC Toys, through the pack and applying pressure. Jamie able to grab 3 points for Pueblo and call it off. That brings it back to a 10-point differential.
Lining it up this time out there, wearing the star for her ladies in black. That is the 09 of Scary England.
We do have a vantage point where it's very difficult to see who is on the jammer line, so we have to wait until they pass us. However, we can see the defense at the front of the pack. Number 2, Twisted Armani, bracing a couple of other Oklahoma City blockers. That provides enough time for number 09, Scary England, to get through the pack first, lead jammer for Oklahoma City. Ala Inyabiz, number 133 for Pueblo, commits a forearm blocking penalty, and therefore she'll sit for 30 seconds. Ala Inyabiz completes a scoring pass for 5. That was a power pass. She calls it off.
That was a call off 5 points. And so we're going to... And Tornado Alley going to start this one with nearly a full...
So this is going to be a power start for the Tornado Alley Roller Girls. Or it will be. Official timeout stopping the clock at 13 minutes and 43 seconds. Thanks once again for tuning in to ColoradoSports.TV Mayday Mayhem. ColoradoSports.TV is accepting donations to help defray the costs of this event. Feel free to...
I believe from the signal that the jam timer just made, although she hasn't done it again, this might be an official review. Might not.
And coming up on
looks like no.
Well, we're not seeing an indication on the scoreboard right now. Each team has 1 official review per period. Although if they win their first official review, they get it back and can try again. Each team also has 3 team timeouts during the course of the game. They can only be called between jams and stop the clock for 60 seconds. Officials can call timeout whenever they like for as long as they like.
It's true, and thank goodness they can, because I would rather they have all of their math correctly and their things written down right and the game going smoothly.
but definitely had a good good showing so far.
Still a very tight game at this point in time. 15 points. We have only seen a handful of double-digit jams, the largest one being a 15-point jam early in the game.
And actually, that was the same jam that there was 12 points scored by the other team. So that was a jammer swap in the box. We had a double power jam.
So it was a high score, but not a high gain.
Yeah, it wasn't a big differential. So we haven't seen the one team get a big advantage in one jam quite yet.
We do have a power start for Eliza Juxiu, who gets through the pack and picks up lead. In control, Ala Inyabiz still in the penalty box, although now standing, indicating she has fewer than 10 seconds to go on her 30-second penalty. Eliza Juxiu into the pack, pushing at the front, picking up points. That should be 5. It is. Ala Inyabiz into the pack, pushing. She would like to get out of that pack in time to prevent another Grand Slam pass for Eliza Juxiu. Eliza bumped into the outfield where she calls it off. And we're looking for the points signal.
It looked for a second like she might have jumped around the line on the outside, but no, she didn't.
We see 5 on the scoreboard. 1 was added, total of 6, meaning we wind up with a 21-point game, 52-31 advantage Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City now has picked up the last 2 lead jams after a run of, I believe, 5 before that. So they've really been dominating at least the last 4 to 5 minutes of gameplay.
They've been able to build their score up. This is the highest lead of the game at 21 points. Scary England, number 09, first jammer through for Oklahoma City in the black. Lead jammer calls it off, and I'm not sure why.
I've been seeing a lot of that from Oklahoma in this first half. They're calling off the jam before the Pueblo jammer has completed her initial pass. I'm not quite sure why. It takes them out of scoring contention when they have control of the game.
In that case, neither jammer remains. 52-31, 11 and a half minutes to go in the first period. And certain strategies are pretty common throughout women's flat track roller derby, but other teams, and this might be something unique to that team. Jamie Fox, you up. First one through, lead jammer for Pueblo, breaking a 3-lead streak for Oklahoma City. Eliza Juxiu is back on the line for OKC. She's been jamming like half their jams. Jamie through the pack, 4 points, calls it off.
That breaks a 3-jam streak where Pueblo hadn't scored. So they're able to close that gap just a little bit, try and hope to get the momentum back and build on that.
Clock is heading for the 10-minute mark.
We're going to kick this one off with
still plenty of time for Pueblo to stage a comeback, particularly if they're able to continue getting lead. We haven't been able to see yet who is jamming. Multiplayer block penalty on Scary England, who is currently the pivot for Oklahoma City. So number 411 block party jamming for OKC. Ala Inyabiz through and lead with the star for Pueblo. Block party still in the pack on her initial pass. Now she gets through, but still, if Ala Inyabiz does this right, as she does, through on the inside, barely slowing down, 4 points, calls it off.
They'll get through there with a smaller pack. It was 3-on-3, and they left the inside line open, it looked like, and she just skirted right by and called that jam off before Black Party could catch up and score any points of her own.
So that's 8 unanswered points in the last 2 jams for Pueblo, dropping the lead for Oklahoma City back down to 13 points.
I think that's exactly how Pueblo is going to chip away at this smallish lead that Oklahoma City has.
Pueblo is certainly not letting the nominal gap in the rankings affect them mentally. They're playing just as hard as Oklahoma City is, keeping it close. And this, in fact, has the potential to really improve Pueblo's rankings. Ringo Scar through the pack, lead jammer for Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls.
Absolutely. Even if Pueblo doesn't end up winning, a small score differential can certainly help them. So every point they're fighting for is important.
Lilita Hobita has the star for OKC. She's through. And so after collecting 4 points, Ringo Scar calls it off. 3 successive 4-0 jams in favor of Pueblo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say they really are building on that momentum. They seem to be getting their confidence underneath them here.
Back down to a single-digit lead.
It's certainly showing on the track.
Block Party, who was jamming a couple minutes ago for OKC, now has their pivot cap. The pivot with the striped helmet cover can accept the star pass from the jammer and become the jammer. So it's not at all unusual for a backup jammer to be the pivot. Jamie Fox, you up, has the star for Pueblo, pushed into the outfield, called for a forearm block. Eliza Juxiu through the pack and lead jammer for Oklahoma City.
She really capitalized on the confusion there of that penalty call, was able to get through as the Pueblo skaters were looking to see what happened to their jammer.
So 30 seconds unopposed by another jammer. Eliza Juxiu gets into the pack. A multiplayer blocking call now on number 3-3, Lady Lorna for Pueblo. 5 points collected by Eliza Juxiu. Jamie is standing in the penalty box ready to return when her penalty expires. Eliza Juxiu out the front of the pack. That's good for another 5.
She's really living up to her name there. Some good footwork, able to get around that front wall, jumping in and out of the track boundaries without touching out of bounds.
Eliza Juxiu meets a 3 wall at the back of the pack and challenges a link between players, which results in a multiplayer blocking call. She calls it off with 4. That's 4 additional points, isn't it? But it's not going up on the scoreboard just yet.
To me, like it might be 3. No, you're right, it's 4.
Okay, so that's now...
No, it went back down to 3.
Oh, all right.
22 points now.
So 65 to 43 on the board. And this now is the largest lead after being chipped down to a 9-point lead in the prior jam, 13 unanswered points. Just like that, they've built their lead back up.
This was certainly the largest, it's not the largest scoring jam, but it certainly was the largest differential building jam of the game.
That is correct. Number 10, Beastie Toys, lead jammer for OKC. Ala Inyabiz has the star for Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls.
Pueblo seems to be having some penalty difficulty right now. Looks like they only have 1 blocker left on the track.
That's right. They have 2 standing in the penalty box and now returning, but that gives them a brief period of time with only 1. Beastie Toys through for 4 points and calls it off.
When you have a close game like this and you want to keep the score close, those penalties really aren't helping. You're basically free points. Pass 1 skater, you pick up points for all of the ones in the box as well. So if you have 3 in there, that's 4 points with one only having to pass 1 opponent.
Now we've only got about 5 minutes on the period clock, so it looks like Oklahoma City is going to take some momentum into halftime, but we'll see what halftime adjustments Pueblo can make. We saw some success from them earlier in this period at not only holding OKC, but chipping away at their lead. An unfortunate skate placement for Ringo Scar results in a track cutting penalty on the inside line. We haven't seen a lot of track cuts in this game.
No, we absolutely haven't, but the ones we have seen have been, obviously they've been power jams. They've mostly been jammers that have been cutting, but you know, a lot of them have been on that inside line. I think that they just haven't noticed their skate going over right there, just like Ringo Scar did. It's just 1 wheel, but that's all you need.
Scary England, number 09, through the pack. Lead jammer for OKC picks up 5 points on the power pass, building onto Oklahoma City's momentum.
The importance of keeping your feet moving as you hit
Already back into scoring position, has passed a couple of skaters. keeps her skates in bounds and grabs 5 more points.
The Oklahoma City Jammers really do a good job of playing along that line, either on the inside and the outside, but staying in bounds. It's impressive to watch, and probably why we haven't seen so many cuts.
I saw at least one track cut in an earlier game where it was simply the laws of physics that defeated the skater. Another 4-point pass collected by Scary England. An official timeout being called to stop the clock at 3 minutes. Well, when they start, 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock right now.
That's 31 points by Oklahoma City in the last 3 jams, all unanswered, giving them a 40-point lead now, which is definitely the largest we've seen, and the first time it seems like one team has really had command of the game for any length of time.
It's true that Oklahoma City has led the entire time, but we've seen flashes of brilliance from Pueblo as they were able to get successively jammer calls, as they were able to chip away at that lead. So they know they can do it. The question is, when can they execute? We see just under 4 minutes to go in this period. Time for at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 jams.
Absolutely. I think the story of this game is really going to be told by who can adjust faster. I think right now Oklahoma City is doing a better job of adjusting to Pueblo's play, which is why they've been able to have some success in the second half of this first half of the game. We'll see what happens after halftime.
Eliza Juxiu is the jammer for OKC, first one through and lead. The star held by Jamie Foxu up for Pueblo. Jamie pushed into the outfield of turn 1. Now is through the pack, but not before 5 points are collected by Eliza Juxiu. Jamie in hot pursuit, Eliza into the pack, calls it off. Number of points, I cannot read that. 4.
Pueblo again was at a pack disadvantage in that jam, and they will go into the next jam that way. They still have a blocker, their pivot actually, in the penalty box. Number 2, Farm Fresh.
Let me adjust my unofficial statistics here. I seem to have missed a point earlier. We see an exactly 50-point lead for Oklahoma City. Their jammer number 10, Beastie Toys. First one through, lead jammer. Ala Inyabiz jamming for Pueblo, gets in for points of her own as Beastie Toys calls it off. So good job minimizing the damage there. 3 points for Inyabiz.
A scoreless game, actually, for Oklahoma City.
And apparently, Beastie Toys didn't get her hips past any opponents because she's not being awarded any points.
That ends a 4-jam run for Pueblo without scoring points, so they were able to put themselves back on the board again. And those were 3 unanswered points, so that's great for them.
Getting close to the end of our first period, 1.5 minutes on the period clock. Of course, the final jam of a period will not be interrupted by the expiration of that period clock. It will reach its natural conclusion. Ringo Scar has the star for Pueblo, and Lita Hobita for OKC. Lita is the first one through, lead jammer.
1 blocker each in the penalty box, so they're both standing. So we might have the chance to see full-strength packs for the first time in quite a while.
Ringo Scar gets out past number 2, Twisted Armani. Last line of defense for OKC. Lita collects 4 points. Now she calls it off, waiting till the very last second to do so. So 97-46 is your score. For a minute on the period clock, this is very likely to be our final jam of the period.
Absolutely. I think that Pueblo is really going to be looking for how they can build that momentum and that power that they had more in the middle of this period. They kind of lost that control here at the end.
Well, they're still not playing as though they were 77 ranks apart in the WFTDA rankings, which is, in fact, how they are ranked right now. Number 411, Block Party, jamming and lead jammer for OKC. For Pueblo, it's back to Jamie Fox You Up. Jamie on her 9th jam of the game. Only Eliza Juxu has jammed more often so far. Oh, very interesting. So Block Party gets 5 points because it ended up being a power jam. Jamie going to the penalty box. And I think maybe Block Party didn't quite realize that because she ended the jam and therefore the half. But it does mean that Oklahoma City Tornado Alley Roller Girls will start the second period with a power jam. In fact, a total now of 6 points on the jam awarded to OKC, taking us into halftime with a score of 103-46. October Revolution, what have you seen out there?
I've seen Pueblo putting up a fantastic showing, especially considering that their only other sanctioned game this year was a loss to FOCO, who's ranked 191, and they're ranked 197. To be, this close to a team ranked 77 positions above them, they really came here with something to prove, and they've definitely been fighting hard to hold back Oklahoma City's jammers and pick up those points when they can.
Yes, and as I think we mentioned earlier, you can actually end up losing the game, but depending on the point differential and the ranking of your opponent, that can be a benefit for you in the ranking system. So obviously, in any case, Pueblo would be trying to get every point they can, but they're successfully keeping it in a very respectable range of Oklahoma City, at least through the majority of the period. It's a little steep now, 57 points. I've seen teams come back from larger differentials in the second half. I haven't seen it very often, so it'll be still an uphill battle for Pueblo, but even if they're able to keep it at this differential, I think that would be a fantastic showing.
I agree. I think that if they can at least keep the differential, if not make it smaller, still I think they would be able to pick up ranking spots easily. I think it'd win by losing, as it were.
Well, sometimes truth is stranger than fiction. We have about 9 minutes remaining in halftime. We'll come back to you with a minute or two remaining in halftime. Until then, we'll take a little break. For ColoradoSports.TV at Mayday Mayhem, I am Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
I'm October Revolution, also known as Danny Andavino Colley.
And we'll be right back with you. Thanks for tuning in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV coverage of the 2015 edition of Mayday Mayhem, a tournament here at the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland, Colorado, hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby Girls from Greeley, Colorado. I'm Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
I'm Danny Andavino-Colley, also known as October Revolution.
We've just been reviewing some statistics from halftime of the game between the Oklahoma City Roller Derby Tornado Girls and the Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls Jailhouse Jawbreakers. Top jammer in the game so far, number 30 is number 55 for Oklahoma City, Eliza Juxiu, with 39 points. Not far behind is Scary England, number 09, with 33 points. And in fact, Scary England has that number of points on half the number of jams. So very impressive per jam performance by Scary England. On the other side of the equation, a fairly even point distribution between Jamie Fox You Up, Ringo Scar, and Alla Inyabiz. Alla Inyabiz has a bit of an edge with 19 points. However, she also has more points scored against her.
Absolutely. Also, if you look at it, Ringo Scar and Alla Inyabiz also have been on the track about almost an equal amount of times. It's been a kind of even 3-jammer rotation, whereas Eliza Juxiu has been on the track 50% more than the person behind her, Scary England. She's been the jammer for 10 jams so far, so it looks like Oklahoma City is really relying a lot on that one jammer, and we could see that having some effect in the second half.
Oklahoma City has an edge in the lead call, 69% versus 31% for Pueblo. Scary England in particular, 5 for 5 on lead calls. We have action back on the track to start our second period of play. And the first jammer is Eliza Juxiu for OKC. She is the first one through a lead jammer. And didn't we start as a power jam? Yes, we did, with Jamie Fox You Up in the penalty box for Pueblo.
And that is a familiar story for Pueblo. They've had 20 penalties in that first half to Oklahoma City's 12, so a little bit less than double. They've been giving up quite a few points to penalty points and also quite a few of these power jams, so that has absolutely affected the score. And I think that they're probably looking to minimize that in this second half.
Jamie back on the track now, so power jam, strictly speaking, is over. Eliza Juxiu, trying to complete her pass, but picks up a forearm penalty, and the shoe is on the other foot. Unopposed points available to Jamie Fox You Up, who is, however, just now completing her initial pass and has earned the right to score points.
Remember that Eliza Juxiu was lead jammer, meaning that this will be a 2-minute jam. The Pueblo jammer will not be able to end the jam, but she can score, so 5 points there for her.
So that makes it even on the jam so far. Probably some points that Eliza Juxiu had collected before being penalized, but a full pass worth, 5 more right there for Jamie Fox You Up. That's exactly what Pueblo needs in this circumstance.
That is exactly what they don't need, though. Eliza Juxiu just leaped through that pack.
A very dramatic apex jump, perfectly sticking the landing and continuing her momentum around the track. 4 points on this pass for Jamie and probably 4 on this pass for Eliza, and that is the case.
It looks like this pack, both teams are not having a lot of success stopping these jammers, and they're just picking up points as fast as they can skate.
No further points, so we had a tie jam, 14-14, taking the score to 116-60.
That is not what Pueblo wanted to see on their power jam, and I'm sure they're a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to put a dent in this differential when they had the opportunity.
However, as we were discussing in the first period, it is a bit of a victory if Pueblo's even able to hold steady against Oklahoma City, who is ranked considerably higher than they are in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association.
Absolutely, it is definitely a victory that they have been able to hold the score as close as it is so far, and hopefully they'll be able to keep it that way. They do have 2 more players on their roster than Oklahoma City, so they may have a endurance advantage.
Alla Inyabiz, number 133 with the star for Pueblo, is the first jammer through lead jammer, which is certainly something that Pueblo's been looking for a while. Jamming number 31. Alla Inyabiz needs to be aware She is aware. She calls off the jam. Points collected are 3.
Nitrogen, the pivot for Pueblo, is sitting in the penalty box, keeping up the pace there. I think there's been 2 or 3 more Pueblo penalties so far in the 4 minutes we've played. So they have been unable to keep their pack players out of the box, at least so far.
Only 2 jams gone in the second period, but already down to 26 minutes. 116 to 63 is the score. Advantage for Oklahoma City. A slow start here. We see that racing at the front of the pack, both number 2s. Number 2 for Pueblo is Farm Fresh. Number 2 for Oklahoma City is Twisted Armani. Lita Hobita is the first one through the pack. Jammer for OKC. With the star for Pueblo is Ringo Scar. Ringo out of the pack.
It looks like Farm Fresh had taken a hard hit on Lita Hobita there as she was getting out of the pack. She got a forearm and went to the box.
Lita happy to grab 4 points and call it, but it looks like to me that 3 points got snuck by Pueblo. That is exactly the kind of play they need to be doing here. Force Oklahoma City to earn every point.
Absolutely, and looking at the 3 jams we've had so far, Pueblo has been able to score in every single one of them, where Oklahoma City has only scored in 2 out of the 3. That is what they need in the second half.
However, my unofficial score not quite agreeing with what's on the board, so let me adjust that so that it's correct. Number 55, Eliza Juxiu, who, as we commented, had the vast majority of the jams for OKC in the first period. She's through first. Lead jammer Jamie Fox, you up with the star for Pueblo. So 57 points, the current lead for Oklahoma City, largest of the game, and now penalty on an OKC blocker, letting Jamie get out of the pack. Awareness from Eliza Juxiu, she calls it off, collected 5 points on that jam. That's going to bump that lead up to 62 points.
So I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Scary London on the jammer line yet, given that she had 100% lead jam in the first half. We still
Scary England has not jammed since she didn't jam in the last 4 jams of the first period either, so she seems to be taking a little bit of a break from the jammer line. I wonder if that relates to an endurance issue or whether she's been blocking. I actually should be paying more attention to that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not 100% sure if she's been on the track. I haven't seen her in a while. I'm not going to be keeping better attention.
Hola in ya biz. Through first, lead jammer for Pueblo. Beastie Toys, number 10, has the star. First time for her in a little while. But she gets through the pack now. Hola in ya biz already in scoring position. She has to recycle back behind the jammer line. She calls it off. Points collected are 2.
And so 2 more points.
But even 2 points are important, especially with this game being, it's not incredibly close, but given the, as we were saying earlier, given the differential in their rankings, the 77 ranks, every single point could help Pueblo climb higher in the rankings going into playoff season.
Yeah, keeping even, really, is what Pueblo is looking for right now, to gain points at approximately the same rate as Oklahoma City, and they've almost done that. They've only 4-point increase on the board in the period so far. And Ringo Scar, jammer for Pueblo, first one through. That's a good way to do exactly that. There's Scary England.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like Scary England hurt us. She's on the track now. And that breaks her perfect lead jam streak, actually.
Indeed. Scary England bumped into the infield. Ringo Scar pushing on the outside line and turns that into a Grand Slam pass. And she calls it off. So that's one of those interesting things, had it been me, not that I'm a derby skater, I would have taken advantage of the fact that Scary England was on her initial pass and tried to grab a few more points.
Absolutely, especially considering that if my pack, like Pueblo's pack, was just recycling her over and over again, it seemed like they had her pretty stymied, that really there was some time there for another pass. So unless it was an endurance issue, I'm just unsure why you would call that jam off.
21 and a half on the second period clock.
Great job the second period of doing. And
both jammers are on the track. Jamie Fox you up and Eliza jukes you. I think those are the jammers out there for their respective teams. Yes.
No, they both certainly are effective.
Eliza jukes you through first. Lead jammer. Lita Hobita pivot for Oklahoma City to the penalty box. Jamie is through the pack as well. Eliza is through first. She's awarded 5 points and she calls it off.
4 points and call off the jam.
So that differential still hovering right around 60 points. A team timeout called by OKC.
It's the first one we've seen so far this game.
Yes. So called between jams, stop the clock for 60 seconds, 3 per team. Often you want to keep one in reserve for the end of a period because if there are fewer than 30 seconds on the period clock, they won't run another jam unless a team calls timeout.
Absolutely, it's a good way to get that extra jam, and if you have a close score, just if you want to score more points, like we were saying, every point you score is important in your ranking, both for Oklahoma City and for Pueblo. Oklahoma City, if they don't want to take a ding to their ranking, does need to score as many points as they possibly can. So even when you're winning comfortably, you still want to run that score up as much as you can.
Great opportunity to thank all of the volunteers that make these events possible, especially the skating and non-skating officials, and the only people that we want in the room to be bored, which is to say the medical techs who keep our skaters healthy. And of course all the other volunteers. And thanks to ColoradoSports.TV for providing the internet coverage. For ColoradoSports.TV, I'm Brad Example, aka Mark Bradford.
I am Danny Indovino-Colley, a.k.a. October Revolution.
20 minutes, 38 seconds to go in the game.
20 minutes can seem like an eternity when you're playing, with these short rosters, 13 and 11. You can play with 14 apiece, so these women have been on the track quite a bit today and have 20 more minutes of it to go.
Ala Iñibiz, number 133 for Pueblo, through and lead. So Pueblo starting to find their skate legs again in this second period. Scary England not only not lead, she picks up a low blocking call and will be sitting for 30 seconds.
This is the power jam that Pueblo has been hoping for. They have leads, they'll be able to call it off when it's over if they need to. And they're the only people in scoring position right now. So they'll be able to whittle away at that lead. So Oklahoma City wants to stop Ala Iñibiz as much as they can and slow her down.
Number 2, Twisted Armani, has been just a workhorse at the front of the pack for OKC. We've seen her back towards us a lot more than her front towards us as she faces in the clockwise direction while moving in the counterclockwise direction, but facing in the clockwise direction. Ala Iñibiz calls it off. She picked up 2 more points.
That was some fantastic bridging and some fantastic blocking by Oklahoma City. They completely stopped Ala Iñibiz, and she felt that calling off that jam and starting a second power jam was going to be a better position for her team than continuing to go, because I'm just not sure she was going to be able to get past.
Official review being called by Pueblo. So that stops the clock at 19 minutes and 3 seconds. As we mentioned before, each team gets 1 official review per period, though if you win your first one, you get it back. That trick only works once, though. A rule clarification has also made it explicit that, yes, a team can just use their official review to stop the clock if that's what they want to do with it.
I've heard teams doing some fantastic things, like asking the officials how they felt about their bench coach's boots.
Yeah, it's slightly sad, but also understandable that no longer will clever ruses be necessary to justify the use of an official review. But
I'm sure the NSOs are happy they will not have to re-add all of the scores and or penalties just for so someone can stop the clock, though.
Well, the question remaining is what this official review is about, because it might very well be about something official. So we'll see if we can find out when word comes back to us. Since it's an official timeout rather than a team timeout, it lasts as long as is necessary. But now I saw the T timeout signal being made, but that might have just been shorthand. It's the jam timer is the important one. She's still signaling official review for Pueblo.
I agree. I think that she might have erroneously ended it after a minute and then realized they needed to continue it.
And it also appears as though the results of the review were being communicated to the appropriate team representatives. Clock stopped, 19 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the game. 130 for Oklahoma City, 77 for Pueblo, a 53-point lead. That is back down actually to, it ties the smallest lead that OKC has had in this period.
Absolutely, that was a big jam for Pueblo being able to put up 7 unanswered points, and hopefully they'll be able to do something else here, I think, is their hope.
And the official review was regarding the points for that Oklahoma scored that Pueblo is challenging, but due to the position of the blockers and pre-pass.
So we were fortunately able to hear the venue announcers explaining the official review. It had to do with reviewing the number of points scored by Oklahoma City. Apparently the review did not succeed, and Pueblo no longer has their official review for this period. Ringo Scar with the star. Scary England in the box with the star for OKC.
She is standing. It looks like she's rejoining the action now.
What, Ringo Scar already lead jammer and in on her scoring pass, likely to result in 5 points, and it does. Scary England through the pack, and that inspires Ringo Scar to call it off. No points for OKC. 82 on the board now for Pueblo.
So that is a second jam in a row that Pueblo was able to put up unanswered points, take a little bit of a chisel to this lead. I believe they're under 50. The differential now is under 50 points.
Well, it is. It's 48 points, and in fact, if you look at the numbers so far, Pueblo is winning this half, 56-44. Wait, that's the wrong number. 36-28.
Absolutely, they've really been able to take these small gains and call off these jams in the second half.
Another official timeout, stopping the clock at 17 minutes and 35 seconds.
It's like a hiccup and a burp at the same time. It hurts.
It's like I
So
really lost.
trying to discern by telepathy what the situation is, but the penalty. Oh, okay. So looks like 2 penalties, a double penalty awarded to number 2, Twisted Armani from Oklahoma City. So that means that she'll be sitting in the penalty box for a full minute rather than 30 seconds.
That could really be a detriment to Oklahoma City. She's been a very powerful force in their defense, almost always directing their pack while skating backwards.
So we're just waiting to get reset so we can start this one up.
17 minutes and 37 seconds now on the period clock. That was a slight correction.
And right now they are just verifying the number of trips to the penalty box. Obviously had a few today,
So they're verifying the number of trips to the penalty box for some skaters. If you reach 7, that magic number means you have fouled out. And if you foul out, another skater from your team takes your place in the penalty box in the same position. So if you foul out as a jammer, another jammer has to sit there.
Of course, that can't happen until the end of a jam, so you wouldn't want to foul your jammer out in the middle of the jam, though I'm not sure if anybody is in danger of that.
Okay, it looks like we're about to resume our action here. (130-82) on the board, 48-point lead for Oklahoma City. Both jammers on the track. First one through is Jamie Fox You Up, number 1623 for Pueblo. Number 55, Eliza Jukes You through for OKC in hot pursuit. So far, Jamie able to keep enough of a lead, but the front of the pack is held by the OKC blockers, and Jamie is forced to call it off before she scores.
She just wasn't able to get past her own skaters and into the Oklahoma City skaters before Eliza Jukes You was able to get close enough where she didn't feel, Jamie Fox You Up didn't feel comfortable not calling off the jam. I think that had the Pueblo skaters gotten to the front of that pack, they might have been able to pick up some points there, and they really could be more strategic about those moments if they wanted to pick up those ones and twos.
We see number 411 Block Party now in the reversed position at the front of the pack, anchoring the defense for OKC. Number 8, Sharp E Marker has their star for the first time in the game. Number 133, Ala Inya Biz, jamming for Pueblo. Sharp E Marker.
Not seen a big move as far as the differential in this half. I think we started it with Oklahoma City up 50.
Eliza Jukes You, the go-to jammer for OKC, has the star, but Jamie Fox You Up has the star and is through for lead for Pueblo. Jamie goes to the inside, powers through, 5 points for Pueblo.
If Pueblo hadn't had that just rough, maybe 5 minutes of gameplay where this score differential was made, I mean, this second half shows that it would have been a back and forth, very, very close game the entire game.
Jamie picks up points, does not call it off, keeps skating, 4 on the pass, and Eliza Jukes You does get held up long enough by the Pueblo pack that this jammer lap point is collected by Jamie.
This is the big jam that I think Pueblo needed for their morale, if not for the score, but it certainly doesn't hurt.
14 points so far on this jam by my count for Pueblo. There seem to be a few scoreboard issues going on over there. We'll worry about that later. On the out of play, another 5 collected by Jamie. This is a huge opportunity for Pueblo, even though it's not a power jam. Eliza Jukes You is in the pack and earning points, but has not even completed her first scoring pass.
No, she is absolutely stuck behind the Pueblo wall, who's able to bridge her back almost half the track every time they knock her out.
Another out of play call, in this case sending number 411 Block Party to the penalty box from the OKC pack, and another grand slam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So by my unofficial count, 29 points on this jam so far for Jamie Fox You Up.
Absolutely, she is doing a fantastic job getting through those packs, but also her team is doing a fantastic job giving her that opportunity by holding that jammer as long as they did.
So 3 more points on that final pass. 5 points collected by Eliza Jukes You. So we'll see when the dust settles if my numbers agree with the real numbers. But a massive jam for Jamie Fox You Up. Yeah. 33 points altogether for Jamie Fox You Up. 116 to 142. Amazing.
33 points, that is in no game is that not an absolutely phenomenal jam. It just shows athleticism, it shows speed, it shows good footwork.
Next jammer is Ala Inya Biz for Pueblo. Lead again. That's 2 in a row. And with the star for OKC and now clear to score, it's Scary England, number 09. So 4 for Ala Inya Biz, calls it off before Scary England can score. And just like that, now 141 to 120, back down to a 21-point lead for Oklahoma City with 10 minutes and change left to go. Pueblo could do this.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an eternity in roller derby, especially considering that Oklahoma City only has 11 skaters on their roster, which means that almost everybody is out every other jam. Pueblo absolutely has a chance. They cut that lead more than in half in one single jam.
And once again, lead for Ringo Scar from Pueblo, although Eliza Juxiu through the pack as well. But so far this period, Pueblo has outscored Oklahoma City 74. Now let's see, any more points? 1 point. So as of right now, in this period, Pueblo has outscored their opponents 75-40.
Absolutely. You know, like I was saying earlier, there was just a small window of time where Oklahoma City was able to control this game. But even though Oklahoma City has always been on top in this score, I don't think they've always been winning. I think that Pueblo really has been, you know, especially in the last few minutes of the second half, you know, controlling what's happening on the track.
So there's been a modification on the scoreboard. It's now 141-121, an even 20-point lead for OKC. OKC with an opportunity now as Scary England takes their star and is the first one through, Lee Jammer, although the damage will be limited by the fact that Jamie Fox-U-Up is through as well and applying pressure. In fact, I think Jamie is scoring. Yes, Jamie is through the pack first, 4 points apiece.
Yeah, Scary England calls that off. At least she held it exactly where it was at the 20. You know, they didn't give up any of the differential, but that's got to be a blow to Scary England's eagle there. You know, I'm pretty sure that she thought she was going to be able to score 4 points and call that off, give herself some breathing room.
So heading for 8.5 minutes on the period clock, 20-point lead for Oklahoma City. It is within reach for Pueblo, especially considering how they have skated in the last several jams. Can they keep it going? Multiplayer block called.
I think whether or not they can keep it going absolutely has to do with the number of penalties they have. You know, when they keep their players on the track, they do better.
Eliza Juxiu with the star for OKC. Ala Inyabiz, number 133 with the star. No lead jammer yet. Eliza Juxiu through first. Lead jammer for OKC. Ala Inyabiz recycled through the infield. So this is a chance for OKC to find their footing again. A pretty quick grand slam for Eliza Juxiu.
Absolutely. She's been on the track a huge amount of the time.
This is her 17th jam.
That's unbelievable for one jammer, and that's a lot of time skating. You can see it on her face.
So Oklahoma City being able to get a foothold back here. 10 points on the jam so far. Ala Inyabiz pushing at the front a 3-wall of OKC defenders. Number 31 Galaxy Inferno bridging back to the rest of the pack. Up the outside. Another grand slam for Eliza Juxiu. So she wants to erase that mammoth Pueblo jam all by herself, and this is the way to go about it. Stays in bounds up the inside line. She's up to 20 points on the jam so far.
Absolutely, she's able to double their lead so far.
15 seconds remaining on the jam clock. No particular reason for Eliza to call it off. Grabs 5 more points. She does call it off now.
I think that it might have been a good move. She looked like she was getting tired there, and she didn't want to risk getting sloppy, picking up a penalty, and giving Pueblo an opportunity to take back what she had just gained.
Looks like some alterations happening.
So we are back to a 45-point lead for Oklahoma City with 6 minutes to go. Still a smaller lead than they had at the beginning of the period.
Absolutely. No doubt in my mind that Pueblo has won this period so far.
And they continue by Ringo Scar being the first jammer through. Lead jammer, although not far behind, is Lita Hobita, number 22 for Oklahoma City. And Ringo's just going to call it.
Yeah, she seems to be pretty conservative when it comes to those close jammer. When the jammers are close like that, she seems to call them off. While, as far as I've noticed so far, Jamie Fox-U-Up will try to score some points before she calls it. But I think that was probably a good move there, considering how close they were, where the clock is, and where the score is.
30 seconds, understand that. But,
Teams assembling for the next jam. 5.5 on the period clock. The whistle starts, but the skaters barely move. Now they're going. Lita Hobita appears to be on the jammer line for a second jam in a row, but she's called for a forearm, which is going to give an opportunity to Jamie Fox up through and lead in a power jam.
Absolutely. Remember that she is quite the dangerous skater when she can keep her momentum. She's fast, she's quick, and she's able to pick up 5 points just like that.
So once again, Pueblo chipping away at the lead established by Oklahoma City. So far, still has the greater number of points here in the second period. So at this point, with 4.5 minutes remaining, no matter the outcome, Pueblo has to be proud of what they've accomplished during the course of this second period of play.
Oh, absolutely. I think they'll be real excited when they calculate how this is going to affect their rankings later.
Lita Hobita back on the track. Power jam over. I believe Lita is still on her initial pass. And Jamie continuing to look for points. So that's Lita's initial pass, clear to score, completing a scoring pass for 5 points. Jamie calls it off.
That was a 15-point jam for her. Add that to the 33-point jam she had earlier. I'm sure she's got to be the top scorer today, if not very close.
My very unofficial stats say that she has 79 points now. Not far behind Eliza Juxu's 92.
That is a tale of two jammers if I ever heard it.
30-point lead for Oklahoma City, 170 to 140 with 3.5 to go.
this whole game. So let's go ahead and make some noise for all these skaters putting it down.
We have a fresh jammer for Pueblo. She has jammed once before. It's Nitro Jen, number 75. Also having jammed only once before, Galaxy Inferno, number 31 for Oklahoma City. She is through for lead. Nitro Jen breaks the pack as well, and it's a race to the pack. The Pueblo jammers are towards the rear, so Galaxy Inferno able to pick up some score and call it off. Did she do it before Nitro Jen scored? No, 2 apiece. Well done, Pueblo, keeping it even. In fact, third point. No, it's correct.
Yeah,
so it is 2 apiece.
Absolutely, that brings the differential now to 30. Considering we started this half with a differential of 56, Pueblo really has been able to put the pressure on Oklahoma City in the second half, and you can see it in the score. You can see it on the faces of the skaters as well.
Number 2, Twisted Armani. We've seen her all day at the front of that OKC pack, bracing her fellow blockers. So Ringo Scar with the star for Pueblo against Scary England, number 09 for OKC. Both jammers out. Lead is
Scary England.
Scary England, who is barely in front of Ringo Scar.
The reason Scary England was able to get that lead is absolutely because of Twisted Armani. She single-handedly pushed the Pueblo jammer back through the pack there before picking up a forearm and going to the box again.
So Scary England able to win that jam 2-0 as she calls it off. Down to the wire, 1.5 minutes on the period clock.
Possible, but not likely at this point. Most of the writing is on the wall.
Clock continues to tick. Skaters sort themselves out 5 seconds before the jam starts. Block Party leading the OKC defense on this one and successfully giving Eliza Juxu time to get through for lead.
Absolutely. It seems like OKC really does have their defensive strategy down. They do almost the same thing every time, and it seems to work a lot of the time, especially for Eliza Juxu.
Nothing succeeds like success, as my dad always says. Jamie Fox, you up to the back of the pack, earns no points before Eliza calls it off with 4.
It was a nice combination attack between agility and muscle.
Enough time to run at least one more jam, 178 to 142. Pueblo still having knocked 20 points off the halftime lead. But Oklahoma City trying to establish themselves at the end of this game. They have had the last 3 lead calls in a row. But only 6 unanswered points in the last 2 jams. So Pueblo keeping it real.
Absolutely. I think that they're, really are going to feel like winners at the end of this. Given that, again, they are 77 ranks. They're 77 positions behind Oklahoma City in the WFTDA rankings. So this is a huge accomplishment to even come this close.
Beastie Toys earns lead but is reabsorbed within the pack for Oklahoma City. Ala Inya-Biz is out and clear to score, but with the period clock expired, Beastie Toys calls it off. No points scored on the jam, so our unofficial final remains 178 to 142, a 36-point win for Oklahoma City, but a moral win, I would say, for Pueblo.
Absolutely. I think they have to be very, very proud of themselves to be able to get that close, especially considering they lost earlier in the year to Fort Collins, who is, ranked, I think, 192.
Oklahoma City, this is their 4th win of the year. They beat West Texas, who actually is here at this tournament as well, at the Sooners Skate in March. They also won against Mocan. Then they won against Centex back in April, but lost to Memphis in April by 30 points. So a victory lap now for the Oklahoma City Roller Derby Tornado Alley Roller Girls. Pueblo Derby Devil Dolls, Jailhouse Jawbreakers building a London Bridge for them to skate through, and now they're taking their consolation lap as well. We do have the confirmation that this is the final score. Great work by both teams. Oklahoma City with the win. Pueblo putting up a serious, serious fight.
Absolutely. It certainly makes me want to watch what they do the rest of this season, if not the rest of this weekend.
We've got lots more roller derby this weekend here at the Mayday Mayhem Tournament, 5th annual, hosted by the Slaughterhouse Derby Girls. We are at the Budweiser Event Center in Loveland, Colorado. You're watching us on ColoradoSports.TV. Thank you for tuning in. Consider throwing a few dollars in the kitty for ColoradoSports.TV. There is a donate button on the page. I am Mark Bradford, also known as Brad Example.
And I'm Danny Indivino-Colley, also known as October Revolution.
Join us back here at, what time is the next game? Check the schedule. Our next game should be at 5:30 in just a few minutes, Mountain Time. In practice, it might start a few minutes after that.
Yes, so join us later and have a good weekend.
Couple minutes left to play.
Good evening, and thank you for tuning in to Mayday Mayhem 2015 here on ColoradoSports.TV. I am Sean Monahan, a.k.a. Wilhelm Scream.
I'm Julia Sleazer, a.k.a. Julia Sleazer.
It's magic how your parents just named you that. That's a perfect derby name. We are getting ready to call the bout between the Duke City Muñecas Muertas and the Winnipeg Roller Derby All-Stars.
Let's go ahead and run through the roster for Duke City. We've got number 10, Banff, 11, Killer Queen, 187, Doom De Doom, 311, Betona Brat, 34, Holly Chamberlain, 511, Seamslayer, 6, Leia Featherstone, 708, Razorblade, 713, Jerk of All Skates, 80D, Meat Meat, 86, Death Row, 9, Kills Inferno, 91, Gabriella Kem, and FU2, Swearin' Marie.
And for Winnipeg, we've got 055, Flemme Fatale, 1107, Scar to Beat You, 1108, D3PO, 117, Girl Meet, number 14, Demanda Brawl, 204, Lex Go, 206, Pain Goodall, 22, Tenacious V, 411, Pint Size Poison, number 52, Missile Behaved, 613, Rants in Your Pants, 63, Put It On My Tab, number 9, Sinfully Sweet, and rounding out the roster is number 99, Threatsky.
So we saw Winnipeg earlier play against Slaughterhouse, and it was indeed a slaughter, but not in the direction that you might think. Slaughterhouse came out 66 to Winnipeg's 390. Winnipeg currently is full WFTDA, but they appear not to be ranked, whereas we've got Duke City sitting at 115. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, if it's going to be more of the same absolute brutality, if we're going to have a little more even match this time.
Yeah, Winnipeg coming in unranked because they've only played one sanctioned bout so far before this tournament.
Okay.
So they haven't actually gotten enough time since the most recent rankings release. This will change after this weekend. Right now, they're currently coming in unranked. Flat Track Stats making an early guess that they'll come in around number 93.
Nice. That's a pretty nice way to enter rankings. All right, we got play underway. Winnipeg out there in the purple, Duke in black, and it is Winnipeg lead jammer.
As number 1107, Scar 2 Beat You, was a prominent jammer in the game against Slaughterhouse earlier.
Ooh, she is.
That is Seamslayer jamming for the Muñecas Muertas from Duke City in the black and green.
Seamslayer just now through on her initial as Scar 2 Beat You comes through on her second scoring pass. I think am I seeing 4 up?
That is 4 deep.
All right.
Total of 9 points so far. Winnipeg taking an early 9-0 lead. 29 minutes, 7 seconds left in the first half. It'll be interesting. Duke also winning earlier today in their game against Pueblo.
Yeah?
That was a score of 222 to 151.
Nice.
So right now, both these teams looking for that inside track to be the number 1 seed in Group 2.
Got off to a fast pack. Duke City is lead. That's number 10, Banff.
Get used to the Banff.
Banff just bamfed her way through the pack, picking up lead jammer stats. Put It On My Tab, jamming for Winnipeg, trying to play catch-up.
See if it was called off in time. It looks like it was not called off in time to stop Winnipeg from picking anything up. Winnipeg picks up 1 point. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm lying. No, I'm telling the truth. It's great. 1 point put on the board by Winnipeg. 3 more points for Duke City, now putting Duke on the board. So we are 3-10 with just over 28 minutes left in this half.
Yeah, so far, very close, but it's really early to tell. It's only the second jam in. Still a lot of time left. Winnipeg, the only team that's been able to put together 2 scoring passes in 1 jam so far. We'll see what the third jam holds.
Winnipeg's jammer trying her best to get through. That's Lex Go, number 204, lead for Winnipeg as Duke City loses one of their blockers to the box.
And that is 713. Jerk of all skates jamming for Duke City, trying to fight through the pack.
And she's taking quite a beating, almost knocked out to the inside, manages to stay up, then does get knocked out to the inside. She's going to be recycled back, but not terribly far. Oh, it looks like she is being called to the box on a low block, so this is going to turn into a power jam for Winnipeg.
And Winnipeg very effective on the power jam. When watching them against Slaughterhouse, they were able to really take advantage of the opposing team's jammer penalties and pick up a pile of points. Looks like that's something that Lex Go is going to try and do right now, and there's 5 in the air.
Her teammates just flanking the track, waiting for their jammer to approach so they can bust up Duke City's walls. Pack at an absolute standstill before that.
And Flem Fatale just coming crashing in, creating enough of a seam to allow Lex Go to try and push ahead. And now we see that the Duke City jammer, that Jerk is back on the track. Jerk of all skates trying to fight through, but the purple wall just sealed itself up very quickly.
They had good awareness of when she was standing in the box and went ahead and got into formation and just waited, making their own jammer have to push through, which she has not, or she just now is coming out of this last scoring pass. Their formation in the back, capturing that jammer and effectively holding her back. That is a 19-point jam for Winnipeg, bringing them a substantial lead at this point, 3-29 in favor of Winnipeg.
And 4 minutes gone so far. We're seeing that penalties early on definitely playing a part in it. We'll see if they play a part further on as the game progresses. But also just the way that defense has come together, and Winnipeg strong defense against Slaughterhouse, seeing that they're presenting another strong defense against Duke and really shutting down the Duke Jammers.
This same formation as they had set up when she was coming out of the box, this sort of square made with all their bodies that kind of moves around, is really effective of keeping ADD back. That's meep out there for Duke.
And Pint-Sized Poison jamming for Winnipeg. And looks like they're... Meep is going to be lead jammer. Pint-Sized Poison picking up a track cut penalty. That's going to make this a power jam for the Muñecas Muertas.
Winnipeg with that same formation that I mentioned just a minute ago. This looks to be a favored strategy of theirs, and it's effective, so why not? So they've left one blocker behind as sort of a bridge, but Meep is through. That's 5 in the sky for Duke as they lose, or as Winnipeg loses one of the blockers to the box. This power jam is over, though, as Winnipeg's jammer re-enters play up against a Duke wall in the back. Winnipeg going up front, going a little bit out of play, having to release Meep, so she's through with another 5-point pass.
Now Pint-Sized Poison coming back into the back of the pack and struggling right now with the Duke wall. Duke using some of that bracing strategy as well that Winnipeg's been using it just as effectively. Also, we're seeing good movement within those braces by the teams to prevent a multiplayer block from being called.
There has been a star pass on behalf of Winnipeg. That is 11:08 D3PO. When that jam is going to end before I think she does any damage. That last pass 0-0. But that was a 14-point jam for Duke City, which just last jam, it was a 19-point jam for Winnipeg. So both teams very capable of having some high-scoring jams if they put their minds to it.
Yeah, and the one through line, the similarity in both of those jams was that both were power jams for at least part of it.
Yeah.
But Duke didn't get all those points on the power jam. They were using a very effective defense as well to slow down the Winnipeg jammer and keep her from getting free. We'll see what happens this time around when we've got Skartu Bichu jamming for Winnipeg. Skartu Bichu picking up lead jammer status. And appears to be Seam Slayer jamming for Duke City. Skartu Bichu trying to jump the apex. Doesn't land it, has good awareness as she crawls her way back on the track and back behind the pack. Does not want to pick up a track cut and give an opportunity for Duke City to not just complete the comeback, but maybe take a sizable lead with where the power jam's been going.
Scar 2 facing off herself against Duke's remaining blockers, finally pushes her way through, picking up 5 points for Winnipeg. They are at a standstill on the track. Both teams ready for Winnipeg's jammer to come through. This is now power jam to Winnipeg. I believe that was a low block called on Duke City's jammer.
Yeah, but she's not going to spend a lot of time in the penalty box because Scar2 Bichu picked up a track cut penalty. That's going to lead to a jammer swap, so Seam Slayer's going to be back up on the track very quickly and full 2-minute jam since both jammers spent a little bit of time in the box.
True story.
It also means we won't be without the services of Scar2 Bichu very long for Winnipeg. She'll be released relatively quickly as well.
Here she comes, in fact. Duke City hanging back, waiting for her. Lined up in a 4-wall. She tries to spin around on the inside and is knocked back down by Doom. So she's having to try to try that again. She goes out of bounds on the inside one more time, and she's slowly making her way.
And Scar2 Bichu has passed the star off to Flim Fatale. Flim Fatale, currently the inactive jammer, now active. The clock runs out. The full 2 minutes are gone. Before these final scores being added, looks until the scoreboard's up there, it was standing with Winnipeg having doubled up on Duke City. Now that's slightly changed. Winnipeg not quite doubling up on Duke City. Score of 38-20, just under 21 minutes to go.
She had a lot of points put on her tab in the previous game. Sorry, everyone. I apologize.
It's going to be number 10, Bamp for Duke City is your lead jammer. Opposing jammer is put it on my tab, number 63 from Winnipeg. Trying to muscle her way through the pack. Boy, she has a really fast reaction. What word am I looking for? She pops up very quickly.
Kind of like a bouncy ball, you could almost say. The Winnipeg Jammers, they're very good at lateral movement as well.
Yeah.
They'll go east and west to find that opening, and then they can have this ability to just turn on a second gear, get the jets going, to move north-south and grab points. But Duke City grabbed 4 points.
Oh, looks like they grabbed 5. Unless, nope, lies. 4. That itchy point assigning finger.
One other thing that makes this interesting in the contest between these two teams is at this tournament, at Mayday Mayhem 2015, there's the team that has been in WFTDA the longest against the team that has been in WFTDA the shortest. Duke City, one of the founding members of WFTDA. Winnipeg's only been a member since December.
Ooh, some hard hits. That is Lex 204 bouncing off of Duke City's blockers, but making it back up, then flying through the pack. She is finally through on her initial. This is a power jam now for Winnipeg. Duke's jammer had been called lead, so we will have the full 2 minutes, and she's now sitting in the box for her back blocks. Lex coming through on her first scoring pass, picking up 5 points for Winnipeg.
A jerk of all skates. Any points she might have picked up before have now been eliminated through Lex Go, grabbing all 5 on her initial scoring pass.
There's a lot of jammers very good at that. Very good at that.
Well, the difference in the score, any sort of a gain is now
True
eliminated.
facts. Sorry, I'm making faces at Wilhelm.
It's not that the points don't count. It's that
Right.
the cutting down into the Winnipeg lead is
Right.
gone.
I got you. It looks like there was going to be a star pass for Winnipeg that was dropped on the way to the box, so there's currently no one jamming for Winnipeg. The original jammer picking it back up. That is 204 Lex.
It looks like Flim Fatale was called for a penalty before the star pass happened.
Yeah.
Which would have invalidated it right away. And we've got Sinfully Sweet on her way into the penalty box as well. That's going to cut down the number of blockers available to Winnipeg. Makes it a little easier on Jerk of all skates to get through and grab 5 points.
Ooh. Man, number 22, Tenacious V. A sweet low hip block to Winnipeg's jammer Lex, knocking her to the inside. That was the natural conclusion of the jam. A 13-point jam for Duke City, 6 points picked up by Winnipeg, and a team timeout being called for Winnipeg.
Winnipeg probably looking to try and slow down the momentum that Duke's got going. It was a larger gap, now only 7 points separating the two teams. And Duke City, their jammers are now starting to solve the puzzle that is the Winnipeg defense.
There's always that first couple of jams where you're feeling each other out. And I think we're on the cusp of having felt each other out.
Of course, the infamous Shutter Up. We also have Gil Cromings and John Acosta.
So a slight adjustment on the scoreboard is now 46-37. Both teams adjusting on the fly. 17 and a half minutes to go until halftime. Again, this is the Mayday Mayhem tournament. The first day is group play, so that will allow proceeding before we get to the knockout phase. Both teams currently 1-0. Winner is in a really good shape to try and take that number 1 spot in this group number 2.
If you want to check out the seating and the pools and everything like that, you can find us on Facebook by searching Mayday Mayhem and download the image for yourself, or just listen to us tell you all about it. Coming through, ADD Meet crushes against 14 Demanda Brawl. She does have lead jammer. She's ever so slightly swallowed back into the pack, but she is out and free and clear.
And this is a power jam thanks to that penalty at the end of the jam being assessed against Lex Go. Meet knifing through the pack, grabs 5 points. Untouched as she went through. Winnipeg regains the services of Lex Go, but this is still her initial pass. And Meet trying to go outside, inside, outside, bouncing off of Sinfully Sweet. Then slides underneath on the outside for 4 points up in the air.
Oh no, we have a tie. Lex is zinging along, coming up to the back of the pack. She's entering it, and now it's called. It looks like Lex did pick up a couple more points. I believe that is a 3 for Winnipeg.
But 4 more picked up by Meet. That means we do have a full lead change. Score is now 50 for Duke City, 49 for Winnipeg.
Nice.
This kind of close action is kind of what I was expecting with teams that are ranked currently 115 and expected to come in around that same area.
Right. Winnipeg starting with a wall on the pivot line. They quickly take that kind of diamond formation, keeping 5'11" Seam Slayer from getting through in time, giving their own jammer the advantage, so Winnipeg does have lead.
Yeah, that's number 4'11", Pine Size Poison. Did confirm that she is 4'11" because that is her height.
That's great.
She is already through and in the middle of her scoring pass, senses that Seam Slayer is about to catch up, calls off the jam. Looks like 2 points being awarded for Winnipeg. That 1 point lead is now in the hands of Winnipeg instead of Duke City, 50-51. 15 minutes, 10 seconds to go.
Lead waffling.
Still 15 minutes to go here in the first.
It's all good. Scar 2 beat you on the line for Winnipeg, up against Banff for Duke City.
A couple of jammers who've both had a very good track record of picking up lead jammer status, and that Scar 2 beat you that grabs lead jammer this time around. Banff getting tangled up with Demanda Brawl in turn number 2.
Every time Scar 2 beat you has been out there, she has gotten lead jammer status. Let's see what she's going to do with it this time. She's going to go ahead and call it off. Banff was approaching the pack. Scar 2 Beachy was already through, so why not go ahead and call it up? It's another 5 points on the board for Winnipeg.
It's going to make the score 50-55. Winnipeg still can't be breathing easy. I mean, the 5 points are erased in a blink in roller derby. We've got 14 minutes to go in the first half. But sometimes it's just that hit it and quit it philosophy, that grab the floor, call it off, make sure your opponents don't get any.
Sure. Ooh, trying to take it on the outside. She did do so successfully. Put it on my tab. Taking a running start off that jammer line. Did take a little bit of a spill. Was called lead, and she is now coming through on her first. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it looks like she's getting tangled up repeatedly. One of those times, actually right off the jam line, Killer Queen was sent off on a low block call. And looks like Jerk of all skates cutting the track. That is going to make this a power jam for Winnipeg and a chance for them to reassert the lead that they once had.
I really hope I'm not the only person that gets a little, like, my stomach jumped when she hit the... Did you hear it?
Each time.
Chunk. Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't mean to gasp, but it's, like, literally, like, ugh. Resilient ladies out here. Tab is back through again. Another 5 points on the board for Winnipeg. Her team just waiting in the back, waiting for this power jam to come to an end, which is right now. Killer Queen coming in, engaging. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Killer Queen. Jerk of all skates. I apologize. Jerk coming back in, immediately engaging Winnipeg's jammer, but then being caught up in Winnipeg's defense, as they've essentially got the jammer as a goat at this point. Well, not technically, but they've got her in a cage of human bodies.
She is surrounded by a mob of purple. That's Femme Fatale, Sinfully Sweet, Tenacious V, and Girl Meat. That foursome is just making life miserable for Jerk of all skates.
Yeah, it looked unpleasant. Team timeout being called by Duke City. That was an 18-point jam, another substantial jam by Winnipeg. Nothing picked up by Duke City that time.
And that extends the Winnipeg lead up to 23, 73 to 50. 12 minutes, 1 second to go.
We would really like to thank you all for tuning in for Duke City versus Winnipeg Roller Derby. If you love roller derby as much as we do, and I suppose you do if you're spending your Friday night watching it, right? Do consider using the donation tab you'll find on the page to give a couple of bucks back, because while there is no paywall, it still does cost a lot of money to put on these productions, and your donations can help ColoradoSports.TV recuperate those costs.
And if we get enough donations, then you can also help the announcers learn how to properly pronounce Muñecas Muertas.
Will they send us to a school for this?
It'll be a special school just for Derby announcers to learn how to properly pronounce the name of this team. Because we've all been tripping over it all week.
I've left it. I'm like, it's Duke City. Got it. Nailed it. All right, here we're back in action. Got one Duke blocker in the box. That is 204 Lex for Winnipeg, out with lead jammer status.
And as Meep recycled back behind the pivot line. And Lex Go already on a scoring pass. Payne Goodall on her way into the penalty box. That's going to knock down the pack of Winnipeg by 1. And Lex Go being assessed a track cut penalty. That's going to make this a power jam for Meep. Also full 2-minute jam, sacrificing the lead jammer status that Lex Go had with her penalty time.
Well, it looks like Winnipeg's bleeding out their blockers too. We've got a full box over there, so this may just be the power jam that Meep needs. She comes through with 5 points, starting to close up that gap.
Yeah, Duke City holding that 4-2 pack advantage right now. Looks like Winnipeg about to get a couple of skaters back. They have fewer than 10 seconds. They're both standing. But another 5 points in the air for Duke City.
Purple 204 right out of the box. Assessed in illegal procedure for an illegal re-entry. So it's going to be another 30-second power jam. Meep completely in control here, picking up another 5 points. So far, a 15-point jam due to this power jam. We do have all of Winnipeg's blockers back on the floor. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep her back effectively, because that's really all they can do at this point.
Yeah, that slight misstep done by Lex Go, that really opened the door for Duke City to claw back in. She is out, so they're not going to be starting the next jam without a jammer.
Then she tried to jump that apex right as the whistles were going. 5 more points on the board. Oops, sorry, 4 points on the board for Winnipeg.
It looks like those 4 points were picked up by Lex Go before her first trip to the penalty box. So
I gotcha.
Finally awarded, and 4 points also given to Duke City on that last pass. So what was once a 23-point lead is now 8. Winnipeg with 77, Duke City 69, 9.5 to go.
And we have an official timeout.
We're going to have an official timeout.
Relatively even between these two teams so far. One thing that has come into play, which not surprising, especially in modern derby, is those jammer penalties and the power jams. Both teams doing a good job maximizing their points, but also the penalty kills, keeping it from being a huge hurdle to cross.
Definitely, yeah. Both of these teams have made pretty effective use of their power jams, as you said. There's been a couple of times where during the power jam they've been able to hold the opposing jammer back and stop her from really racking it up. This last 19-point jam has really put Duke City back as a contender against Winnipeg. Winnipeg's jammer coming through on the outside, sliding to the floor. That is pint size out there. She is not lead jammer due to a no pass, no penalty, even though she was out first. That does leave lead open. About that I like to see.
And put it on my tab from Winnipeg, picking up lead jammer status. Jerk of all skates assessed a track cut penalty. That's going to make this a Winnipeg power jam. We'll see if what has been a trend before continues, with the team really being able to put the pressure on thanks to that jammer penalty. Put it on my tab already with 1 5-point scoring pass, and she's in the middle of another. Gets slowed down at the front by number 9, Kells Inferno. Does not stop completely. 5 more points.
Coming in on her next scoring pass. Again, her team is flanked on both sides, poised to bust through Duke's defenses for her. She's pushing her own way through this time. 5 more points on the board for Winnipeg.
And Jerk of all skates coming out of the penalty box, going clockwise. The shortest distance back to getting back into the fray, but she's kind of tangled with a tough Winnipeg defense, as so far we're seeing another 5 points being picked up by Put It On My Tab. And Winnipeg now losing 2 blockers. Though it is Sinfully Sweet and Tenacious V both cooling their wheels in the penalty box for a little bit.
Tab is going to call that off. A 20-point jam for Winnipeg, which between either of the teams is the biggest jam that we have seen so far in this bout. It's pretty substantial. That also puts Winnipeg over the century mark, 75 to 102. We got about 5.5 minutes left in this half. 2 Winnipeg blockers in the box.
Looks like just 1 from Duke City. So that's going to give Duke City a 3-2 pack advantage.
Duke City's Meep lead jammer. Lex, they're stuck in the back trying to face off against Killer Queen.
Lex Go being slowed down at the front of the pack as well. I believe that's Gabriella Kem that's stifling her down a little bit. No, correction, that was Death Row at the front of the pack.
Looking to her bench on whether or not she should call it. Meep makes that decision. 4 more points put on the board for Duke. Nothing picked up by Winnipeg.
Yeah, very quick. A lot of these jams going by, and even before the first 45 seconds are gone, we're seeing them being called off by the jammers. It's been a couple of minute 30, and then the few 2 minutes that have been forced by no lead jammer. But otherwise, relatively quick rotations on these jammer clocks.
An empty penalty box. What is this? We've got our 5-on-5 out there. Quite a struggle to get through that Winnipeg defense. Multiplayer block being called on Black 11.
That is Killer Queen going to the penalty box. Seam Slayer trying to fight through at the front of the pack. Pine-sized Poison at the back. Seam Slayer does pick up lead jammer status for Duke City.
And that is going to be lead jammer for
Using a Winnipeg blocker to the box. Now each team 3-3. Another Winnipeg blocker being sent to the box. That means they're going to start with half of their defenses in this next jam. 4 more points on the board for Duke City. Nothing picked up by Winnipeg that time.
The Muñecas Muertas pulling their way back in. 102-83 now. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in the first half.
So as I said, Winnipeg's going to start with just 2 blockers on the track. Doesn't prove to be much of a problem for Banff. Duke City does have lead jammer. That is Skartu Beachu coming through, taking a whip off of D3.
Death Row picking up a penalty. That's going to equalize the packs for at least a little while. Not too much longer. Looks like there are blockers from each team standing in the penalty box.
3-0 jam. Timeout. Oh, sorry. Official review being called by Duke, which hopefully we'll have information on soon.
Each team with 3 timeouts per half, well, per game, and then 1 official review per half. If you're successful with your official review, you get it back once. So
I think you can just repeatedly get it back. I thought it was that.
You could only theoretically have 2 per half.
Okay. I guess I never really thought it through.
It also requires being successful the first time, and
right.
With all the derby I've watched, it's quite tricky actually to be successful with any regularity on your official review. But we'll see what comes out of this. Duke City challenging something that will, it could lead to a change of score, it could lead to a change of penalty situation. Both are very important. Only 16 points separating the 2 teams. It's 102-86, and we're getting close to the end of that half.
So I guess it's time for the referees to confer, come to their decision. In the meantime, I'd once again like to thank you for tuning in. And if you are enjoying our broadcast, we've got 2 tracks out here. You can donate a couple of bucks to ColoradoSports.TV.
So once again, this is the Mayday Mayhem 2015. This is the 5th year that the Slaughterhouse Derby Girls have put on this tournament in beautiful Loveland, Colorado. And this tournament is set up. There are 14 teams, WFTDA teams, that are playing for number 1 spot overall and trying to win the tournament. Today and the first half of tomorrow is group play. They're going to be playing against each other in sort of a round robin. Not quite playing the entire group, but it's going to determine seeding before we get to the knockout phase. That knockout phase starts tomorrow afternoon. There's also a consolation bracket, so everyone that's playing today, they're going to have at least 1 more game after all of the round robin is done. Also tomorrow, we've got men's derby happening here at Mayday Mayhem 2015. And on Sunday, we're bringing out junior derby.
Of 2 junior derby bouts.
Yeah, there are 3 men's bouts tomorrow, 2 junior derby bouts on Sunday. It's a full weekend here on Mother's Day weekend. If it's anything like last year on Mother's Day itself, you'll want to be on your computer, especially if you're in Colorado, because it's going to be a blizzard.
Oh, shush. Don't jinx us, man.
We have heard, luckily, the snow is supposed to miss us by at least a little bit, which means it'll just make a blizzard in Wyoming. So if you're in Wyoming, tune in to ColoradoSports.TV on Sunday and make sure that you're watching the tournament from your home in the comfort of your house.
Also, call your mom. We got 2 of, I should say 3 Winnipeg blockers in the box. Otherwise, meep, meep, get through. No contest on that one. Lead jammer to Winnipeg. Followed about half a lap behind by Put It On My Tab from Winnipeg. We did start off with 3 of Winnipeg's blockers in the box. Like I said, 2 standing, 1 sitting. Meep Meep's going to call that off. 2 points on the board for Duke City. Nothing picked up by Winnipeg. It's all right, you know, sometimes nickel and diming your way up to close that gap is perfectly fine. The gap is not too far at this point.
It's effective. It's within reach of 1 big jam, 3, 4 smaller jams, 102 to 88. 2 minutes left in the first half.
Let's go.
And now the tables have turned as Let's Go picking up lead jammer status for Winnipeg, but very quickly out after her is Seam Slayer from Duke City. And Duke City has emptied their side of the penalty box. Still 1 Winnipeg blocker in the box.
This hadn't really been a very penalty heavy bout until all of a sudden, like, all of the blockers have gone to the box. Speaking of which, that's number 206, paying Goodall, having a seat in the box for Winnipeg. 3 points on the board. Oops, so far, 4 points on the board for Duke. 3 points that time for Winnipeg, bringing us up 92 to 105 with just about 1:10 left in this half.
But again, just cutting down that lead ever so slightly.
Right.
There's a slim chance we'll see 2 more jams the way that these teams have been playing and how the jams have been going.
They're quick.
We're definitely guaranteed 1 more. But also both teams still sitting with enough timeouts that they could decide to use timeout. And there's a back block call that's being assessed. Not seeing against who it is. Against number 22, Tenacious V from Winnipeg.
Gibbs Banff is out. Lead jammer Duke. Winnipeg's jammer right. They're best friends right now, frankly.
Pint-sized poison is currently Banff's shadow, which is also appropriate because often shadows are slightly smaller than the traditional.
It looks like Duke City was sneaking 2 points there.
2 points for Duke City. Unless there is a timeout. I whispered into the microphone, unless there's a timeout right now, this would be the last jam. Trying to keep secrets over here. Every time I say something, it happens.
And that
not that
brings
time,
us
though.
to halftime.
All right.
No timeout called. Score of 105 to 94. You highlighted exactly. Started out very clean and has become a penalty-filled game.
You know, Winnipeg is, I mean, even though, okay, so Winnipeg's been bleeding blockers these last couple of jams. Even so, they've managed to maintain a lead. Now, that lead is shrinking as Duke City is being pulling out these 2-point jams, 2-point jams, 4-point jams, 3-point jams. They're not substantial jams, but they're enough to, like I said, nickel and dime their way up, close that gap up, and maybe we'll see a lead change in the first couple of jams of the second half. Or maybe we'll see both teams regroup and come out with completely new strategies adapted to how each other play.
Yeah, exactly. And, there's going to be the halftime adjustment. This is the second game of the day for both of these teams. So you wonder if maybe the penalties are coming because there's a little bit of fatigue that's coming into play.
Yeah. Could be. Well, we are at halftime. We'll be back in about 9 minutes.
Welcome back to ColoradoSports.TV. We are broadcasting live from Mayday Mayhem 2015 in beautiful Loveland, Colorado. I am Wilhelm Scream.
I'm Julius Leeser.
We are sitting with a score of 105 for Winnipeg Roller Derby All-Stars and 94 for Duke City Muñecas Muertas.
These two teams, as we mentioned earlier, current ranking for Duke City 115, Winnipeg not currently ranked. They are expected to come in around 93 according to Flat Track Stats after, is it after this bout or after this tournament?
Well, after this tournament, they should have enough momentum and there should be enough bouts and really mostly enough time to have them placed somewhere into the WFTDA rankings.
90-ish area, which is pretty exciting. So far, we're seeing a lot of great strategy for both of the teams, of course. We're about to get the action back underway. This has been a fairly close bout. Of course, power jams have come into play quite a bit. But these last several jams have been a lot of Duke shoring up this point differential by getting 4, calling it 4, calling it 3, 2, 4, 2, calling it after these short jams. So we're having a lot of jams that only last maybe 30 seconds at a maximum. I'm not sure if we're going to see that going back into the second half, but we are underway. That is Banff up front for Duke with lead jammer status.
Scar2D2 on her way to the penalty box thanks to a track cut, but she's also holding up near her ear. So looks like she at least was indicating she got hit up a little bit high and no penalty assessed. Meanwhile, Banff on a power jam has already picked up 5 points for Duke City. And then Banff runs into, I believe that is number 9, Sinfully Sweet, gets dropped down. That's going to slow her momentum a little bit and eat some of that penalty time as Scar2D2 already up on her feet.
Bam trying out the spin and win, gets through. That is 5 more points on the board for Duke City. As Banff comes back through this power jam, is at it in. Scar2D2 is back in play, and she approaches, just slams her butt right into a whole wall of Duke.
Now, one of the important things, though, is that this is still her initial pass. Scar2D2 has not completed the pass. Meanwhile, Banff is lead jammer and is in full control. Scar2D2 now around completing the initial scoring pass.
Now this is also important. Banff has been recycled back. Scar2D2 coming up on her initial. If Banff could have gotten through, she probably could have got a whole nother pass. But Winnipeg was effective at keeping her back, recycling her back to the back, not letting her get through. Regardless of that, that is a 15-point jam for Duke and a lead change.
That's going to put the score 109 to 105. One of the few jams that have lasted longer than a minute in this game. But 109-105, also very different from the games that these teams played earlier today. Both teams on the winning side of blowouts. And, you know, this being very close makes it a very different style of play for both teams. And right there, we've got a very quick start out and put it on my tab, picking up lead jammer status for Winnipeg. Meep Meep jamming for Duke City.
Tab getting through 5 points. Meep Meep seems to be hung up in the pack right now.
Yeah, Meep Meep just got tangled up with D3PO. D3PO had to cycle back, but looks like Meep Meep on a track cut penalty. That's going to be a power jam for Put It On My Tab. We're trading power jams to start the second half. And already there's been a 10 points picked up by Put It On My Tab, and she's in the middle of the pack looking to make it 15.
Tab leaning her full weight on these Duke ladies, incapable of getting through. She's trying to juke around them. All she's got to do is either get these two with the out-of-play call, and there we go. They have to let her go. That's another 5 big points for Winnipeg, bringing them up 120. So, of course, in this jam, we've had another lead change. We're having the lead waffling. Meep Meep is back in play. She is met with a full wall of Winnipeg's blockers who seem to be ready for her. Duke's blockers don't seem as interested in helping break up that wall as they do holding back Winnipeg's jammer. And Meep Meep is now through on her initial. Winnipeg's going to go ahead and call that off. Nothing picked up by Duke. I think that's going to be an 18-point jam for Winnipeg, 109 to 123.
Another lead change. It's just back and forth, seesaw battle. Winnipeg grabbing the lead, but neither team has really been able to completely assert dominance so far. 123 to 109 with just under 26 minutes to go.
Winnipeg's jammer trying to find her way through initially on the inside. Now she's trying to make a gap through Duke's blockers.
And Seam Slayer, the left skate just barely coming outside, but that's enough. That is a track cut penalty. If Lex Go can find her way through, she will be able to start this power jam as lead jammer. So far, good job by Duke City, really stifling her. She now completes the initial pass, but took a full 35 seconds before she was able to get through and grab that lead jammer status.
She's coming in once again. We've got Winnipeg flanking on either side, busting up Duke's defenses as their jammer comes through. 5 points on the board for Winnipeg.
Yeah, watching how the Winnipeg blockers work together on these power jams, showing why they're so effective on power jams. They slow the pack down to allow the jammer to catch up, and then they engage and seal off the opposing blockers to create a little bit of an opening. And now they're going to step back. They see that Seam Slayer is already back on the track. Her penalty time over.
As you said, they are ready in the back, concentrated in their sort of diamond formation. Seam Slayer is through on her initial as Winnipeg's jammer comes in, calls it off after sliding into the pack. Nothing picked up by Duke. Another 3 points on the board for Winnipeg, bringing us 109 to 131 with just over 24 minutes left in this game.
And timeout being called by Duke City. As they were coming towards us on that last jam, it was probably the best example of the difference in jammer styles between the two teams. We were seeing the Winnipeg jammer trying to go left and right and find the opening and draw the blockers to her. And the Duke City jammer was basically just putting her head down and trying to get enough steam going to split apart the Winnipeg wall.
Right. It's a matter of juking versus making your own hole, barreling through those walls. Either can be effective given the correct situation. So again, we are in a team timeout for Duke. Of course, we'd like to thank you for tuning in. If you're just now tuning in, we are in Duke City versus Winnipeg.
Duke City, a founding member of WFTDA. Winnipeg has only been a member of WFTDA since December.
Yeah. So good on them.
So a little bit of difference in history within the organizations.
Sure.
But right now, both very competitive with each other, and this is potentially, if the score stands as it currently does in the same kind of way, Winnipeg could be the first team that's at this tournament that faced Duke City to give Duke City a loss.
Speaking of Duke City, that is Banff up there, lead jammer. In the meantime, Winnipeg's jammer, I believe that is Pint Size, is out of the pack. As she approaches the back of the pack, Banff is going to call it off, picking up 2 points for Duke City.
2 points.
That's going to make the score 131 to 111. And one thing that we know that Duke City does know is they definitely know tournament play. I mean, they participated in the very first Dust Devil tournament back in 2006. This year alone, this is already the 3rd tournament that they have played in. They went to Dust Devil in March. They were at Mythical Invitation in April. So they understand tournament play, and they understand how to work with the fatigue that's going to come naturally. Winnipeg hasn't done a lot of tournaments that we're aware of, but they're going to try and just, find a way. Scar2Bichu finds a way there, picking up lead jammer status.
That is Meep Meep for Duke City out there on her initial. Scar2D2 enters the pack on her first scoring pass. One of Winnipeg blockers being called to the box on a back block. Scar 2 is going to go ahead and call that off. I think that is 4 points on the board for Winnipeg.
Score of 135 to 111. Again, very quick jam, very quick turnover. We've got 22, just under 22 and a half minutes to go in the second half of action. We've already, this is going to be already setting up for our 5th or 6th jam in the second half, and we haven't even gone 8 minutes.
Yeah, we've got these short jams. I mean, we started off with that 15-point jam and an 18-point jam, and now these last 3 jams, 3, 2, 4. So I think we're going to get back to these quick jams. Tab out there for Winnipeg up towards the front of the pack. She is declared lead for Winnipeg.
Yeah, Seamslayer just absorbing a hit from Payne Goodall to fight her way through and complete her initial pass. As once again, we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern with one Winnipeg blocker going to the box, and then a second one tends to join not terribly long after, as now that is demanded brawl.
Well, I don't know if you've ever been to the box, but it gets lonely. And a good friend will come with you.
And, you know, Winnipeg, they're Canadian, so there's a very polite feel.
Yeah. It's not so much about the penalties. It's more about the camaraderie.
So the score is still 135 to 111. Just over 21 minutes to go. We're starting jam number 7 of the second half.
Banff out there up front is lead jammer Duke City.
Banff has been very effective at finding those holes. Lex Go trying to find one and trying to push through, just creates an opening of her own.
Sometimes that's the way to go. Lex is through on her initial. She's coming up. Banff is at the back of the pack, sees Lex coming and just goes ahead and calls it off. 3 more points on the board for Duke. Nothing picked up that time by Winnipeg. Again, just like we saw in the end of the first half, it looks like Duke's going to be pulling these short couple of point jams over and over and over, which is a completely effective way to close up the score.
Oh, exactly, especially as long as the clock is still on your side. And with 20 minutes left, it's not dire straits yet for Duke City. As that jam expired, Demanda Brawl was released from the penalty box, so we've got an empty penalty box, 4 blockers on each side. And
just as you say that.
Just like last time, we mentioned the empty penalty box and a multiplayer penalty is called. That is being assessed to Rants in Your Pants from Winnipeg.
There's a second Winnipeg blocker being sent to the box. A third Winnipeg blocker is going to have to get into queue.
There's no room at the end. Meanwhile, Meep picking up lead jammer status for Duke City, and already with 5 points.
5 points for Duke City.
Meanwhile, I believe that is Pine-Sized Poison.
Yep.
Was trying to find a seam and just unable to do so. She's actually disappearing behind the black wall and now looking for her pivot to pass the star off to, but good
she
defense.
Does have it. The pivot has it in hand, has not placed it on her helmet. Looks like something is amiss. She's being sent to the box. Panty's still in hand. She does drop it on the floor, so once Pint Size gets back up that way, she can retrieve it. Of course, the other team can be totally evil and stand over it, but I've noticed that happens more in men's derby than women's.
And Meep's already piling up points as this has been happening. In fact, I don't even know if Pine-Sized Poison is aware that the jammer cap is down. Now she sees it. She picks up the cap. She's going to put that back on her head, become the active jammer once again. But Meep has clawed Duke City back in. Currently 1 point separating the two teams. And Meep on another scoring pass. And Pine-Sized Poison still hasn't actually completed the initial pass. Meep grabs another 5 points as another lead change, 139 to 135. 18 minutes to go. Huge jam.
Yeah, just an amazing jam for Meep. Oh, it looks like it's a 24-point jam, incidentally. There's a team timeout being called by Winnipeg. You should point out, throughout this whole game, between either team, that jam was the highest scoring jam that we've seen so far.
I was impressed when it was a 25-point jam. When they took away a point, made it a 24-point jam, I was still impressed. because she did it with the opposing jammer still on the track
Yeah.
the entire time.
No.
There was that moment where there was no jammer for Winnipeg.
It was short-lived, though.
Exactly.
It wasn't terribly long. Yeah, this was a huge jam that didn't involve power jam.
Right.
Exactly.
Penalty still played a part, but it was her defense really stifling Pint-Sized Poison, making sure that she couldn't get through. And then they did a great job when the star pass was being attempted to knock her pivot and force the pivot to get a penalty, which basically told Pint-Sized Poison, yeah, you're still jammer, sorry.
Right. Well, luckily, that jammer panty being dropped to the ground, because I've seen a couple of times, it breaks my heart when the pivot is going to the box, has that panty in hand, and then really not much can go from there.
And probably the location that was dropped as well. It ended up working out in their favor when Pint-Sized Poison was the last member of the bridge get extended further. If she hadn't been there, she might not have ever noticed that the jammer cap was down. But back to the action here. We've got Skartu Beachu picking up lead jammer status for Winnipeg, and that is Seam Slayer fighting through and completing her initial pass for the Duke City Muñecas Muertas.
Featherstone being sent to the box. Duke City on a blocking counter to play. 4 more points on the board for Duke. Oh, sorry, I lied. Winnipeg. So we have a 1-point lead change.
And that makes that scoring correction from 25 to 24 of utmost importance, with Winnipeg holding a 139 to 138 lead. But there's still a lot of time left. 17 minutes. If you've been enjoying this game, and how could you not be?
Right.
Click the donate button, give a little bit to ColoradoSports.TV, help defray the cost of allowing you to watch this tournament from wherever you might be.
Muscling our way through the back. That is Tab, lead jammer for Winnipeg. Banff jamming for Duke City, having trouble getting past Winnipeg's defenses. They have bridged back and are ready to slide out whatever direction she might be coming. Tab is lead. She's recycled back to the back. She takes a running start, tries to, she gets through on the outside, but 1 foot out of bounds. She needs to make a decision on where she's going to come in. Looks like she's just going to go ahead and call it off instead. Could be safer. 5 points picked up by Winnipeg, so seems legit from here. How's that?
That's going to make the score 144-138. D3PO making some big hits against Banff, really stopping her and slowing her down. On the reverse side, Swearin Marie made sure that there wasn't too many points picked up by Winnipeg. We've got an official timeout being called. And looks like, if I'm seeing correctly, it is a track cut penalty that is being assessed after the jam is over. So they want to make sure. And that is going against, put it on my tab, and she's was
going
jammer.
as the jammer.
That's going to put Duke City on a power jam with only 6 points separating the two teams.
We got just 15:59 is where the clock is stopped right now. A close score. A power jam to start for Duke.
And Meep on the jam line for Duke City.
And that is going to be 8.
Winnipeg holding a 4-3 pack advantage, but it's they're facing a very tough jammer. It is their foursome of blondes, however. Tenacious V, Sinfully Sweet. 2 of the tandem. Also up front is Femme Fatale and Girl Meat. Girl Meat assessed a penalty. And so is Femme Fatale. What was once a pack advantage in favor of Winnipeg has now become a pack advantage in favor of Duke City.
Tab is back in play. That power jam is over. She made quick time at getting through on her initial. Meep is coming through on her first scoring pass. Winnipeg did a great job of holding her up and burning the time off that clock. Only 4 points picked up by Duke City on that power jam.
Yeah, Meep seemingly didn't appreciate some of the hits she was taking from Tenacious V. Kind of just counter-blocked her out of the way. to pick up those points. 142 to 144. And just under 15 minutes left. We are past the halfway point of the second half.
City going up against 204. Let's get him. Let's go. Actually.
As Let's Go jamming for Winnipeg and Seam Slayer picking up lead jammer status for Duke City.
Lex in a kind of fast-paced pack, trying to get past the last couple of blockers, and she is through on her initial just as Seam is coming in for her first scoring pass. She takes the inside, goes out of bounds.
Seam Slayer was
it off, but also gets a track height after.
I was just about to say she needs to be careful with that call off because she was stepping back onto the track from. It would have been an illegal position, which is why she's being assessed the track cut as the jam was expiring. And right now we've got a tie score, 144 to 144.
We're at 13:39 on the clock. We will have a power start Winnipeg. Winnipeg's blockers just going nuts right off the bat, trying to get their jammer through. Duke's remaining blockers that aren't in the box swarming around. Scar2 B2 is lead jammer. All four of her blockers on the track, 3 of Duke City's blockers out there. Again, they are flanked and poised to get her through, but she jumps that apex, picking up 5 points for Winnipeg.
Tenacious V was almost setting up as a decoy, saying, no, she's going to come to the inside. I'm going to create the opening. And now Scar2 B2 going around the outside, ducking underneath, dodging from Doom De Doom. Another 5 points grabbed for Winnipeg. And Seam Slayer out of the box and looking for that star pass. Another 4 points grabbed by Scar2 B2.
Not sure what's going on with that star pass up front.
Well, either way, there's currently an inactive jammer for Duke City.
Right.
I believe that's Doom De Doom that has it in her hand. Scar2 beat you another 5 points, and Doom De Doom cycled back, pushed to the infield. Scar2 beat you trying to cut on the inside, gets blocked to the inside by Seam Slayer. It's going to force her to recycle back, but she's allowed Winnipeg to open up that lead once again, just as Duke had tied it. Scar2 beat you calling off the jam. It's like 4 more points being awarded. So a 23-point jam.
There we go.
What was once a tie is now a 23-point lead. Winnipeg 167, Duke 144 in this seesaw battle.
Yeah, again, we've got these high point scoring jams as you would expect with the power start. But I mean, a minute ago we had a power start and only 4 points were picked up by Duke because of Winnipeg's defenses. This time we have a power start, 23 points picked up by Winnipeg.
And it's gone back and forth. You can't guarantee either team is going to have that advantage. Right now we've got that is Put It On My Tab, who is out front first, but not lead jammer. No pass, no penalty situation. That means lead jammer goes to Banff, and Banff quickly calling off the jam, not wanting to take a risk and let Put It On My Tab get any points. Which means all we lost that time was a little bit of time off the clock.
Speaking of time, we've got just under 11 minutes left. Current score 144, 167 in favor of Winnipeg. We've got 1 Duke blocker in the box, otherwise 3-on-4 pack advantage to Winnipeg.
That is Pint-Sized Poison bursting through the pack, picking up lead jammer for Winnipeg. And jamming for Duke City, that is Jerk of All Skates.
It's been a while since she's been out there.
And looks like she is looking for a star pass, looking for number 9, Kells Inferno. And there's a track cut penalty being assessed against Pint-Sized Poison. That's going to put Duke City on the power jam, but right now, inactive jammer, the power jam's not going to help them. And the Winnipeg defense is going to make life miserable on Jerk of All Skates. Jerk completing the pass with finally going to put that start cap back on.
We are going to have that full 2-minute jam, of which we have about 1:07 left. Winnipeg just swarming on her.
Once again, that tandem we've seen so many times of Sinfully Sweet, Tenacious V, Girl Meat, and Femme Fatale. Those four combining as just a foursome of pain for the Muñecas Muertas Jammers.
One has fallen back, getting ready to attack Duke's defenses.
And they successfully killed off that penalty so well that Jerk of all skates wasn't out and completing the scoring pass, the first scoring pass, until Pint-Sized Poison was already back in the pack and engaged with the Duke City blockers. That time around, though, different story. Jerk of all skates leveled up in the last pass, grabs all 5.
Here she comes, Jerk slipping and sliding side to side, putting another 4 points on the board for Duke City. That is the natural conclusion of the jam. Another 4 points also picked up by Winnipeg.
And Winnipeg also did the start pass, realizing that it wasn't going to hurt them at that point and was going to give them a little bit of help. Femme Fatale finishing off the jam. Score of 174 to 157. 8 minutes, 20 seconds to go, and 17 points separating these two teams.
That's going to be Meat now on the jammer line.
Meat out there for Duke City. Let's go for Winnipeg.
Meat trying to lean on Payne Goodall on the outside. And Lex Go recycle back, has to go back deep. Almost all the way back to turn number 3. But again, you're seeing that bracing defense being employed, and Winnipeg just stifling Meat. Lex was pulled all the way back, and now Lex is fighting ahead of her with pack members.
Neither jammer is through yet, and it's been right now 40 seconds into this jam.
Yeah, it's at the point where numerous of the previous jams, they'd be already calling it off after having gathered 4 points.
Here's one of our longer jams.
And finally, a seal-off done by D3PO. That allows Lex Go to fight through, pick up lead jammer status. It does lead to a penalty for D3PO, but sometimes penalties are smart to take, and that was one of those moments.
I think that's the longest time I've seen taken to get the lead jammer status.
Lex Go pushed to the infield, calling off the jam. Does pick up 3 points. That's going to extend their lead 177 to 157 with just under 7 to go.
We have one Winnipeg blocker in the box. We're going to start 3 to 4 pack advantage Duke City. Winnipeg sliding up to that pivot line. Winnipeg's jammer, I think that's Pint Size out there, takes a running start, but it doesn't work out. Seam number 5'11" from Duke City is lead jammer.
Now that jammer for Winnipeg is Scar2 Beat You.
Oh, my bad.
But either way, the lead jammer is still the same. Seam Slayer was attempting to call it off. Does not succeed in calling off the jam before she is assessed a track cut penalty. That is going to make this a full 2-minute jam and a power jam for Winnipeg and Scar2 Beat You. And Scar2 Beat You flies through the air with the greatest of ease, puts 5 points on her flying trapeze, extending their lead to 187-157. I don't know where that came from, I'm sorry.
No, that was amazing.
Another 5 points picked up by Scar2 Beat You. Meanwhile, we've got Seam Slayer standing in the penalty box. She's got fewer than 10 seconds left.
From Scar2 Beat You.
The power jam is over. Back in comes Seam Slayer.
And Scar2 Beat You passing the star off to D3PO because droids want to get together with droids. So we've got a new jammer for Winnipeg. And if I'm not mistaken, those two are sisters, which will also explain why they're that particular inspiration on both of their names.
I thought they were just super rad. I love how many Star Wars names there are in roller derby. So I always appreciate a good Star Wars name. This is going to turn into another power jam. Seam Slayer being sent to the box. Looks like she's back block is being issued on her.
Yeah, Seam Slayer has been having a little bit of penalty trouble over the last few jams that she's been out as the jammer. Two of them were track cuts where she just didn't seem to have awareness about where she was when she was attempting to call off the jam. Either that or she thought the jam refs were just that quick on the call off. She's kind of maneuvered her way back onto the track. That time back block, now it's 196 to 160. 4 minutes left to go, and Winnipeg going to start out in that power jam situation.
Actually, it looks like there was a couple more points popped up on there that puts Winnipeg right on the 200 mark. So we're at 160 to 200. Sneaky points on the inside, just running for it. Just tab, lead jammer, Winnipeg.
And now we're at the point with the score differential and the time left on the clock, we can start seeing the teams work on clock management as well. You know, Winnipeg now not quite in as much danger. They can just milk the clock and let it run down for a while. We'll see if they actually start doing that. Put it on my tab. 5 points in the air, and knowing that Seam Slayer is still on an initial pass, another 5 points grab. Oh, correction, only 4 points grab. I put it on my tab that time.
How is the jam clock not? There is an error with the scoreboard right now where the jam clock is not going and the points from the previous jam are still accruing. Luckily, we have brilliant NSOs in the middle with stopwatches to take care of business just like this.
Exactly.
So it was a 23-point jam last jam for Winnipeg. So
and then 13 this jam.
Right.
So we've got a score of 213 to 160, just about 2.5 minutes to go. And an official timeout being called. If I had to hazard a guess, I would assume this official timeout is to fix whatever's going on with the scoreboard.
I've never seen anything like that. So the jam clock wasn't running. If the jam clock's not running, but the game clock is running, there's usually something going on with the jam clock, either counting up to the next jam, the 30 seconds, or counting for a timeout or something like that. That was just, I don't know, that was really super weird. So yeah, I imagine this timeout, as you pointed out, is to address that issue. It did appear the game clock was still going, and since the jam timer out there, the gentleman standing on the line showing the official timeout does have both a game clock and a jam clock, there's no need to despair.
Exactly. He had everything, made sure they had the right numbers.
I was like, what's going on?
So we're starting this 2.5 minutes ago. Let's go and Meep are your jammers. Right now, Duke City, they can't be satisfied with only a 2 or 3 point chip away. They need a big jam if they're going to get themselves back into it. And right now, Let's Go being content to sit back. I mean, not trying to force the issue. Now that might change the story a little bit. Meep grabbing lead jammer status. And a penalty, looks like a forearm penalty being assessed to Killer Queen from Duke City. So both teams sending one blocker to the box. To Simply Sweet also in there from Winnipeg. Meep grabbing 5 points on that pass. Let's Go still has not completed her initial pass and recycled back once again. Meep 5 more points. This is along the lines of what Duke City needed, but the star has been passed to D3PO. That allows the initial pass for Winnipeg to be completed. Meep knifes through, grabs 4, calls off the jam. Closing that gap. 213 to 174.
A 14-point jam for Duke City. It's a really good jam for Duke City. It's been a while. Well, I guess it's only been a couple of 4 jams since they've had a really hard-hitting number of points like that, putting us 174 to 213. There's 46 seconds left on this jam clock. So unless some magical feat occurs, I believe this will be the last jam of this extraordinary game.
And it's 30 points, 39 points separating the two teams. And that's Banff jamming against Scar2 Beat You. And Scar2 Beat You knifes out, picks up lead jammer status. She is in full control. She's got 20 seconds left on the period clock. She did actually, as she skated past the scoreboard, she made a quick check of the period clock. Takes a hit that brought a hand to her face, but she is just fine. Looks like she's going to go and complete a scoring pass. Gets bounced to the inside by number 6, Featherstone.
I think you're onto something, though. I think she had intent to run down that period clock. She turns around, looks at that big goose egg, and calls it off. 4 more points on the board for Winnipeg. Nothing picked up that time by Duke.
I believe that's going to make the final. We're going to wait for it to be officially updated on the scoreboard, but I'm believing it's 217 to 174. Hard fought, close bout between these two teams. Winnipeg is going to come out on top. Again, this tournament is. So this game actually was only the 3rd sanctioned game they've played
ever,
and they have now entered 2-0. They're in really good shape to try and take that top spot in pool number 2, going into the knockout phase.
Well, this was a win clearly for Winnipeg. It wasn't as brutal as when they faced off earlier in the day against Slaughterhouse. A little more evenly matched, perhaps. We are waiting for the official final as everyone gets their free high fives, which is, one of the best things you can get in Derby or in life.
But it was 2 teams that fought, and we now have the official final. Officially, Winnipeg Roller Derby 217, the All-Stars taking down Duke City Muñecas Muertas 174 for Duke City. We'll see what comes out of tomorrow's play. Both these teams are done for today. They'll be back tomorrow. Winnipeg right now 2-0 in group play. Duke City 1-1.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you found this bout as exciting as we did. I am Julia Sleazer.
I am Wilhelm Scream, and you're watching Mayday Mayhem 2015 on ColoradoSports.TV.
All right, and welcome back here to Mayday Mayhem 2015. My name is Rock the Mike.
And I am the Ill-Reverend Mike.
And we are here for the final game of the day over here on track 2. The Slaughterhouse Derby Girls Prime Cuts taking on the FOCO Girls Gun Derby Micro Bruisers. Should be getting started here in just a couple of minutes. It's been a very action-packed day so far already today.
Yeah, I hope you caught that last bout. That was one incredible bout.
That was amazing to watch. So much back and forth all the way up until the last probably 10, 15 minutes.
Yep.
When Winnipeg just took it and ran with it.
Eventually someone's going to falter. And today's bouts did not count towards the bracket. Those tomorrow in the afternoon, those will count towards the bracket. We also have some men's derby going on tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. The San Diego Aftershocks. I'm sure you're relatively familiar with those guys.
I follow them out here. They're the reason I'm here.
Then we've also got the local guys, Denver Roller Derby, Ground Control, the men's team, and then You Went to Madness is coming out here. So we got 3 great men's teams we're going to be seeing tomorrow as well.
The Aftershocks are very new. They just got their merger standings, and they're looking to be ranked.
Actually, Ground Control from Denver in the exact same position. They just got their merger standings, I want to say, in the last couple of months.
Last game of the day over here on track 2.
Looks like we're getting ready to get started here. The officials are making their way to the middle.
It's hard to tell with all the clouds outside and all the constant lighting inside.
Is he extra light?
It's been a fantastic day of derby here as we prepare for the last round here on track. I am DJ Dick. This is my first house call today.
Slaughterhouse lining up here right in front of the camera for you in the black and red. Red being the key differential color here. Micro Bruisers are going to be in black.
Earlier today, they won that game. That was against
skating for Slaughterhouse tonight. We've got number 09, Viper. Number 1190, Ricochet. Number 13, Madame Medusa. Number 187, Slim Slam Mayhem. Number 214, Kryptonite. Number 2M, Tongue and Cheek. Number 3, it's Tootsie Poppins. Number 357, Jaded Pixie. Number 612, Sookie Scrap House. Number 707, La Fonda Yamama. Number 72, Busty Galore. Number 85, Tripsy Gypsy. Number 9, Emma Wrecking Ball. And 99 is Cheyenne Pepper.
Yeah, and skating for FOCO is number 0, Sandra Decomposer. 000, Malice in Wonderland. Number 12, Hermione Danger. 138, United Malady. Unchained Malady, excuse me. 187, Double Destruction. Number 20, Dead Zeppelin. 314, Battley Portman. 333, Hat Trick. 576, Deathly Holler. 8008, Prince of Wales. 818, LA's Finest. 86, Gal Capone. And 98 going by 98 pounds of steel. And finally, You Be Nice, number NOT8.
All right, and jamming right now, first 4 of the Micro Bruisers. It's 98 pounds of steel. Pounder's your lead jammer. She's also a motocross racer. So high intensity action sports are what she does. And she does them incredibly well. Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse.
She leaned back, dodged to hit, was forced to the outside, and it was really just sent off to the penalty box there. We have power jam for 98 pounds of steel of FOCO Girls Gone Derby.
And she's picked up 5 points on that last pass through very quickly. There's going to be 5 more. And FOCO holding the pack at a standstill in the straightaway. 90 pounds of steel and wasting no time. Coming back around up into the middle. Slaughterhouse doing a good job holding it for a couple seconds there, but she gets around. Goes in for another 5.
Yeah, no directs here. Nice job leaning back and sliding around blockers.
And again, FOCO just holding this pack steady. Slowly creeping forward a foot at a time on each pass. The 98 pounds of steel gets through. That's going to be 5 more. As Ricochet coming out of the penalty box. Power jam going to be over. Slaughterhouse looking to adjust her. Shanae tries to get through. She shoots around the outside, clears the pack. That was her initial pass. 90 pounds of steel picks up 5 more.
And the pack is starting to move now. We got skaters flying off the track there. 98 found a secret opening on the inside lane, takes it and calls it off before Ricochet can hit the pack.
30-point jam right out of
was a 4-point pass, so 29 points for 98 pounds of steel.
Slaughterhouse still held at 0.
So Foco on the opening salvo coming out hard with the big guns. 29-point jam to start this game off. And that went almost the full 2 minutes. The Slaughterhouse, our host league for this tournament. Right now we're in Loveland, Colorado.
And then Chain Malady forced to the outside, and reverse bridge is going to take her back about 40 feet.
Madam Medusa jamming for Slaughterhouse. She's going to be your lead jammer. She gets around that last Foco blocker.
And Chain Malady hits a pack, hits a sandwich, absorbs it, and keeps on, gets out of the pack. About a lap late.
And pack be starting to pick up. Foco not wanting to be points, trying to get to that front, move that pack forward a little bit faster. Madam Medusa in the back, trying to find her way up into the middle. Gets up in the middle of the pack, calls off the jam. Picked up 2. A low block being assessed to Sandra D. Composer. Foco going to start this next one short, 1 blocker.
Gal Capone now taking a start for Foco.
Gal Capone is going to be our jammer for Foco. Rika Shenane back on the line for Slaughterhouse.
I was talking to her earlier. She's a wild one. I like her very well.
And Foco breaks through quickly.
Nice scramble there by number 86, Gal Capone, shooting right out of that pack and becoming your lead jammer.
Still trying to get through.
Shenane has 1 pass, a pivot to get past, and she's forced outside. Number 576 is going to run her back.
Definitely doing a good job forcing her out right there on the turn. A little more difficult to recover there than it would be in the straightaway.
Gal Capone laps the other jammer, getting a grand slam.
Rika Shenane still trying to get around the Deathly Howler, shoots around the outside.
Much more success this time than she did ahead of the last lap.
So that was her initial pass. Foco picking up 4.
Shenane keeping an eye on number 86 out there.
And Rika Shenane hitting a solid 3-wall, turns it into a 4-wall of Foco defense.
Gal Capone getting past the 357.
Yeah, it's Jaded Pixie trying to hold the line at the end. Couldn't quite contain her though.
On the board for Foco. Here in the early going of period number 1. And another 4 points.
Shenane shoots around to the outside, tries to clear, jukes into the middle. 576, the Deathly Hauler all over Shenane. Another force to the outside.
Dead Zeppelin helping out in there. Gal Capone getting out one more time and calling it off.
With just under 25 minutes left in this first half, Foco currently on top, 47-6. A big part of that was that 29-point beginning jam. Slaughterhouse trying to recoup here, trying to get their jammers through. Rika Shenane just a little bit of trouble with the Deathly Hauler, just being right over every time.
Looks like we got a hat trick on the line for Foco.
And Rika Shenane getting a penalty in the end of that last jam. This is going to be a power jam start for Foco.
Hat trick battling those blockers, running down 3-2-1, and she is out.
And tongue-in-cheek, the last line of defense there. She made her way through. Already coming back up on the pack.
And 33 taking several hits from number 187, Slim Slam Mayhem, put it into the outfield.
Rika Shenane rejoins play. No more power jam. Shenane got all 4 Foco blockers to deal with up at the front of the pack.
And hat trick on her way to the penalty box.
Slaughterhouse now going to have the power jam. Good opportunity for Shenane to try and get some more points on that board. And cut Foco's lead down a little bit.
Shenane runs them past that 20-foot mark. They got returned back to the back, and she is out.
And Princess of Wales there on the chase. Shenane coming back up on the back of the pack. Slaughterhouse trying to get to the front, open up a hole for her.
Nice job there, 187 Slim Slam Mayhem.
Shenanigans clears around on the inside, picks up 5. Hat trick coming back in from the penalty box.
Shenanigans back up in front.
All right, no more lead jammer, so we're going to go the full 2 minutes on this one. Only got about 20 seconds left. Hat trick picks up 4.
4 points for Coco for a total of 51 now.
A couple of big hits coming out of turn 4. Ricochet tries to work her way around on the outside. Cuts into the middle. She's got a 2-wall, now it's 3-wall, another 2-wall, and forced out again.
Hat trick struggling in the back as the jam ends. And she got 3 points on that one for that effort.
Very aggressive game so far. Slaughterhouse, the host league. FOCO, their crosstown rival. These two teams go back a long way. I've had a lot of fun working with both of these leagues, and I expect this to be a very fun game to watch, and it's only going to get better from here.
Wearing the star.
Slaughterhouse in the front of the pack. FOCO in back. Madam Medusa jamming for Slaughterhouse, but it's 98 pounds of steel for FOCO, your lead jammer.
Coco Girls Gone Derby, 98 pounds of steel. 98 pounds of steel just flying around.
Very fast pack speed here as they work their way around.
They're successfully running away from both jammers.
Pass played by 98 pounds of steel.
But it's impressive how they're flying in formation.
It really is. And to do that on polished concrete, a very slippery floor. We've seen a lot of people have spills and wipeouts on this thing.
98 pounds of steel successfully getting through that pack. Mad Medusa hitting the front wall there. Got two-woman wall there. She's joined by a third blocker there. 2 drop. Got 1 left. With that 1 is Mighty, number 12. Hermione Danger, putting her into the infield, recycling number 13, Mad Medusa to the back of the pack.
Wow, 98 pounds of steel, in the meantime, gets through, picks up another 5.
Hermione Danger off to the penalty box for FOCO.
And Mad Medusa got a 2-wall of FOCO up in the front. She's trying to get around LA's finest there, forcing her out.
Oh, 8-1-8 getting a penalty. That's with 13. He's able to re-enter where she pleases.
4 on penalty, so it's going to be a no pass, no point for Mad Medusa on that pass.
Number 3,
98 through the pack once again.
And making it look easy, she throws another 5 on. Mad Medusa cuts right up the inside unopposed.
Yeah, so many times she had to really work for it, and every once in a while she just, whoop. Yeah, exactly.
Right
the
up the
skies
middle.
open up.
She puts another 4 on that last pass. So now up to an 18-point jam here.
FOCO slowing the pack down, trying to give Mad Medusa an opportunity to get up here. Gets in, jam is ended. 2 and 2.
2 points picked up at the end of that pass there by both players.
Well, Slaughterhouse starting to mount a bit of a comeback here.
The early advantage right now.
FOCO still, though, owning this jam. 20 points to 6 points on this jam itself. 19 and a half left to play.
Facing off against Unchained Melody for FOCO. Slaughterhouse Digger girls right from Greeley, Colorado, so neighbors. These two neighbors are playing against each other now.
Slaughterhouse in the front of the pack as this next jam starts.
FOCO getting caught up in just that swarm of red blockers up there, but she works through all of them, getting past number 85, Tripsy Gypsy, to get out and become lead jammer. 187, getting a whip from her fellow blockers, gets launched out of the pack at Slim Slam Mayhem.
She's about half a lap behind. FOCO's jammer coming up. About a quarter behind in closing. Picks up some speed around the apex. Gets up in the middle.
Ooh, Unchained Melody. Look from here at number 9. Yeah, and they're going to call her for that elbow. Right to the side of the head.
Calls off the jam. 3 points picked up by Unchained Melody. 1 point.
So 3 points for FOCO, 1 point for Slaughterhouse.
This sets up our next jam. Ricochet on the line for Slaughterhouse.
Ricochet going to be jamming again for Slaughterhouse.
With the star once again for FOCO.
Gal Capone jamming for FOCO.
For the advantage in the pack to FOCO.
And another scrum start here. The jammers trying to fight their way up the middle. Ricochet got 1 to clear.
Gal Capone, nice recovery. She's in the back. Meanwhile, Slaughterhouse's jammer is out and your lead jammer.
But Gal Capone comes up from behind, overtakes her.
And skating the track tight. Ricky Shenane not going to take this. Nope. He's going to call it off.
Forcing the call off by Ricky Shenane.
0-0 jam. That's the first one of those we've had so far in this game.
With some nice blocking work. But Gal Capone, again, with such blazing speed, was able to negate that.
Madame Medusa stepping back up to the line, wearing the star for Slaughterhouse. And hat-trick jamming for Foco.
Madame Medusa for Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse looking a little short, only 2 blockers on the track.
2 blockers to face off against hat-trick.
Meanwhile, Foco's running a full regime out there. Hat-trick working away past 27, dances around Slim Slam, gets out of the pack. Gets lead jammer status.
And Madame Medusa trying to work her way up from the back. She's towards the front now. Got a 2-wall to contend with. Forced to the inside by Deathly Holler. Penalty box is cleared out. We're back to 5-on-5. Hat-trick forced out of bounds on the outside.
Madame Medusa struggling with all the blockers of Foco up in front. And looks like he get a little bit frustrated, slowed down a little bit, and going to start all the way back from the back. She is rammed back there by Prince of Wales.
And Slimside Mayhem being called with an out-of-play blocking penalty. The Slaughterhouse is going to be 1 down for a little bit here.
Having a real hard time with the scoring pass. Slaughterhouse seems to have figured out.
Madame Medusa cleared the pack. That was her initial pass. Hat-trick picks up 5 on her previous pass.
What's Hat-trick doing out there? She could have gone around there. She cuts in front of her right at the last second, sort of using her as a buffer between her and the actual pack.
As user momentum carries her around the top of that apex, picks up another 4.
And Madame Medusa still having a problem in the back of the pack. Just got last, became a 5th point. Oh, Hat-trick is knocked to the infield as one of the number 9 is thrown at her, and that's Emma Reckenball. Well named, and Hat-trick on her way to the penalty box.
So power jam for Slaughterhouse. Madame Medusa still having a little bit of trouble with the back. And jam is ended.
It's hard to do much with a power jam when you only have 8 seconds left on the clock.
And 3 seconds, or 3 points for Slaughterhouse.
At this point, 85, like that 88 on the board for Foco, 24 for Slaughterhouse.
And her Slaughterhouse is calling a timeout.
Well in control at this point, playing their game.
I thank everybody watching at home on ColoradoSports.TV. There is a donate button on the bottom of your screen. If you like what you're seeing, please click that donate button. $1, $5, $10. They'll take whatever you've got. You don't need to get a latte tomorrow morning. It's Saturday. Go ahead and click that donate button. Help support local companies that are providing coverage for local sports. They do roller derby, they do hockey, they do football, they do bowling. You name it, they cover it. They go all over the entire state. So a big thank you to ColoradoSports.TV for being here and bringing you Mayday Mayhem 2015.
They've got a lot riding on this because all of today's games, as we mentioned earlier, I'm sure, go to the seating for the actual
And right now, Foco's got a very busy penalty box. We got a pivot and a blocker left out there. Meanwhile, Slaughterhouse has got all their players on the track.
Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Ricochet hitting the 2 blockers there. And Slaughterhouse going to let them draw out of play, and they're out of play, and Ricochet is out, and your lead jammer.
Yeah, LA's finest and Sandra decomposed with only 2 blockers for Foco right now. Up, another one comes into the mix. Deathly Holler.
And it's like Viper's been sent to the penalty box for Slaughterhouse, putting him 1 down.
Nice recovery by Foco.
And hat-trick now back in. Power jam is over. Ricochet is the lead jammer.
Hat-trick getting around 3 blockers and getting out of the pack.
And hat-trick pulls the hat-trick, goes to the inside.
Ricochet got a 2-wall to deal with. Likely going to call it off here in just a second or so. There's a call right there.
Yeah, those hurt. I was just watching it and I felt those. That's the
so
other
good jammer awareness by Ricochet.
No point.
knowing where hat trick was and knowing when to call off that jam.
Just real quick, I want to
So 3-0 jam in favor of Slaughterhouse. Score currently 88 for FOCO. Slaughterhouse at 27. 14 minutes and 8 seconds left to play in this first half. We have a whole other 30 minutes after this.
FOCO lining up on the jammer line.
A little early jammer on jammer action.
Yeah, popped her out for a second.
Slim Slam Mayhem was for Slaughterhouse. 98 pounds of steel for FOCO, though, your lead jammer.
98 pounds of steel.
Connor's continually getting that lead jammer status.
Slim Slam Mayhem out of the pack.
A lot of ground to make up, though.
98 pounds running the inside, getting through a touch. Yeah, 187 is not getting back to that pack. 98 pounds still calls it off.
So a quick 4 points for FOCO.
It's very hard to legally block someone.
Kind of the trend we've been seeing a lot lately. You get through, you get a lead jammer, you get one scoring pass, maybe two, and then you call it.
Yeah.
So we're not seeing a lot of the big giant jams that we're used to. A lot smaller, faster paced ones.
With that differential, they can afford to take their time.
Absolutely.
And he's got 13 minutes left in this first half. Richene on the track for Slaughterhouse.
And Slaughterhouse all four up front, holding back 98 pounds, or no, Unchained Malady.
Unchained Malady's got the pivot to work passes. The rest of them are working on bridging. She gets over her leg and out of the pack. 90 pounds, your lead jammer.
Just barely manages to step inbounds. It was right there at the line, but some good footwork on her part kept her in. Ricochet clearing the pack. About 2/3 of a lap behind.
98 pounds, once again got one blocker left to get past. Quite a size difference. The driver past the 20. Oh, number 3 loses their footing. Tootsie Poppins. Unchained Malady out one more time.
Unchained Malady chooses to call off the jam after picking up 4 points.
And Slaughterhouse in red back at the front of the pack as we line up for the next jam.
It's just the derby now. As Bad Medusa takes the track.
I see Madame Medusa for Slaughterhouse. And Gal Capone is jamming for FOCO.
For FOCO.
Gal Capone furiously attacking the pack of red blockers up there.
Tongue-in-cheek from Slaughterhouse getting a multiplayer block. That's the first one of those we've seen in this game.
Hermione Danger doing a good job helping her jammer out.
And FOCO with that coveted lead jammer status. As Gal Capone works her way around, catching up with the pack.
Slaughterhouse losing the blocker and a pivot to the penalty box.
And Madame Medusa forced outside, coming around turn 3.
Well, Gal Capone racks up the points.
Gal Capone, look at, escape the pack, gets caught up in 2 of the blockers. One of those blockers going to the penalty box. That's 0-9, and that's Viper.
Yeah, Emma Wrecking Ball thought the call was on her. All she heard was the 9. Look how we got a 9 and a 0-9.
Yeah, pick your own numbers. That's all I'm saying.
Not easy for the refs to manage either, so good job by the referees in getting that call done correctly.
Madame Medusa forced the infield and cycled back. Meanwhile, she is lapped by FOCO's jammer.
And Gal Capone picking up 5 on that last pass. Coming back around, making her next run at it. A little bit of a whip from Battley Portman. Gets her up in the middle of the pack. She shoots through, picks up another 5.
Incredible hit there by Krista Knight of Slaughterhouse. Just dropping that jammer hard.
Yes, Krista's middle name is Good.
Nice.
Madame Medusa not giving up though. She's still attacking that FOCO line with the
And FOCO getting through one more time, picking up another 5. Sandra Decomposer sending Madame Medusa out of bounds. And another 5 for FOCO.
Number 9, Emma Wrecking Ball returns to the track, stepping in front of number 86, Gal Capone.
So she did not engage though, so know how to play penalty there. And looks like that one reaches natural 2-minute shelf life.
Excuse me, 35-point jam.
So after that 35-point jam, FOCO now 131-27.
That is brutal. We've got 9.5 minutes left in this first half.
Yeah, FOCO definitely owning this first half very solidly.
For FOCO in black. Slaughterhouse sending out Slim
Foco lining up in front this time. Deathly Holler facing around backwards, directing traffic.
Slaughterhouse is 187. SlimSlam Mayhem out, and your lead jammer.
All right, hat trick right behind her.
No, when he said not, they were too close together.
Oh, you're right.
Jammers battling out. Hat trick's got it.
So hard to see when they're right next to each other on the far side. No pack is called. SlimSlam Mayhem gets through.
It's hard to see the ref's hand. 3 out of 4 points she gets on that last pass.
So 3 points for both jammers.
Keeping the pressure on, getting out in front.
That was an exciting jam.
It was. I'm awake now.
Good, because we still got a whole 30 minutes after this.
98 pounds of steel with the jam once again. I just like the way it sounds.
9 pound steel up for the Focal Girls Gone Derby.
And jamming against. I'm going to say Ricochet. That is Ricochet.
Yes, in the red. 98 pounds of steel out, and your lead jammer. That's Foco in the black.
Ricochet chasing her down. Working those crossovers all the way around the track. Good way to maintain speed.
Both teams staying tightly knit together in the back. No clear walls between them.
Apex of Steel shoots the outside. Apex jump on the inside.
Nice little apex jump over here.
Lands it, picks up 4.
Calls off the jam after picking up.
That was an impressive little jump across the line.
Shoulder block by number 8 ball by just the smallest of margins. Picked up those points and called off the jam.
Unchained Melody now with the star once again.
SlimSlam Mayhem back on the track.
Up next on the track for Foco, we've got Unchained Melody jamming for Slaughterhouse, SlimSlam Mayhem. Jammers we've seen pretty heavily featured in the rotations. Foco in front.
SlimSlam trying to force that wall up. Unchained running the outside hard and breaking out of the pack, and is your lead jammer for Foco.
Yeah, Foco doing a good job shaping that wall, leaving that outside edge open for her to get around.
Nice multitasking as they surrounded the jammer and left that outside lane open.
Absolutely. One of the best sports things we got here is the ability to play offense and defense simultaneously, and they just did it fantastically well.
Absolutely.
SlimSlam Mayhem putting the pressure on, forcing the call off. Foco only getting 2 on that jam.
6 minutes, 37 seconds. The clock is running. 30 on the board for Slaughterhouse. 140.
Current score, Foco 140. Slaughterhouse 30. 6.5 left to play in the first half.
Gal Capone with the star for Foco.
Gal Capone up next on the line for Foco. Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Foco had a formation, but they released going after the jammer individually. Ricochet forced the outside by UB Nice. Meanwhile, what's up front, Gal Capone is your lead jammer.
Ricochet trying to work her way up, cuts to the inside. The Foco slides around from the out, 2-all trying to stop her. UB Nice and Sandra Decomposer. Princess of Wales bridging, giving them a little bit more room to work with. But Shanae does get through. That was her initial pass.
And Foco's jammer forced hard with a 10-foot slide, almost to the penalty box, calling it off in mid-slide.
And I do see a penalty assessed for that. I didn't see if there was a low block or a blocking out of bounds. Tongue-in-cheek with a big hit. And going to the box for it.
5 minutes and 10 seconds left. 144 to 30. Foco.
And Slaughterhouse in front of the pack. Foco in back, making it difficult for SlimSlam Mayhem to get around.
Hard smack there. Hat trick rolls out of the way. Meanwhile, SlimSlam is out first and your lead jammer.
And SlimSlam Mayhem getting a forearm penalty.
And is in a hat trick on her way to the penalty box.
So yeah, power jam opportunity here for Slaughterhouse as we wind down this first half. SlimSlam Mayhem dodging a hit, picks up 5.
With the chase down there of SlimSlam Mayhem.
And Slaughterhouse holding the pack steady up at the apex. SlimSlam Mayhem forced out, has to recycle back to behind. And she's going to try to run it up again through the middle. Tries to shoot to the outside. No good there. Foco all over that outside edge.
Some great jelly going on. She's working like one blocker to one blocker. Steps past number 314 to get out of the pack.
And she picks up 5 in the process. Hat trick back in from the box. No more power jam.
No more jam as Slim Sam calls it off.
And picking up a final 2 for a 12-point jam for Slaughterhouse. Score now, Foco 144, Slaughterhouse 42. Just over 3.5 left to play in this first half. 98 pounds of steel on the line for Foco. Ricochet Nene jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Ricochet almost forced the infield, stays inbounds. Made her way to the front and the outside. Double destruction, going shoulder to shoulder with her.
That 98 pounds of steel going to be your lead jammer.
Ricochet makes it out of the bag.
Sliding off of a hit there. 98 pounds of steel coming up. Going to ride the inside. Emma Wrecking Ball keeps her pinned before she can move out.
Yeah, and she's in the center back, just going to decide to call it off before Ricochet can hit the back again.
Yeah, good call there. Picking up a quick 3.
She was happy with what was happening. She was having a good time. And that's what I like to see.
So a very fast-moving game right now. Pack speeds are definitely staying up, which is always exciting to watch.
To the line for Slaughterhouse is Madame Medusa, number 13 in the red. And Foco's jammer pops right out. Unchained Malady is your lead jammer in about 3 strides.
A little bit of confusion there as Foco had 1 extra blocker on the track.
And it's power jam as Madame Medusa goes to the penalty box. Power jam for Foco.
And Unchained Malady gets through. That's going to be good for 5. 4 on 3 in the pack. Foco with the slight advantage.
Unchained launches his help at number 99 Pepper and bounces off. She got pepper sprayed.
Yeah,
she gets back up and she breaks out though with a grand slam. Watch out behind you.
And Foco going to go and hold with the passive offense here, keeping the pack holding still, making it a little easier for Unchained Malady to come around. She shoots around the outside, picks up 5.
Slaughterhouse loses a blocker, number 612, Suki.
Suki Scraphouse going to the penalty box for Slaughterhouse as Madame Medusa comes out. Slaughterhouse trying to hold Foco's jammer at the front, but she gets out and picks up 5.
Unchained Malady got around number 99 from Slaughterhouse, Pepper.
Foco out the 3-wall at the front of the pack, holding Madame Medusa back.
And Foco dropping speed and breaking up that Slaughterhouse formation. Number 12, especially Hermione Danger.
Penalty box clearing out back to 5 on 5. As Unchained Malady picked up 4 on her previous pass.
Direct cut going to number 13. Madame Medusa on her way to the penalty box to be a power jam for Foco.
And kept coming in a little too hot. Didn't see that line of no return, so she had to skate all the way back around.
Unchained Melody looks like he got a hard gut shot there from 6-1-2, and that's Suki Scraphouse.
The pack she gets through, picks up 5, and calls it off.
And with 12 seconds left, this might be the last jam of the half.
See if somebody calls a timeout and keeps this going, or if they're just going to let it ride. 1 second left. That is the end of the first half.
That's right, we had 10-minute half.
So as we end up this first half, Foco currently on top, 176, Slaughterhouse 42. Some very large scoring jams from Foco, really driving that score up in a hurry. It's been a very physical, fast-paced game, a lot of big hits, and I hope we see even more of that in the second half.
We absolutely will. You know, Slaughterhouse going to try to figure out what they weren't doing right and correct that for the second half. So we hope to see them come out stronger this second half.
I think it's going to be a lot of just getting the jammer out faster, getting that lead jammer status, getting some points, calling it off. Same kind of nickel and dime strategy that's been working so well for so many teams here this weekend.
There we go. We'll see you in 9.
All right, we are back here on ColoradoSports.TV for the second half of the Slaughterhouse Derby Girls and the Foco Girls Gone Derby. Our final game over here on track 2 of day 1 of the 2015 Mayday Mayhem tournament.
That's right. Foco's lead 176-42. Very ugly first half. We're hoping to see a turnaround in the second half.
As a Foco putting up a lot of very large pointed jams, several of those in a row. Let's see, the last jam of the first half, Foco had a 29-0. There's I believe, a 35-point jam at one point in there. So some very large jams from Foco. Slaughterhouse just having a little bit of difficulty getting their jammer out, trying to get that lead jammer status, and then once they're out, getting around fast enough to get some points on the board.
Well, when you're really dominated about it, those large point jams tend to come your way.
Yes.
But Slaughterhouse putting up a good fight. There's a lot of capability in there. 86 force to the inside, and that is Cal Capone jamming for Foco.
Right, she's starting off in a power jam here. Madame Medusa in the box, carried over from the first half.
Getting past Viper and getting out of the pack.
And Madame Medusa now standing in the box. Power jam about to be over.
Oh, free pass on the outside. They tried to throw 09 Viper at her once again, but 09 is kind of big and it's hard to get a good throw on her, get her in the air.
Ellis finds be sent to the penalty box for a direction of gameplay penalty.
Matt Medusa's back it up at the front. Oh, yeah, you can't really push somebody in the spine.
Backlock.
And please give back her wallet. Yes, thank you. And then power jam continues for Foco's 86 Cal Capone.
And Foco with passive offense, holding the pack steady on turn 3. It's been a long day of Derby for us here.
It is. And all the letters are in there, but it's like canned alphabet soup.
Yes. But Cal Capone picks up 5 more on that pass. Already working her way through the pack again. Cuts up the inside. And that's good for 5 more.
Now as Finest returning to the track and joining the pack of blockers. See?
Right?
Exactly.
Madame Medusa coming back in from the penalty boxes, and no pack is called.
Gal Capone throwing some shoulders. Then jumping out of the pack with another 5-point pass.
Madame Medusa getting a little tripped up. She tries to fight her way up through the back of the pack.
Foco just passing the double century mark, 201-42.
Emma Wrecking Ball going to the penalty box. Slaughterhouse going to be down a blocker.
Gal Capone out again.
Yeah, penalties currently kind of being a factor right now for Slaughterhouse. Don't want to start the second half off with as many penalties as they've had right now. So they need to rein that in and get that under control before it gets out of control. Ricky Shenane putting on the star now for Slaughterhouse.
Double destruction, to say that correctly. That is double destruction's first time jamming.
And double destruction going to be putting on the star for the first time here tonight, jamming for Foco.
So now that brings Foco up to a 5-jammer rotation.
No one ever would have a formation up there. Slaughterhouse is trying to stay together. Double destruction is getting escorted out of the back there by number 12, Hermione Danger. Really good blocker to her jammers.
Princess of Wales trying to hold Ricochet out, but Emma Wrecking Ball came in like a wrecking ball and just took out the Princess of Wales. Massively huge hit. See here, perfectly legal. Caught her right on that shoulder.
Ricochet, your lead jammer for Slaughterhouse. Double D having some problems with his pack. Number 9, Emma Wrecking Ball, forced into the outfield. And they'll be drawing her back with that reverse bridge.
All right, Ricochet picking up 5. Emma Wrecking Ball going back to the penalty box. Slim Sam Mayhem going to go sit down with Emma Wrecking Ball.
Very busy penalty box over there.
Deathly Holler for Foco going in.
But Double D gets to skate around the track one more time.
Ricochet gets through, picks up 4.
Yeah, 2 pairs of blockers out there. Double D forced the outside the end.
huge hits in that jam.
Ooh, so didn't give her 3 for that last pass.
So Slaughterhouse 9-3 on that jam. They can keep that momentum going.
98 pounds of steel. Taking the star for
98 pounds of steel on the line for Foco.
Viper jamming for Slaughterhouse. It was her first time wearing the star here.
98 pounds of steel is not.
And Viper is your lead jammer, but 98 pounds of steel out in front of her by a good 20 feet.
We see the right back out there. 3-on-3 action of the blocker. And there we go.
Viper calling off the jam very quickly here.
Yeah, she did not have the speed to catch up.
No, even with that pack speed moving, it would have taken a lot of effort for Slaughterhouse to get to the front, stay in front, and keep it going. Likely would have just been a waste of energy. So
right now, I can't tell if Slaughterhouse has been saving jammers for the second half, or they just decided with this point differential that they're going to give some newer jammers a chance to practice.
You know, always a good opportunity. Get some fresh jammers in there. Sometimes you put a blocker in who doesn't usually jam. They have a different approach to it. They start throwing some hits, make some holes.
Yes.
It can work. Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Ricochet put to the outside, and 613 is going in there to help her jammer out.
Unchained Melody a little tight up at the front as she's jamming for Foco. And multiplayer block being assessed to Kristonite.
Shanae leans back, dodges a hit from LA's Finest, dodges another hit from Hermione, and is out of the pack.
And she will be your lead jammer. Last few jams have taken quite a while to get a lead jammer through. We're averaging 35 to 45 seconds before we get a lead jammer here.
Seeing some difference, but that's quite a differential to overcome.
They're down to just 2 blockers out there now.
Shanae, it looked like she absorbed the hit, but kind of lost her own footing there and calls it in the rock star position.
I say polished concrete. It is unforgiving. So you get kind of knocked sideways, and it can be really hard to stop and gain control.
By Slaughterhouse. I can't read them from the sideways. The jam ref is giving me the disapproving stare as I continually misread her fingers.
Viper back on the line, jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Parade wave, PhD, the parade wave. Viper for Slaughterhouse.
Oh, somebody had 09 makes that Viper of Slaughterhouse your lead jammer.
She picks up a low block. So we're not going to have a lead jammer for this. We're going to go the full 2 minutes.
It's very strange when you don't see Gal Capone get that lead jammer status. Gal Capone encounters a block there and tries another play out of the pack and makes her way out for a grand slam. And we're continuing to see a lot of Slaughterhouse hit the penalty box.
Yeah, Foco had a goat there for a little bit, but Slim Slam Mayhem broke free, got up to the front. Now both teams fighting for control in the front of the pack.
Gal Capone tangles with Pepper and sneaks past her, getting out once again.
And Viper coming out of the penalty box, enters the track just in front of Gal Capone.
Slaughterhouse is on fire. They're making some good moves out there and some plays. They need that extra push.
Slaughterhouse in the front trying to push away, avoid being points.
Definitely Holler putting Viper out of the outfield. A lot of 9s out there.
Yes, there are. There's Pepper right there.
Thanks. Hey, Pepper. Thanks for making that alive.
And Viper makes her way through. That was her initial pass. Now eligible to score. Foco picking up another 5. So it's like Mayhem looking to open up a hole, give Viper through. Viper up in the middle of the pack, makes her way out to the front. Should be good for 4, and there it is.
That brings Slaughterhouse total up to 58 points on the board for Slaughterhouse.
Gaga won't twisting around. Number 99, the pivot left to get past. Gets past Slim Slam. Just the jam ends.
5 to 4 more points. I cannot read fingers today, Biggie. I should just stop talking.
Looks like we had a timeout for Slaughterhouse.
Being called, and I get the disapproving stare, the agreeing stare from the jam rep out there from HGUSA.
21 minutes, 1 second left on the clock. Foco currently 226, Slaughterhouse at 58. Foco continuing to dominate in this game. Slaughterhouse really needs to start focusing on getting their jammers out and then just trying to contain Foco's jammer. So better walls, shifting walls, and not breaking up. Are going to be the keys defensively for Slaughterhouse to keep that deficit from getting any bigger, and then obviously getting their jammer through, getting out early, trying to rack up as many points as you can.
I find it important that Slaughterhouse score more points and make Foco score less points.
I see where you're going with
this.
That could work.
I've been working on this in my laboratory at home.
It is an interesting theory. Let's see how it does in practice. Penalties, I think, a little bit of a factor. Slaughterhouse had a few jammer penalties that really hurt them. Got a couple of big scoring jams for Foco because of it. So penalty management, better walls, getting your jammer out, keys to success for Slaughterhouse. Hat-trick on the line, jamming for Foco, Ricochet for Slaughterhouse.
Shanae Hupp in the back trying to work past players, but she's not working past them fast enough because other blockers are able to circle around and waterfall on her. We got a couple of players going to the penalty box, one from each team. The pivot 187 slim slam from Slaughterhouse.
And Ricochet going to be your lead jammer. Hat-trick almost had it, went for an apex jump, couldn't quite clear it. Landed out of bounds, slid in, so she dropped back in to avoid that cutting the track penalty, giving Ricochet the opportunity to get that lead jammer status. Foco trying to move the pack speed up a little bit here. Ricochet gets up in the middle, two to get around. She's going to go and call off the jam.
Oh, looks like she wasn't quite sure what she wanted to do. A little bit calling off, realized she called off and tried to work that fourth whistle.
Yeah, looks like she called off a little too late though. Hat-trick picking up 3 to Ricochet's 2.
MC really likes it when announcers talk at the same time. So does Ms. C. They told us that this morning. So whatever you do as announcers on the house call, make sure
Slaughterhouse in red up in the front of the pack. Foco in black in the back.
357 for Slaughterhouse.
Jammers in that froggy position. Hard to see them hitting the turn here. It's 98 pounds of steel breaking out, and your lead jammer for Foco.
And Jada Pixie jamming for Slaughterhouse. Her first time wearing the star. Looks like Slaughterhouse digging a little deeper into the rotation. Trying to get some fresh talent out here.
Possibly giving the regular jammers a rest. Looks like they're going to be back and forth between Mad Medusa and Slim Slam a lot.
Yes. So very solid 2-jammer rotation. Deepen up a little bit, give them a chance to recoup some energy.
98 out with a grand slam.
Jada Pixie took a hit, managed to stay on her skates, spun around, stayed inbounds. Foco was not ready for that hit, not to knock her out.
Hard hit, 98 pounds of steel takes. Goes to the outside, calls off the jam. The melody with the star for Foco Girls Gone Derby. Ricochet on the track for Slaughterhouse.
Both teams kind of mixing it up in the pack, some front, some back. No clear walls set up yet. Unchained Malady jamming for Foco, working her way around. Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse in the back.
Malady up in front, dodging a blocker. Got 2 blockers left. She's got to hurry up before they waterfall back on her once again. Down to 187, Slim Slam.
Yeah, Malice in Wonderland trying to knock Slim Slam Mayhem out.
They had to let her go. They got past that 20-foot mark.
And Unchained Malady going to be your lead jammer. As Ricochet goes to the penalty box.
Along, yes, with a blocker from Foco.
So Slaughterhouse now 4-3 defensive advantage. Foco only jammer on the track.
And Unchained Malady just going to go muscle her way past those 2 blockers and get out of the pack.
That's like Foco holding everybody steady at the pivot line. Unchained Malady coming around.
Fogo jumping, going there, breaking up that formation from Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, LA's finest looked like she was shifting the inside, trying to make it look like they were going to open up an outside wall. But then they cut it back around. Some sneaky defensive blocker psych out action. Ricochet Nene back in. No more power jam. Unchained Mallory taking a couple of hits from Slim Slam Mayhem.
Drop to the infield. That's going to put her back behind the pack. She gets up and calls it off.
As of this point, they've got a big enough lead. You don't need to fight to try and get those couple of points. You've got a comfortable lead. Save your energy. Just call it off.
Risk nothing.
Earlier, elements of their game, including their blocking, their walls, of course, the speed of their jammers.
And Slaughterhouse lining up at the front. Fogo in back.
Put them where they are now very successfully, and Slaughterhouse will continue.
Slaughterhouse's jammer sliding back and forth, trying to find a good starting position.
Definitely, they've got the elements and they're coming together. That's Gal Capone out there jamming.
Gal Capone jamming for Foco.
Viper jamming for Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, so Viper seeing, pretty decent share of the rotation now.
And Gal Capone out, and your lead jammer for Foco once again.
And Battley Portman being assessed a forearm penalty. Very good call there by Pete Smoke, one of our outside pack refs.
Definitely seeing a lot more penalties in this game than I saw earlier in the Happy Valley Rage City game. So
4 points on that last pass for Foco.
Different types of things that happen depending on the teams that are playing.
Very dense pack as we come out of turn 4.
Gal Capone going up against number 99 Pepper there. Pivot for Slaughterhouse. And Pepper drops a shoulder and kind of like pushes her into the ground with it. Bam! And stay there.
Like, no, you will go down.
Mm-hmm. And Foco is currently ranked at 191. So there is quite a gap between these two.
And we got a change of jammer duties there, going to number 99 Pepper, now the jammer for Slaughterhouse.
Probably a good idea to get a star pass there. Pepper not seeing a whole lot of time jamming here tonight. I think she had one jam earlier. So we might see her start to get thrown into the rotation.
And Pepper earns 1 point for her effort.
It's a 14.5 left to play. Foco 262, Slaughterhouse 64.
3-1 at the Wild West Showdown in March of 2015. They played 3 games there, and they beat 2 teams, Juneau and Kellogg, and they lost to Snake Pit. So
almost co-local teams. The Slaughterhouse from Greeley, Foco from Fort Collins. They have a regular home team tournament that they play with all their home teams.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yeah.
I always wanted leagues to do that, and I've never heard that happening before.
Yeah, they do their home team tournament every year. Very rarely, though, do we see the travel teams play each other.
They've had some impressive records in past
So this is good to see with hat trick jammer for Foco. Working her way up at the front of the pack, shoots around, lead jammer.
Vicious sandwich there. Hat trick taking it, though, and getting out of the pack.
Yeah, LaFonda Yamama there trying to hold her back at the front of the pack.
Sandra Decomposer being sent to the penalty box.
Slaughterhouse pulling it together now, keeping their pack a little tight.
And Jada Pixie jamming again for Slaughterhouse. Trying to make her way through a 2-wall at the back. Slim Slam Mayhem trying to open up a hole for her on the inside. Trying to get past Malice in Wonderland, and she does. That was her initial. And Slim Slam Mayhem there, forcing hat trick out to the inside.
We're trying to run her back, but LA's finest was not having it. Less than 13 to go.
98 pounds of steel takes the start. I feel like I should have reverb on my voice when I say that. Just a little bit of echo there would add to the drama of that name.
And Slaughterhouse taking the jam. I haven't seen that too often.
Yeah, Slaughterhouse trying to line it up on the back there, give Ricochet a little more room to work with.
Oh, unfortunately, Foco got caught up in each other. Ricochet. Oh, but she was held long enough for 90 degrees. Get out first. Foco jammer, your lead jammer.
Jammer.
And Rick Shenane working it hard, chasing her down.
Yeah, probably not happy. She saw that. She saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The eyes are on the prize, and 98 pounds of steel snatches that prize away, get out one more time, and calls it off.
And 98 pounds of steel, incredibly fast, incredibly agile. Just a fantastic
and great tensile strength. I want to mention that as well.
She bends, but she doesn't break.
Mm-hmm.
That decision and follow through. Very little hesitation on her part. She takes it out. Unchained.
11:30 to go.
Foco 267, Slaughterhouse 64.
Mayhem now back on the jam line for Slaughterhouse.
Slipside Mayhem jamming for Slaughterhouse. As Krista Knight up in the front of the pack calling the shots for Slaughterhouse.
Unchained Mally trying to break out of the front, but the Slaughterhouse blockers are everywhere.
Very fast moving pack. Everybody's skating.
Everyone just picking up speed out there, and they kept Unchained busy long enough for 187 Slim Slam to get out first and become lead jammer.
Yeah, so Slaughterhouse not really having very strong walls here, but they're doing a good job shifting individuals back and forth.
Now contending with a Foco pack.
So they got a lot of fluidity they can work with.
They should focus on that.
Yes.
And Slim Slam going to call it off from the center of the back there.
4 points, preventing Foco from scoring. And really, that's what you want to do. You want to get your points to prevent the other
So 3-0 jam in favor of Slaughterhouse. 10.5 left to play. Score currently Foco 267, Slaughterhouse 67.
Right now, the WUPTA ranking is Slaughterhouse ranked 151, Foco's ranked 191. Fairly close. Might be changing after this, though.
Yeah, it might be. So we've seen all day today a lot of, what were either very close or pretty spread out ranking-wise games that did not come out how we expected them to.
Well, it's great. You want to see change. You want to see improvements. You want there to be surprises. Otherwise, you just play these things on paper.
Exactly. And that's no fun.
No. Double D jamming for Foco.
And Rika Shenane for Slaughterhouse, she's going in the box for a forearm. So double destruction on a power jam as she continues to pad that Foco lead.
That what lead?
Foco.
Okay.
Foco.
Okay. Just make sure I heard correctly.
You did. As long as I said it correctly, you heard it correctly.
Yes.
But it's very difficult to slow down.
Yes, the Foco Girls Gun Derby Micro Bruisers.
Now I have seen it done.
Those Foco girls.
We like the Foco ladies.
Skating around the Foco track.
More likely than not, but you've only got 2 blockers out there.
These track becoming very slippery now on the straightaway. A couple of people just, kind of losing their footing.
Doing their Foco best to get the 300.
And with just under 9 minutes left to play, that is definitely possible.
Lucky break here for Slaughterhouse. There's now no
that is Foco fantastic.
And Rika Shenane back on the track, makes it through her initial pass.
Slaughterhouse with an opportunity here to put some points on the board.
Foco getting control of the front of this back there. 3 blockers to Slaughterhouse's 4.
Pepper trying to open up a hole, gets hit with a back block penalty in the process.
No one got how to play it. I'm very surprised. There's a lot of no pack going on.
Yeah, Ricky Shenane picking up 5, and that jam is over.
But Double D ran from the penalty box and saw that outside opening and snuck through like a ninja and got 4 points of her own.
Nice. 8 minutes left. Foco 286, Slaughterhouse 72.
Takes the star for Slaughterhouse. Facing off against Hat Trick.
I see Hat Trick jamming again for the Foco Girls Gun Derby. And Slim Slam Mayhem jamming for Slaughterhouse.
And now it's Foco's turn to be in a little bit of penalty trouble. There's 3 blockers out there. Hat Trick looking for an opening.
All I'm seeing is blockers, and Hat Trick pops out of the inside lane, breaks out first, and is your lead jammer.
Slim Slam Mayhem at the back-to-back, tries to cut up the inside. Kristen Knight gives her a little bit of room to work with. Trying to get at the front.
You be nice, not so nice, off to the penalty box.
And Deathly Holler did a good job holding Slim Slam Mayhem back, but she couldn't hold her forever.
Hat trick driving those players past the 20-foot mark. And she working that fourth whistle even before she passed 72. Yeah. Hitting her hips and taking one more stride and getting that point.
Yeah, busted lower bringing us an out-of-play block penalty. No pack was called. Out of play continued to happen. She engaged while still out of play. Therefore, she's going to go sit down for half a minute.
Again tomorrow, so make sure to come on back here. That first game tomorrow.
So penalties definitely starting to add up now as we close out this second half.
8:30 tomorrow morning is our first game, so make sure to come here.
Slaughterhouse up front of the pivot line, trying to hold 98 pounds of steel back.
98 pounds steel, almost lost her footing. Nice recovery. Good job staying out, and that got her out of the pack and lead jammer status.
Ricochet jamming for Slaughterhouse. Got a little tied up here coming out of turn 1.
There's not many skaters left on that track. And once again, a very busy penalty box. I think I just saw a tumbleweed roll across. And then goes triple zero Malice in Wonderland to the penalty box as well. And there might not even be room for her. Yeah, she might just get the next jam.
Currently, yeah, there is no open seating available, so she's going to have to go back out on the next one.
As we get set up for our next jam, Pepper on the jam line for Slaughterhouse, making her first appearance, going up against Unchained.
5.5 minutes left to go, 294.72.
Slaughterhouse 4-on-2 pack advantage.
Slaughterhouse blocker in the box.
Make that 3-on-2.
Foco going to hold it out with one borrowed blocker. And I believe that's Sandra out there. Sandra G. Composer. Yeah, the jammer pops right up in front. That's Pepper. And she splits them up. They got to let her go. Hit that 20-foot mark.
All right, seats are opening up in the penalty box. So Malice in Wonderland going to go take her turn sitting down. 2-for-1 exchange, though. Not a bad deal.
No, it's not. Grand slam for Pepper of Slaughterhouse.
What's a grand slam without a little pepper on it?
Exactly.
It's just a slam, that's what. Pepper trying to work her way around Battle E. Portman.
And her Mighty Danger.
She does get through. That's going to be good for another 5.
I would like to see Slaughterhouse get past the century mark. I think it's a nice consolation prize when you get whomped.
Also, just be able to hit that mark. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
No, I couldn't do it.
I've tried. Pepper gets through, picks up 4. A 14-point jam for Pepper, which puts them 14 away from the century mark. Just under 4 minutes left on the clock. The Slaughterhouse starting to hold Foco to very small scoring jams if they let Foco score at all.
One day, Slaughterhouse will take these last 10 minutes and expand them across an entire bout, and they will see.
Yes, there'll be some timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff involved, and it will work. Because science.
Yes, and then they will score the more points and make them score the less points.
Yes.
A lot of quick tracks going on out there, and it looks like that Slaughterhouse accepting the star pass.
And Ricochet being sent back to the penalty box. So power jam for Foco.
As the jammer now.
Busty galore on the way to the penalty box as well. They call a no back out there. They're going to let that jammer go unless they don't. Yeah, there's one who was not listening.
Yeah, you must immediately attempt to reform.
And that's tongue in cheek. I think tongue was in the ear that time.
A nice open door.
And Gal Capone got a nice stroll along the inside there. They couldn't get to her that time.
Yeah, 15 points so far for Gal Capone. That puts Foco up to 311.
With a nice job creating that space.
As she shoots around the inside, this will be good for another.
Yeah, Double Destruction did a good job there jumping in there and distracting those blockers.
4 points on that pass. Ricochet back in from the box. A little trapped up in the front of the pack.
through the back. Galcapon making the short work.
Galcapon picking up 5 more as Ricochet clears her way through in her initial pass.
And she went through untouched again. And she this time with a pretty full pack on the track.
A 24-point jam for Foco.
Ricochet back on the track with that star.
We got less than 2 minutes remaining.
Hat trick with the star once again. 4.
Hat trick going to be jamming again for Foco. Slim Slam Mayhem jamming for Slaughterhouse.
As we are at the 1 minute 35 second mark.
This could be the last jam.
Time for maybe 1 or 2 more.
We haven't had very many short jams in this game. Chris Knight with a big hit.
Yeah, with a flick of a hip, that size differential.
Boom.
You see it paid off. Just laws of physics in action.
Exactly.
Both jammers looking for a way through.
Patrick just being ground by blockers from every direction. Finally had to give in and go back and meet her nemesis 2-1-4 Chris Knight once again.
Yeah, Slim Slam Mayhem had to do some fancy footwork to stay upright, but she managed to stick it out and get lead jammer.
Just basically flew through it.
Tongue in cheek, putting a hit on. Slim Slam Mayhem shoots around the outside, picks up 4.
As Slim Slam Mayhem continues to run.
Patrick once again going up against 2-1-4. You should go around her.
I think she tried to. Let's say Chris and I just right there. That's another 4 for Slim Slam Mayhem. 8 points so far in this jam for Slaughterhouse. 20 seconds left on the clock. Some fancy footwork around the outside. 1 more to clear. She gets around. That's another 4.
Slim Slam's a very good jam this last jam. Up to 12 so far.
About 30 seconds left on the jam clock. Slaughterhouse should be breaking the century mark.
Yes.
She's only got to get past 2 to do it. There it is right there.
There we go.
Just wait on the official. There it is. That's good for 5.
And the crowd goes wild.
Slaughterhouse 103.
17 points.
4 more points for hat trick.
Looking for more. She gets forced out and called.
And jam is called off. She picks up 2 more. So
And
19
that is
points.
it. 19 points?
19-point jam.
Fantastic.
All right, unofficially we're looking at Foco on top, 328. Slaughterhouse 105.
Absolutely, very, very strong.
Very late rally in the second half by Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, well, like I said, you take that, they have that potential and make it grow.
So they were doing the right stuff. They just didn't start doing it soon enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were able to assess the situation. They made some adjustments. And so these two teams don't usually face off like this. It's usually the home teams playing the home teams. So very good to see the travel teams playing each other in this kind of a situation.
Yes.
Now the Micro Bruisers taking their victory lap.
That is the second win of the day for Foco.
Foco having won twice now today.
And this is the wrap. This is going to wrap up the final, the first day of Mayday Mayhem in 2015.
That's right. We still have 2 more days to go.
That's right. What time will we start tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, the first game is going to be at 8:30. Let's see. On track 1, we're going to have a couple of teams. On track 2, we're going to have another couple of teams.
That's fantastic.
We haven't filled out the bracket for tomorrow yet, it looks like.
I'm going to be on one of those same stuff and things.
Yes. But we will be back 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Excellent. I'm the Reverend Mike.
I'm Rock the Mike.
And have a good night.
All right, now the all-important announcer meeting.
Foco going down the line, individually congratulating each of the Slaughterhouse players and now forming the bridge there, which we've seen a couple times this, and now Slaughterhouse taking their lap. And we've even got fans forming the bridge over here.
Appreciation for